Chapter 104. Return. In the midst of towering mountains, atop a picturesque peak, lay a crystal-clear lake. By the water's edge, dozens of white-tailed deer frolicked joyfully. Among them, one particularly robust stag rested on the shore, while the others gathered around it, clearly signifying this powerful creature as their leader. Suddenly, a blue aura manifested at the stag's edge. The stag opened its eyes, the blue light shimmering on its face, a flicker of confusion appearing in its gaze. Without warning, it felt a jolt, plummeting from the blue circle and vanishing from sight. The surrounding deer perked their ears, staring in shock at their suddenly disappeared leader, frozen in place. Above, two dark figures swept swiftly overhead, soaring past the deer. With a splash, the stag landed upon a massive, white leaf. As the wind howled and clouds raced by, it became apparent that it had ascended to the sky. Before it could comprehend its new surroundings, a flash of steel blinded it, plunging it into darkness. Standing at the forefront of the leaf, Yu Hong observed the two women. One giggled incessantly, while the other adeptly extracted a glistening white core from the stag's chest with a sharp dagger. He shook his head gently. A seventh-tier beast, diminished to nothingness just like that. Yu Hong understood that within half an hour, it would be transformed into a succulent delicacy. During the past half-month in Gaoling, he had witnessed such scenes countless times. Not a single beast of 6th tier or above had escaped this grim fate. Their group seemed to harvest Gaoling as effortlessly as plucking feathers from a passing goose. Any high-tier beast within had either become a sumptuous meal or been harvested for future indulgence. As the sole heir of Tianji Valley and guardian of the realm, Yu Hong felt a profound reluctance to witness these events. He even wished to shed a few tears to express his sorrow. Yet, as Gu Yulan prepared their meals, he found tears were replaced by involuntary drooling. The aroma was simply irresistible. Contemplating this, he turned his gaze to Ye Suifeng, who stood at the front of the leaf. Indeed, a seasoned veteran, it was sheer brilliance to venture out with such a talented cook. "What's the matter?" Ye Suifeng, sensing Yu Hong's gaze and the peculiar look in his eyes, inquired. "Ah, it's nothing," Yu Hong replied awkwardly, attempting to divert the conversation. "Actually, I wanted to ask how long until we leave Gaoling?" "No rush. It won't be long," Ye Suifeng assured him. Nodding, Yu Hong approached and asked earnestly, "Senior, when do you plan to plant so many enlightenment trees?" His tone grew serious, concealing his earlier embarrassment. This had indeed been a lingering question for him. There were over 10,000 enlightenment trees. If all were planted, they could occupy an entire realm. How many origin towers would be needed? How enormous a force to realize such a vision? It would undoubtedly require a cautious, meticulous, and incredibly detailed plan. Once prepared, Ye Suifeng responded. Yu Hong nodded thoughtfully. Such a grand endeavor clearly required foresight. He couldn't help but wonder if the preparation would take 500 years or perhaps even less. He dared not ponder further, fearing he might be too greedy. He was witnessing what few of the past generation of Tianji Valley had ever seen. Meanwhile, Ye Suifeng's consciousness traversed into his personal space. Within, countless enlightenment tree seedlings thrived. All around, the sky above brimmed with origin towers. Multiple avatars of Ye Suifeng were seated within, diligently crafting more towers. Over 90,000, he roughly counted, and then returned his attention to the present. This was precisely his preparation. Enlightenment trees required the nourishment of origin towers to grow more rapidly, much like fertilizer. A nine-story origin tower served as the ideal nourishment for the trees, maximizing their growth rate. Through experimentation, Ye Suifeng discovered that it took 10 towers working together to truly achieve that maximum, a substantial increase over a single tower. Thus, during his journey back, he had sent out several mental avatars solely for the purpose of crafting these towers. He hadn't devoted himself fully, which explained why it took over half a month to amass over 90,000. At this rate, in just a few more days, he would supply all the seedlings with the highest quality growth conditions. Then, the great endeavor of planting could commence. Yu Hong, such matters require patience. We must wait until we are fully prepared before proceeding. Ye Suifeng assumed Yu Hong was eager to plant the trees, concerned that he could barely wait a few days. "Indeed, Senior is correct. I was too hasty," Yu Hong replied, bowing slightly, realizing that he shouldn't exhibit such impatience. A matter of this magnitude required planning extending over millennia. Ye Suifeng nodded approvingly. Good, and glad you understand. Thus, the two concluded their dialogue, no longer in sync. Next, they resumed their enjoyment of the women's hunting prowess, relishing the exquisite flavors of the world. A day later, Yu Hong suddenly sensed a warmth enveloping the surroundings. Looking down, he saw the towering mountains had vanished, replaced by an expansive plain stretching infinitely. "We're out!" Before he could speak, Ye Xiaoxiao leaped forward, exclaiming joyously. Following her, a raucous cheer erupted behind them from the Rainbow Phoenix. Throughout their half-month journey, without Gu Yulan providing sustenance, only a few, like the Wolf Maiden, could occasionally hunt. The remaining members of the Celestial Society had subsisted solely on their prior provisions, which had long since grown monotonous. Now, they had finally arrived at the legendary southern regions of Gaoling. "Wait, uncle, this isn't the location of Cloud City." Ye Xiaoxiao looked down at the vastness below, puzzled. "The beasts before Cloud City have all been cleared out. There's nothing to hinder us. Since Yongdong is to the northeast of Cloud City, I took a route from the east." Ye Suifeng explained. After finally crossing over Gaoling, it would be remiss not to restore ecological balance, for conscience's sake. I see." Ye Xiaoxiao laughed. "Then where do we go now?" Just then, several long black lines were writhing upon the ground, all moving toward the west. Upon closer inspection, they were all humans, and their direction pointed straight to Cloud City. "Let's head down there." After a moment of thought, Ye Suifeng was the first to descend toward the earth. He was eager to see what changes had unfolded in the 6 years since he had departed. Chapter 105. The Fearsome Wild Man. The Yulan sect, situated at the northeastern border of the Nine Cities Alliance, shares its borders with several smaller nations to the east. The sect leader, Bai Lanji, has reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. In this tumultuous region, the Yulan sect has stood firm for several centuries, its strength ranking among the foremost within a 1,000-mile radius. However, today, nearly all disciples of the Yulan sect, under Bai Lanji's leadership, embarked on a long journey westward. Few are privy to the reasons behind their migration or the destination they seek. Yet, their long-standing rivals, the Jiahua sect, are fully aware of their intentions. Shortly after the Yulan sect set out, the Jiahua sect also mobilized, following suit to the west. The two factions advanced, one in front of the other, ultimately converging upon a vast plain. "Leader Bai, what a coincidence it is to encounter you here." An elderly Taoist, exuding an air of ethereal grace, stood upon the back of a colossal celestial crane, blocking the Yulan sect's path. He is the sect leader of Jiahua, known in the outside world as the Celestial Crane Taoist, and is also at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Bai Lanji regarded him with a slight furrow in her brow. Her countenance was strikingly beautiful, radiating a serene demeanor. "A well-behaved dog does not obstruct the path," Bai Lanji coldly retorted. The Celestial Crane Taoist's lips twitched. Despite the frequent conflicts between their sects, both were now treading the same path. Yet he did not expect such a frosty reception. "Bai Lanji, I advise you to temper your temperament once you reach the Holy Land," he cautioned. "There, numerous formidable individuals will gather. One ill-chosen word could lead to your demise," the Celestial Crane Taoist declared, stepping aside, but he had no desire to engage in a confrontation with the Yulan sect in such a locale. "This is none of your concern," Bai Lanji replied, her demeanor still icy, as she led her disciples onward. "I do this for your own good," the Celestial Crane Taoist insisted, following closely. "The Yunxiao Holy Land is a treacherous place. Our two sects hail from the same origins. We ought to look out for each other to ensure our survival there. Do we not?" Bai Lanji snorted dismissively, not even casting him a glance. "Old Taoist, do not presume I am unaware of your intentions. You have long since fallen out with that dragon, and both parties have their own views, leading to fierce conflict. I suspect the forces you brought amount to only a fraction of the Jiahua sect. Am I correct?" Having engaged in mutual dealings for years, they knew each other's inclinations intimately. The Celestial Crane Taoist's overtures of goodwill were hardly genuine. He was merely seeking a temporary ally. Once he secured his footing, Bai Lanji was certain he would abandon her without hesitation. With his true motives laid bare, the celestial crane Taoist's expression shifted to one of embarrassment, his face a tapestry of red and green. Yet he quickly regained his composure, offering a cold smile. Bai Longi, do not mistake my goodwill for folly. My proposal for collaboration stems from our shared origins. I wish to help you soar. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Bai Longi turned to him, amusement dancing in her eyes. Is that so? I am quite curious how you intend to assist me in achieving such heights. The celestial crane Taoist scoffed. I have already established contact with a certain serpent leader in the Holy Land. Once we arrive, settling in will be swift. Entering the Holy Land and reaping its benefits is within reach. When that time comes, do not come begging me. As he spoke, Bai Longi suddenly produced a white token, waving it before him. The token bore 2 characters, elegantly inscribed, Tianlun. The celestial crane Taoist's pupils constricted, and he gasped, the platinum token of the Tianluan Palace. How could you possess such a thing? His expression shifted dramatically. This token served as a passport to the Holy Land. Possessing it would grant easy access to ample accommodations beyond its borders, as well as several opportunities to enter and enjoy the bounties of the Holy Land. He was eager to discern how Bai Longi had acquired it. However, Bai Longi had no intention of elucidating her circumstances. After briefly displaying the token, she swiftly stowed it away, smiling faintly. Old Taoist, I advise you to cease your futile efforts on my behalf. I know you too well. Frankly, even if I sought collaborators on the roadside, you would not be my choice. Bai Longi exuded confidence. This token was her safeguard. On the path to the Holy Land, none dared to disregard its significance. The celestial crane Taoist understood this principle as well, but he would not show his submission outwardly, that he scoffed twice, saying, if you have the ability, go ahead and seek out others. I refuse to believe anyone could be more suitable than the Jiawa sect. At that moment, a group of peculiar individuals appeared on the horizon, causing both parties to become alert. But as they drew nearer, it became evident that these individuals were quite strange. They were robust, adorned in unusual attire, exuding an aura that was distinctly odd, and appeared to be in a state of ravenous hunger, clutching heaps of ordinary food, devouring it with abandon, while displaying expressions of sheer delight. A band of wild men. The celestial crane Taoist was taken aback. What are wild men doing here? Perhaps they are inhabitants of the mountains, Bai Longi remarked. Her brow furrowed. These individuals were indeed bizarre. Exercising caution, she resolved to circumvent them. Yet the celestial crane Taoist chuckled, pointing at them. Did you not just claim anyone could be a potential ally? Why not invite this group of wild men to join us? Bai Longi rolled her eyes, unwilling to engage with him. Just then, a tall woman, her body adorned with dark patterns, strode directly toward them. Upon halting, she surveyed the two before speaking. You may I inquire? Who are you? The woman's speech was halting and unrefined, as if she had only recently learned the language. Ha ha ha! The celestial crane Taoist could not suppress his laughter, gesturing toward her. Bai Longi, I believe this group of simple-minded wild men would be your ideal collaborators. Hasten to recruit them. Bai Longi remained silent, feeling an instinctive sense of caution toward the woman before her. The wild woman appeared momentarily confused, not fully comprehending, and prepared to speak again. Suddenly, a voice resonated in her mind. Sister Wolf, what are you babbling about? Just bring them over. We have no intention of masquerading as ordinary folk. The wolf woman nodded, then declared, Come, my master wishes to see you. The celestial crane Taoist, still grinning, retrieved an unknown piece of beast meat from his storage pouch and tossed it at the wolf woman's feet. Does your master crave something delicious? Feel free to take it. Just remember to cook it thoroughly. Ha! The wolf woman gazed at the raw meat at her feet, still struggling to comprehend the words spoken, but the gesture was unmistakably insulting. Old Taoist, you have gone too far, Bai Longi remarked with disdain. But they are merely wild men. My refraining from killing them is already an act of mercy, the celestial crane Taoist replied dismissively. Suddenly, he noticed Bai Longi had stiffened. Her gaze fixed behind him, her eyes wide with terror. The Taoist turned in confusion, only to be met with a piercing chill. Before him, a pair of blue eyes glimmered with a frosty intensity, coldly regarding him. You, the Taoist stammered. Me? The wolf woman tilted her head and, in an instant, delivered a powerful kick. The celestial crane Taoist spewed forth a mouthful of blood, his bones fracturing under the force as he was sent flying, landing in a muddy heap, convulsing before falling still. Bailanji stared in shock at the Taoist, who had instantaneously lost all combat capability, his fate uncertain that a chill coursed down her spine. This strange woman possessed tremendous strength. Who on earth were they? Simultaneously, she recalled the celestial crane Taoist's earlier warning. There are countless individuals more formidable than us. One ill-chosen word could bring about one's demise. The old Taoist, having uttered such a caution, had now become a living testament to his own theory. Chapter 106. Companions Bailanji stood amidst a group of individuals exuding an enigmatic aura, her arms crossed before her, paralyzed by uncertainty. The old Taoist lay there, his fate uncertain, and facing the inarticulate woman, she felt no inclination to resist. Fortunately, their leader appeared relatively composed, possessing an admirable appearance akin to a local cultivator. Beside him, a young girl with beautiful long hair engaged in conversation with the wolf woman who had just attacked. Why did you go and injure him so badly? Ye Suifeng poked at the celestial crane Taoist with a dry twig. What a tragic fate. His nascent soul has been utterly shattered. The wolf woman shrugged apologetically. How was I to know he was so weak? Were you not saying that the South was teeming with geniuses, each more powerful than the last? I thought that kick would not be enough to take his life. In a brief span, the wolf woman had become quite proficient in the local dialect. Am I to blame? Ye Suifeng roulet hideous. Standing upright. You ought to promptly refine your divination skills. This way, you won't misjudge based on differing cultivation systems. This individual is at the nascent soul stage, equivalent to an eternally wintering, 6th-tier destined mage. You have already surpassed the 9th tier a few days ago. Even a 7th-tier extraordinary being standing before you would be no match. The wolf woman nodded, indicating her intent to be more cautious in the future. Beside her, the heavy-set Shizhong wore a complex expression, realizing that he too was not capable of withstanding a kick from the wolf girl. Meanwhile, the timid Bailanji stood there, utterly bewildered. This group of individuals, who appeared to be from a barbarian tribe, was surprisingly fierce. They were not merely savages. They were akin to a band of wild fathers. Moments later, Bailanji was brought before Ye Suifeng. The girl from earlier was also present. Bailanji's heart raced. She could discern that these individuals were likely the leaders of this group. Who are you? Where do you come from? And where are you headed? Ye Suifeng immediately launched into a series of existential inquiries. Nevertheless, Bailanji responded to each question in turn. Fairy, my name is Bailanji, the head of the Yulan sect, hailing from the eastern border of the 9 Cities Alliance, en route to the western Holy Land in search of opportunities. Holy Land? Ye Suifeng blinked in confusion. What Holy Land? Bailanji was taken aback. How could they be unaware of the Holy Land's existence? Naturally. It is the Yunshao Holy Land, she replied to why Ye Suifeng looked even more puzzled and turned to Ye Suifeng. The Yunshao Holy Land you speak of, could it be the Yunshao city controlled by the Yi family? Ye Suifeng inhuited. Indeed, Bailanji affirmed. Wow! Ye Suifeng soudainly acclaimed. Her face a mixture of disbelief. In just a few years, that dilapidated place, Yunshao City, has transformed into a holy land. Uncle, what is going on? Ye Suifeng did not reply, yet the sanctification of Yunshao was within his expectations. If 100,000 towers of origin could not transform a mere Yunshao city, then they were unworthy of being called supreme treasures. However, the reactions of the two were laden with a different significance in Bailanji's eyes. It appeared these individuals were not well acquainted with the Yunshao Holy Land. Perhaps she could leverage this to navigate through her current predicament. Fairy, esteemed elder, Bailanji continued, I was invited to the Holy Land. With that, she produced the black gold Tianwan order to in the eastern regions of the 9 cities, who would dare defy its authority. Yet, Ye Suifeng gasped and swiftly snatched the Tianwan order from her grasp. What is this? It is so ugly, she exclaimed. Bailanji's heart raced in alarm as she cried out, Fairy, please be cautious with your words. This is the Tianwan order, symbolizing the authority of the Tianwan Hall. It must not be insulted. Ye Suifeng in surprise. Tianwan order. Wait a moment. She rummaged through her storage space for a while, then produced 2 white tokens, placing them before Bailanji. Isn't the Tianwan order this? Upon seeing the 2 tokens, Bailanji's pupils constricted, and she gasped in astonishment. The white jade Tianwan order. How could you possess this, and 2 of them at that? Her expression was one of sheer shock, observing Bailanji's sudden change in demeanor. Ye Xiaoxiao grew more perplexed, while Ye Suifeng remained equally bewildered, prompting Bailanji to elucidate the significance of the Tianwan order. They soon learned the truth. The current Tianwan orders were classified into 5 tiers. From lowest to highest: black gold order, red gold order, platinum order, and the highest tier, the white jade order. The Tianwan orders were exceedingly rare. Even possessing a black gold order could ensure one's safety within the eastern territories of the 9 cities. The white jade order, however, could only be held by the founding elders of the Tianwan Hall or individuals who had made significant contributions to it. Some claimed there was an even higher tier, the rainbow order, but no one had ever seen one that thus. The white jade order represented the pinnacle of authority within the Tianwan Hall. After Bailanji finished speaking, Ye Xiaoxiao rubbed her nose and glanced again at her storage space. A trove of white jade orders lay within, mingled with a piece radiating with 7 colors. All of these had been crafted by her 6 years ago, at the inception of the Tianwan Hall. Both Yi Huang and Yi Qinyao were preoccupied and had no time to spare. Amused, Ye Xiaoxiao had produced a batch of white jade orders, claiming they represented everyone's identity. As for the rainbow order, it was actually a special token prepared for the 3 of them, each signifying their status as hall masters. Who would have thought that after 6 years, the white jade orders would become so valuable? From what you say, the Tianwan Hall is now quite powerful? Ye Xiaoxiao tossed the black gold order back to Bailanji, inquiring. Indeed, Bailanji replied cautiously as she accepted the black gold order. The entire eastern half of the 9 cities alliance is now under the dominion of the Tianwan Hall. Upon hearing this, a smile crept across Ye Suifeng's face. His daughter had chosen the path of conquest, and now she had truly succeeded. That he felt a sense of pride. Yet, Ye Xiaoxiao's emotions were more complex. She felt joy for Yi Huang's achievements, but also concern. Was her group of celestial beings truly capable of confronting the current Tianwan Hall? She scanned the surroundings, her gaze landing on the stout bear, who, apart from herself, was the most formidable among the Tianxian society. Yet he was rather dim-witted and could easily be lured away by Yi Huang with a jar of honey. Unreliable, indeed. After pondering, Ye Xiaoxiao approached a man and gently tapped his arm. Ahem, brother Yu Hong, the southern waters are deep. Would you consider joining our Tianxian society? I could use a strong leader. Yu Hong fell silent, contemplating that he could only choose to accept or be forced to accept. Meanwhile, Ye Suifeng was engaged in conversation with Bailanji. Are you all planning to relocate your entire sect to Yunshao City? Yes. Esteemed elder, Bailanji nodded. The deceased individual was also from your Baiyuzong? Not at all, Bailanji clarified. He was the head of the Jiaoist sect. We merely encountered him by chance. Those over there are members of the Jiaoist sect. Ye Suifeng glanced at them and then turned back. From this moment onward, they are also members of the Baiyuzong. We shall travel together for now, heading towards Yunshao City. Chapter 107. Arrival at Wudong Pass. Bailanji could hardly fathom that the Jiaoist sect, which had been adversarial to the Yulan sect for centuries, had so easily capitulated. The mere utterance of one man's words had compelled thousands of disciples of the Jiaoist sect to surrender to the Yulan sect. Was this the true strength of power? She tightened her grip on the Tianwan order, resolutely determining to establish her sect firmly within the Holy Land, thereby securing a brighter future in the days that followed. Ye Suifeng and his companions journeyed alongside by Yulan towards Yunshao City. Along the way, he gleaned an understanding of the current situation in Yunshao City that Tio encapsulated in a single phrase. All nations come to pay homage. They encountered numerous groups hailing from various locales, some being families from other cities within the 9 Cities Alliance relocating en masse, while others were individuals from beyond the Alliance, all traveling great distances to seize an opportunity within the Yunshao Holy Land. The pace of their journey was swift, and within a few days, they arrived at a densely populated area that, as far as the eye could see, newly constructed buildings lined the streets, restaurants, inns, shops, everything one might need, resembling a bustling city. According to Bai Yulan, this locale was still several dozen miles from the actual territory of Yunshao City. My heavens, how did it transform into this? Ye Xiaoxiao stared, entranced by the crowded streets. When she had departed, even Yunshao City itself had not been so populated. This is the periphery of the Holy Land. If we continue inward, we will reach Wudong Pass, Bai Lanji explained. Wudong Pass. Ye Xiaoxiao was taken aback. You don't mean the Wudong town from a few years ago, do you? I cannot say for certain, Bai Lanji replied, but I have indeed heard that Wudong Pass was not originally very large. It developed later on. I have also heard that there is a statue of the Hall Master within Wudong Pass. Ye Xiaoxiao was at a loss for words. Indeed, there was a statue of Yi Huang in Wudong town. She and Ye Suifeng had visited it a few years prior. That it was undoubtedly Wudong town. She could not comprehend how such a significant transformation could occur in just a few years. Who was responsible for it? Unconsciously, her gaze shifted to Ye Suifeng, pondering if only her uncle could have orchestrated such an extraordinary feat. That Ye Suifeng, however, appeared quite calm. Such scenes were anticipated, but he had left behind the Shiyu order and the Tianxian edict precisely to elevate the entire Yunshao city. As the saying goes, population is one of the core elements of any force. That it seemed that, in this regard, they were already well equipped. Esteemed elder, fairy, shall we proceed further? With the black gold Tianwan order, we can find a suitable place to settle within the periphery of the Holy Land, Bai Lanji suggested. Ye Xiaoxiao produced 2 white jade orders. What if it were these? Fairy, Bai Lanji gasped, swiftly covering the white jade orders and lowering her voice. Fairy, I do not know where your tokens came from, but you must not display them here. It could invite disaster. Her expression was one of alarm as she cautiously surveyed the surroundings. Initially, Bai Lanji had indeed been intimidated by the 2 white jade orders. However, upon further reflection, it seemed implausible. The Tianwan Hall had long ceased to distribute white jade orders, and these individuals evidently lacked a proper understanding of the Holy Land. How could they possess white jade orders? They must surely be counterfeit. The unauthorized forgery of Tianwan orders was a capital offense. She had no desire to arrive in the Holy Land only to be implicated and perish before she could even realize her ambitions. I assure you, this is genuine, Ye Xiaoxiao insisted earnestly. Enough, Ye Suifeng interjected. Let us accompany her for now and observe the situation here. He chose not to return directly to Yunshao City, wishing instead to genuinely experience the changes that had transpired there. Those in high positions often overlook certain details. For instance, some emperors have a penchant for incognito visits. Subsequently, a crowd of over 10,000 continued their journey towards Wudong Pass. The throng on the periphery was exceedingly vast and diverse, comprising individuals from all walks of life. Fortunately, Yunshao City had also dispatched overseers to maintain order among the crowd, so aside from a few indiscreet individuals, they encountered little trouble. Before long, they arrived at the outskirts of Wudong Pass, where they beheld the true sanctity of Yunshao. This truly is a sacred place. Upon arrival, Yu Hong exclaimed, holding a small formation plate that radiated a dazzling light. This is a geographical plate, Yu Hong explained as others turned to him. It can detect any presence of extraordinary individuals or auspicious energies nearby. And this area ahead is simply, I have never witnessed such a level of natural endowment. The title of sacred ground is indeed well-deserved. Yu Hong marveled, contemplating how fortunate one would be to be born in such a place. That is a bit exaggerated, Ye Suifeng countered, shaking his head. Although nourished by the energy of countless origin towers, it had only been a few years. True sacred lands have been cultivated over tens of thousands of years. For Yunshao City to reach such heights, it might require another decade or so. Not exaggerated at all, Yu Hong insisted earnestly. This locale is truly an excellent site for planting enlightenment trees. Ye Suifeng nodded, realizing that if an enlightenment tree were to be planted, Yunshao City's evolution into a sacred ground might be expedited. With that thought, he glanced at the miniature realm. All 100,000 origin towers had been successfully refined. Very well, upon our return, we shall plant one here, he declared. That Yu Hong was momentarily taken aback. Senior, didn't you say we needed more preparation time? Indeed, Ye Suifeng replied. Have I not been preparing for several days? Yu Hong was left speechless, his eyes twitching. Was this the senior's perception of time? He had thought it would require millennia of preparation. Enough, do not be too anxious. It won't be long before all are planted. I do not wish to spend excessive time on this matter. After a prolonged pause, devoid deeply. I shall adhere to your instructions, Senior. Chapter 108. Aren't you brave? This gatehouse is utterly unsightly. Outside Wudong Pass, Yi Xiaoxiao remarked disdainfully at the brand-new gate. Uncle, are we going in? She inquired. Ye Suifeng nodded. They had gathered sufficient knowledge over the past few days, and there was no need for further incognito visits. Planting the enlightenment tree would still require time, as well as additional preparations. They then proceeded towards Wudong Pass. That moment, a sharp slap echoed, accompanied by curses. You filthy wench, do you think this is some sort of place? The crowd turned to see Bai Longi embroiled in a confrontation with a man who appeared to be in charge. The man's demeanor was abrasive. Despite only possessing golden core cultivation, he audaciously slapped Bai Longi across the face without a hint of fear. Surprisingly, Bai Longi did not retaliate. She bent down to pick up the black gold Tianyuan token. Speaking solemnly, this was bestowed upon me by the Tianyuan Hall as a token of gratitude for our Yulan sect's assistance in quelling disturbances. They explicitly stated that this token allows our Yulan sect to secure a place to reside at the periphery of the sacred ground. Bai Longi invoked the Tianyuan Hall, but the man remained obstinate. Damn it, don't you see how many people you brought? Do you think this is a refugee camp? I will only grant you 50 spots, the rest you can figure out for yourselves, he stated, his gaze suggestively lingering on Bai Longi's storage ring. Bai Longi immediately understood. This was not merely a refusal, but an attempt to extort her. It seemed that no matter where one went, one could not escape the troubles posed by petty tyrants. Gritting her teeth, she removed the storage ring filled with supplies, preparing to hand it over to the man. Suddenly, a small hand grasped her wrist. Turning to see the girl known as the Celestial Master, who had been traveling with them, Bai Yulan was taken aback that in her astonished gaze, the Celestial Master produced a token that shimmered with iridescent light. Hey! Will this thing work for exchanging land? The surrounding crowd was momentarily stunned, and after a beat, the man in charge was struck with alarm, retreating repeatedly while pointing at Yi Xiaoxiao, shouting, You audacious fool! How dare you forge a 7-colored Tianyuan token? This proclamation drew the attention of many. Who would dare to present such a token? Did they wish for death? Quick, someone apprehend these counterfeiters, the man shouted. A group of formidable individuals promptly surged forward. Yet before they could approach Yi Xiaoxiao, they were swiftly sent sprawling, rolling and howling on the ground. The onlookers were left in shock. This group was a formidable force. Soon, they began to disperse, eager to witness the ensuing spectacle. Celestial Maiden Yu. Bai Longi was equally astonished. She had not anticipated that the Celestial Master would not only produce a 7-colored token, but would also take action. This was a sacred ground. Its authority was not to be trifled with. What should be done now? No worries, just watch. Yi Xiaoxiao replied with a playful smile, seemingly unfazed. You dare to strike. The man in charge finally regained his composure, glaring fiercely. If I do not strike, should I wait for you to hit me? Yi Xiaoxiao retorted, exasperated. The man's face twisted with rage as he growled. If you're brave, just wait here. The Wudong Pass Lord will surely not spare you. With that, he produced a jade talisman, seemingly a communication device. No need. Yi Xiaoxiao turned, noticing Ye Suifeng's lack of response, and grinned. Let me personally invite him and see who this unfortunate soul is. Does he not know that the one thing he despises most is disorder? She mused, glancing at the gatehouse, scrunching her nose in distaste. I must say, it is truly ugly. Then, with a single punch, she unleashed overwhelming force that instantly shattered all formations at the gate. The towering gatehouse collapsed with a thunderous crash, sending a cloud of dust into the air. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. Who was this little powerhouse, capable of demolishing even the entrance to a sacred ground? This was truly an act of defiance. At that moment, A burly figure shot out from within Wudong Pass. Who dares to cause a ruckus at Wudong Pass? He did not conceal his aura. With mid-stage integration strength, he was more than capable of suppressing the masses. He landed heavily on the ground, broad-shouldered and fierce-eyed, glaring at everything before him. It is Lord Yi Ba. I have heard he is the direct heir of the Yi sacred clan. This group is finished. Of all people to provoke, they chose him. The onlookers gasped in awe, realizing the gravity of the situation. They had unwittingly crossed paths with the sacred lineage, and surely they were doomed to why Yi Ba's expression darkened as he surveyed the scene. Furrowing his brows, the individuals who had just committed violence exuded an unusual aura, and he could distinctly sense that several were exceptionally powerful, perhaps even on par with himself. Notably, a long-haired bear demon among them sent a shiver down his spine. However, being in Inshao City, he felt no fear. Who are you? Ye Ba demandit fies. Heh. We are the Celestial Immortal Society, came a bright voice at that moment. A petite figure bounced into view before Yi Ba. She sported a signature purplish-red mane, her face barely altered, and her wicked smile made Yi Ba's scalp tingle. Xiao Xiao, cousin. Yi Ba stammered in disbelief, his legs beginning to tremble. If Yi Xiao Xiao was here. Then uncle. Yi Xiao Xiao giggled, gesturing towards the direction behind him. Following her indication, Yi Ba looked over to see a man with an impassive expression, radiating authority. Thought. Yi Ba collapsed to his knees. And master, his mind was in disarray, unable to articulate his thoughts that why Yi Xiao Xiao stood before Yi Ba, playfully pinching his face as if he had just consumed a bitter herb. Keep boasting. Weren't you just very brave? This scene left the surrounding crowd utterly speechless. Bai Lonji was particularly shaken. The Wudong Pass Lord merely glanced at him and fell to his knees. Faced with the Celestial Master's playful teasing, he did not dare to move an inch. Who were these people? What manner of existence was that man? Chapter 109. The Strong Take Action Wudong Pass is one of the primary gateways located on the western edge of Inshao City. It serves as a passageway into the sacred ground, thus attracting a multitude of cultivators who come seeking opportunities that are in places crowded with people. The complexities of the world manifest naturally, leading to a stratification of classes. Those who are powerful, wealthy, or have connections within the sacred ground reside closer to the entrance. Bai Lonji had initially occupied such a position, but unexpected events had unfolded. First, an overseer used the excuse of her bringing too many people to demand additional payment. Then, her aunt, who had been accompanying them, brazenly retaliated, shattering the gatehouse of Wudong Pass with a single punch, prompting the furious emergence of the Pass Lord. I had thought that today would bring me great misfortune. Yet who could have imagined that the formidable Lord of the Guan would merely cast a glance at that man and be so terrified as to kneel on the ground? He is, after all, a direct descendant of the Ye Suifeng family. Even within the sacred grounds, he is an entity no one dares to provoke. Yet at this moment, he trembles, unable to articulate a single word. Xiao Xiao. Don't cause a scene. Yi Ba pulls Yi Xiao Xiao's hand away from his face, beads of sweat rolling from his forehead. Out of the corner of her eye, Yi Xiao Xiao notices Ye Suifeng approaching and, with a mischievous grin, leans in to whisper in Yi Ba's ear, "You're in for it. Uncle detests such behavior the most." With that, she skips back to Bai Lonji's side, clutching a handful of sun-dried Songshan broad beans. Gleefully watching the unfolding drama, Bai Lonji, still somewhat unsteady, cannot fathom the sight of a formidable lord kneeling like that. Just how powerful are these individuals? Thankfully, when they initially encountered one another, she harbored no thoughts of resistance. Otherwise, she raises her gaze to the imposing figure. As Ye Suifeng draws near, Yi Ba's face is drenched in sweat, his back completely soaked. Wudong Guan Lord, Ye Suifeng states nonchalantly as he stands before Yi Ba. Yi Ba bows his head, too fearful to respond. Are you aware of the vile deeds he has committed as the lord of this place? Ye Suifeng gestures towards the steward nearby. The steward, who had been so arrogant moments before, has now collapsed, for his greatest support has disintegrated in an instant. Yi Ba instinctively wishes to defend himself, but realizing this is the family head, the one who has altered the fates of everyone in the Yi family. Even he, now revered as a powerful figure, would not dare to act foolishly in his presence. Uncle, your nephew, understands. Smack! A large hand strikes Ye Ba's face with great force, causing him to see stars as he collapses to the ground, blood and teeth spilling from his mouth. Bai Lanji is shaken, not by Ye Ba's punishment, but by the title he had used to address that man. Could it be that the person accompanying her is the legendary Ye Sheng? Ye Suifeng regards the fallen Ye Ba with an impassive expression. Since you have called me uncle, I shall discipline you on behalf of your father. I have always emphasized the importance of rules. Yet you allow such a petty brat to act with impunity here. Is this the conduct befitting the sacred land of Yunshao? Faced with Ye Suifeng's reprimand, Ye Ba dares not utter a word. He is indeed aware of the extortion that has taken place, and every month he receives a considerable offering. Ye Suifeng's icy gaze reveals that what irks him most is not the act itself, but Ye Ba's lack of awareness as a powerful figure, still employing the tactics of a small family or faction. Either set clear standards for how many people may enter, or charge by the head, stipulating a fee for each individual, even if you completely refuse outsiders, demanding they remain 100 miles from Yunshao City and threatening death to those who dare approach. Ye Suifeng would not take offense. But Ye Ba, allowing a small brat to flaunt power and disgust others. What a disgrace! From this moment forth, you shall no longer serve as the Lord of Wutongguan. Return to Yunshao City, and only emerge when you have pondered this matter thoroughly. Ye Suifeng Dijletis. Yes, Ye Ba's expression falls, rising from the ground with a lowly acquiescence. Ye Suifeng huffs, then gestures to Ye Xiaoxiao, preparing to depart. Hey! Uncle, uncle! Ye Xiaoxiao suddenly jumps over, grinning as she says, now that my cousin has stepped down, shall we not find a new lord to oversee Wudongguan? Ye Suifeng raises an eyebrow. Do you have a candidate in mind? Ye Shoujiao Giglis. Then points to Bai Lanji standing nearby, saying, I think she would be excellent. She has experience in managing a sect and is quite prudent. Most importantly, I believe she is quite suitable. Bai Lanji is momentarily stunned, the turn of events surpassing her psychological limits. How has she suddenly been thrust into the role of Lord of Wutongguan? Cousin, do not be ridiculous. How can an outsider, with merely the cultivation of the nascent soul stage, possibly become the Lord of Wutongguan? Ye Ba interjects hastily, fearing Ye Suifeng might become angry again. Why not? However, Ye Suifeng's reaction astonishes him. As long as Xiaoxiao approves, she can assume the position of Lord. Understand? Ye Ba is taken aback, momentarily unable to comprehend the implications of this statement. Ye Suifeng shakes his head. Consider the relationships involved here before you think of leaving Yunshao City. 4 true powerhouses. One's preferences become the standard by which others operate. You may be benevolent, capricious, or even ruthless in slaughter, but one must never be petty or engage in trivial matters. Such behavior only invites ridicule and undermines one's authority. Ye Xiaoxiao, having managed the Tianxian society for years, has long understood this principle. Let us proceed as you suggest. We shall rest at Wutongguan, and you shall ensure Bai Lanji becomes familiar with the affairs here as swiftly as possible. With that, Ye Suifeng strides into the Guan. Meanwhile, Bai Lanji stands there utterly dazed. She had merely sought a decent place to reside outside the sacred land, yet who could have anticipated that, amidst these convoluted circumstances, she would become the Lord of Wutongguan, an immense power. This is something she would not have dared dream of, and this twist of fate was brought about by a single utterance from a young girl and a nod from a man. Are you all right? At that moment, Ye Xiaoxiao returns to her side. Bai Lanji's expression is complex, rendered speechless for an extended time. Ultimately, she kneels on one knee, her voice trembling as she declares, Immortal Master, I shall not disappoint your expectations. Ye Shoujiao Semites. Very well. Henceforth, you shall also be one of us in the Tianxian society. Chapter 110. Reunion in a tranquil and elegant courtyard. A young man clad in a pale blue long robe sits beneath a willow tree by the stream. His demeanor serene as he wields a brush, inscribing characters on the surface of a stone table that a single willow leaf drifts down, landing beside an open book. The tome appears unremarkable, containing illustrations of landscapes and accounts of extraordinary sights. At that moment, an ethereal woman approaches, carrying a teapot. "Director," she calls softly. "Xiao Yi, is there something you need?" The young man sets down his brush and turns to face her. It is Yi Qian. "Nothing much. I merely came to check on you." Xiao Yi crouches down and pours a cup of fragrant tea for Yi Qian, her cheeks inadvertently tinged with a delicate blush. "Have we found this year's holy child?" Yi Qian takes a sip from the cup, the tea refreshing and imbued with a unique fragrance. "We have." Xiao Yi draws closer to Yi Qian, retrieving the inkstone from the table while grinding ink, saying, "Due to the holy child's unique nature, we have been closely monitoring this matter. Thus, when they fuse with the holy stone and awaken their divine powers, they are brought back to the academy." Yi Qian nods, that a faint aroma wafts into his nostrils as he gazes at the enchanting Xiao Yi, slightly turning his head. "Have we clarified their identities and backgrounds?" Xiao Yi nods. "Two of them are locals of Yinshao City, while one has relocated from elsewhere in recent years. There are no issues." "That's good." Yi Qian rubs his brow. "Once the holy child matures, they will become overwhelmingly powerful, that he must ensure the strictest oversight." Suddenly, a pair of soft, cool hands rests upon his temples. "Yi Qian, you seem to be overexerting yourself lately." Her gentle words resonate in Yi Qian's ears. He lets out a slight sigh. "There's no choice. Matters concerning the sacred land are increasing, and I have a persistent feeling that the family head will soon return, that I cannot allow him to perceive chaos at home." "You are doing exceptionally well." Her delicate frame leans against Yi Qian, her fair arms encircling him. "If the family head were to see the current flourishing state of the academy, he would surely commend you." Asupte fragrance envelopes Yevin un Shao Yi se embrace. His restless heart gradually begins to calm. Unconsciously, he lifts his hand, gently grasping her jade-like, warm hand. The atmosphere becomes momentarily intimate. Suddenly, two large characters appear on Yi Qian's brow, radiating a brilliant golden light. Mountains and rivers. Yi Qian instantly becomes alert, the romantic notions in his mind dissipating like smoke as he abruptly rises that he stares at Xiao Yi, whose body is suffused with golden light, a surge of righteous energy erupting forth. Xiao Yi, her smile intact, gradually fades with the golden radiance. "You've fallen in love." At that moment, a familiar voice rings out beside Yi Qian that he turns to see a girl with purple-red hair, reclining on the table, her legs playfully swinging in the air, propping her chin with her hands, her crescent-shaped eyes sparkling with mirth as she gazes at Yi Qian. "Bethe, who would have thought that you two would experience the stirrings of the heart?" Yishou Xiao Remarks. "Xiao Xiao." Yi Qian slowly regains his composure, realizing that it was she who had orchestrated the earlier events. "When did you return?" Yi Qian reclaims his seat. "Hee." Yi Xiao rises and sits opposite him, playfully poking his brow, exclaiming, "You are quite ruthless, having engraved words into your own body." It was indeed these inscriptions that had shattered her dream. 6 years have passed, yet you still enjoy causing trouble. Ye vin burushud aside ye shou shousan. Feeling inexplicably vexed, his face laden with resentment. "Not at all," Yi Xiao replied, curling her legs and adopting a gossiping demeanor. "Come on, tell me, who is that woman? What do you see in her?" "Don't say such things," Yi Qian quickly retorted. "She is currently a teacher at the academy. Our relationship is purely that of superior and subordinate." Clearly unimpressed. "Your earlier behavior clearly indicates you have feelings for her. It's quite normal. Why are you so flustered?" "I am not flustered at all, and that was merely an illusion you concocted." Ye Vin vehemently countered it. Yi Xiao tilted her head in disdain. "You say you're not flustered, yet you can't even distinguish between illusions and dreams." She leaned closer to Yi Qian and said, "I merely let you take a nap. Those scenes were constructed from your innermost emotions. It's akin to, you just experienced a spring dream." Yi Qian's eyelids drooped slightly as he extended his large hand to push Yi Xiao's face away, but he wished to avoid further discussion on this topic. "What about Uncle? He must have returned as well?" Ye Shou. "Of course, he is currently in the study, having summoned my father, your father, as well as the third and fourth uncles. I suspect he is scolding them. Scolding? Yi Qian was taken aback. About right, Yi Xiaoxiao replied. On our way back, we noticed some areas in Yunshao City were quite chaotic, and he was furious. The consequences are likely to be severe. Yi Qian furrowed his brow. He had been preoccupied with the affairs of the academy and had not been involved much with matters concerning the family. Thus, he was unaware of the existing issues. However, what concerned him most was whether there were any vulnerabilities in the academy. Don't worry, it has nothing to do with you. Yi Xiaoxiao discerned Yi Qian's thoughts and reassured him. From what I observed, the only things that might satisfy him are Sister Yi Huang's Tianwan Hall and your Tianxia Academy. He personally stated that you were doing quite well as the dean. I never expected you to truly become the dean. Ye Suifeng chucked it. I also never anticipated that you would become so formidable. When did you allow me to enter the dream? Ye Suifeng inhuited curiously. Now, he had reached the pinnacle of the integration stage, and he had inscribed the characters personally written by Ye Suifeng into his body. Even those in the tribulation stage could withstand 1 or 2 blows. Yet, despite this, he had unknowingly fallen into Yi Xiaoxiao's dream. That why Yi Xiaoxiao did not respond, but instead waved a willow leaf in her hand. That why Yi Qian suddenly realized that the dream had begun at that moment. Her methods remained as terrifying as ever. Prepare yourself. Uncle may soon have matters to discuss, and this time it is of great importance to save the world. Yi Xiaoxiao leaped off the table and declared. Yi Qian nodded seriously. Regardless of the situation, he would give it his all. By the way, you should also hurry and take care of your own matters, Yi Xiaoxiao said with a smile. Don't forget, having a child earns you 5,000 contribution points. If you feel embarrassed, I could go find her and say you had a spring dream. With her as the leading lady, Yi Qian's expression darkened like a pot's bottom. No. Don't bring this up again. Chapter 111. Beaten by a fish by the lake, as reflective as a mirror, willows swayed gently in the breeze. The wolf girl stood on the shore, enjoying the refreshing caress of the wind. Before her loomed a moss-covered stone tablet, inscribed with 2 powerful characters, Mirror Lake. The wolf girl recognized the characters and could not resist reaching out to touch them. Suddenly, a long branch fell from the sky. Gently swiping her fingers aside, "You cannot touch the tablet." The willow tree nearby surprisingly spoke. The wolf girl jumped back in shock, then closely examined the tree, realizing it had already attained sentience. Its strength seemed to have reached the level of an 8th-tier tree demon. Do not move recklessly. This garden has gained intelligence. At that moment, Yu Hong approached from behind her, his expression one of disbelief. What do you mean? The wolf girl asked, that why Yu Hong pointed to the surrounding scenery. Every flower, grass, and tree here has developed intelligence and possesses remarkable cultivation. Some of them even make me feel a sense of trepidation. The wolf girl nodded, as she too felt a similar sensation. Ever since entering the territory of the Yunshao sacred land, everything she witnessed continuously reshaped her understanding. She had never encountered such splendor. Even the fruit on an ordinary tree was a spiritual fruit, and any flower by the roadside harbored considerable spiritual energy. Even a handful of soil from the ground, if taken outside, would be a rare treasure. That it was no wonder so many cultivators traveled great distances to reach the Yunshao sacred land. If one could enter, the place was indeed brimming with opportunities. The closer they got to Yunshao City, the more prosperous the scene became. Based on my observations, the source of all these changes must be this mirror lake before us. Yu Hong clasped his hands behind his back. Standing alongside the wolf girl, he took a deep breath. Here, he sensed the aura of the Origin Tower's essence, and the sheer quantity was terrifying enough to frighten anyone. This reminded him of a few years ago when a predecessor mentioned, I still have over 10,000 Origin Towers at home. Initially, he had not believed it, but now he truly did. Moreover, he felt exhilarated that if the Enlightenment tree were planted here, its growth cycle would surely be drastically shortened. No wonder the Immortal Lord and that predecessor are so powerful, the wolf girl remarked. No, Yu Hong shook his head. The strength of Senior Yi is unrelated to this place, as it was he who single-handedly created it, and the Immortal Lord's power is directly connected to Senior Yi. The wolf girl turned her head. So, the entire Yunshao sacred land exists because of him alone. That is simply unbelievable. How could one person be so powerful? Yun should. I too find it hard to believe. Yet the truth is indeed so. Perhaps, he is the one sent by heaven to save our world. After witnessing the Yunshao sacred land, Yu Hong now felt utterly at peace that as long as Ye Suifeng wished to save the world, there would undoubtedly be no issues that if he chose not to, then no one could possibly stop him. Just then a sudden shout echoed through the air. Soon after, a long-haired bear came running from a distance, crying out and shouting, "Yu Hong, big brother, save me! I got into a fight with a fish." Before long, Fugui dashed up to the 2.1 side of his bare face was swollen and waterlogged, clearly having endured a heavy blow. "What happened?" Yu Hong asked, astonished, and no matter how clumsy Fugui was, he was still a holy beast-level being, equivalent to a human tribulation stage cultivator. How could he end up like this? Did he clash with a member of the Yi family? Fugui wiped away his tears. "It's like this." He then recounted the entire incident. It turned out that after arriving at the Yi family, Yi Xiaoxiao had allowed their group to roam freely. While wandering about, Fugui suddenly spotted a group of extraordinarily beautiful koi fish in a small stream, each one lively and intelligent. Most importantly, they were quite large and looked delightful to eat. Remembering that his family had asked him to bring back some delicacies, failure to do so would earn him a beating. Fugui decided to catch a few koi. However, to his dismay, the koi were incredibly agile and managed to evade him effortlessly, playfully blowing bubbles in his face. Enraged, Fugui unleashed his holy beast aura and began to chase the koi. He pursued them all the way to Mirror Lake. Just as he was about to employ his powers to catch them, a gigantic red koi suddenly leaped from the lake and struck him with its tail. Furious, Fugui retaliated, only to discover that this seemingly ordinary koi had actually reached the 10th tier of demon beasts, equivalent to a holy beast. Furthermore, it was agile and employed a myriad of techniques. Consequently, Fugui received a sound thrashing. "Yu Hong, big brother, you have to avenge me," Fugui wailed, observing his bare head transformed into a pig's head. Yu Hong fell silent, but he had sensed several formidable presences earlier and had not expected Fugui to engage in combat with them. "If you cannot defeat them, then I certainly cannot either. Rest up for now. I'll see if I can find something else delicious for you," Yu Hong said helplessly. This Mirror Lake was indeed too deep. It was better not to act recklessly. The wolf girl sighed as well, saying, "A few days ago, I accidentally killed a cultivator, thinking that the people from Gao Ling Nanfang were no big deal. But now it seems we are indeed lacking quite a bit." Despite her words, the icy blue light in the wolf girl's eyes only grew stronger. "This is also good. The more powerful the opponent, the stronger I can become." Yuna did. Following the immortal lord is undoubtedly the right choice. The wolf girl teased, "So, you willingly wish to join the Celestial Immortal Society now?" Yu Hong shrugged. People can have inexplicable pride. It is only upon encountering true power that one realizes how laughable their pride has been. 5 years ago, I could easily kill 100 immortal lords with a single finger. And now, despite my utmost efforts, I find myself incapable of inflicting even the slightest harm upon her. Clinging to one's meager pride in such a manner is utterly ludicrous. His gaze began at the Mirror Lake, gradually ascending to the vast sky where a colossal character for leaf hovered, before a faint smile graced his lips. To be chosen by him is undoubtedly the most fortunate occurrence of my life. The wolf maiden chuckled in agreement. "Indeed, I too feel immensely fortunate to have encountered her on that fateful day." Only the affluent, having just dried their tears, mulled over the question of how to vanquish that detestable carp. Chapter 112. Objectives and Expansion. At the center of the Mirror Lake lay a small island. Upon this island stood pavilions and towers, resplendent with the melodies of birds and fragrant blossoms, imbued with an ethereal aura. This was the newly constructed estate of the family head, which included a study. For the past 5 years, only a few maids had occupied this space for cleaning. However, today, the family head study was filled with people that Ye Suifeng sat in the primary seat, flanked on either side by Ye Suiyen, Ye Seiyu, Ye Suihu, and Ye Suifeng, four pivotal figures in the Ye family. Their presence alone would undoubtedly create a significant stir in the outside world, for they were leaders of a saintly lineage, possessing absolute authority and unparalleled prestige within the sacred realm. Yet at this moment, each of them wore a tense expression, sitting upright in their chairs, patiently awaiting the words of the man in the central position. Leaning languidly in his chair, Ye Suifeng faced a radiant treasure chest, which contained not jewels, but rather a comprehensive account of the significant events that had transpired in Cloud City over the past 6 years, as well as all pertinent information concerning the family. This meticulous compilation was prepared by Sui Yun to ensure that Ye Suifeng could swiftly grasp the current situation upon his return. Soon enough, Ye Suifeng skimmed through the contents. First, he noted that the direct lineage of the Ye family had multiplied several times over, nearing 10,000 members. Half of these were children born during these 6 years, indicating that the populace had been quite industrious. Moreover, the senior members of the family had, per Ye Suifeng's directives, firmly secured the family's vital powers, a status that no one could challenge. For instance, Sui Yun and the others had all transcended to the integration stage, their strength exceptional. Next, he observed a vast number of collateral branches and external cultivators who had joined the Ye family, their numbers exceeding 100,000. They enjoyed cultivation resources second only to the direct line, their collective prowess remarkably impressive. The Ye family, in turn, held dominion over all of Cloud City. Cloud City governed the core regions within 1,000 miles. Finally, there were the other territories within Cloud City, hierarchically structured and descending in order. This management model was simple and effective, yet it harbored numerous minor flaws. For instance, the incident involving Yiba at Wudong Pass stood as one of the most glaring deficiencies of this system. Such issues were inevitable. As a power expands rapidly, it is impossible to avoid challenges that as long as the core rights and forces remain unaffected. These matters are trivial. Overall, you have performed admirably, Ye Suifeng remarked after reviewing the information. The family heads below heaved a collective sigh of relief. However, there are still several minor issues that require attention. He then directed his gaze towards Ye Suifeng, his second son, Yiba, who had just returned and was acutely aware of his father's scrutiny, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Yet, after a brief moment, Ye Suifeng shifted his gaze away. The rapid development of the family naturally leads to minor complications. However, one must proactively seek out and identify problems. Do not remain aloof, oblivious to the affairs below, Ye Suifeng advised. The prominent figures, accustomed to commanding the winds and the rain, nodded in agreement, none daring to voice any objections. Since you have succeeded in transforming Cloud City into a sacred place, Ye Suifeng continued, then it must embody the essence and dignity of a sanctuary. With millions of cultivators congregating outside like refugees, it is on the verge of becoming a small nation, chaotic and disordered. You must either open the borders or enhance management. Swiftly devise a strategy to resolve this situation. Sui Yun interjected, Elder brother, we have actually been formulating countermeasures, merely awaiting the opportune moment. Now that our niece, Yi Huang, has unified the eastern half of the Nine-City Alliance, and Yi Long has secured the western half, it is indeed time for expansion. Ye Suifeng nodded in acknowledgement. Very well, you have managed family matters commendably, and I have little more to add. In the near future, I will initiate actions across the entire world, at which point the pace of expansion will accelerate dramatically. You must promptly mobilize the family personnel to supplement our efforts. The Enlightenment Tree and the 10,000 Origin Towers were already prepared. Ye Suifeng resolved to plant them at the earliest opportunity, purifying the wretched earth and rejuvenating the world. He also intended to ascertain what capabilities lay beyond the ceiling and whether any individuals had participated in the events of the time stream. After discussing various other matters, Ye Suifeng concluded the meeting. Over the years, this cadre of core members had developed the capability to handle matters independently, alleviating him of the need to personally oversee family affairs. Soon enough, only Ye Suifeng remained in the study. Suddenly, he spoke towards the empty space before him. Come forth. Having eavesdropped for so long must be quite tiring. As soon as he finished speaking, a petite figure descended from the void, landing atop the expansive table. Uncle, I thought you would scold them thoroughly, Ye Xiaoxiao teased. They are no longer children. What is there to scold? Ye Suifeng gripped it, shaking his head in bemusement, that he then inquired, Have you seen your mother? I have, Ye Xiaoxiao recounted, reclining and gazing at the sky. I snuck back and hugged her from behind, which startled her quite a bit. However, I can't shake the feeling that my parents are not as close to me as they once were. Her tone carried a hint of melancholy. That is because you have matured. They do not wish to stifle your wings with familial ties. Regardless, they remain the ones who love you the most. Ye Suifeng reassured her, that Ye Xiaoxiao sighed softly, remaining silent, that in truth, despite her outward appearance as an ungrown girl, the myriad experiences she had endured had inevitably catalyzed her growth. She understood much more than she let on. Summon Yuhong and the others. We must prepare to plant the trees, Ye Suifeng instructed. And summon Yi Qian as well. We will require a substantial number of hands. Ye Xiaoxiao nodded and promptly executed a roll, vanishing into the void as she fell from the table. Chapter 113. The first tree at the center island of the Mirror Lake, in front of an elegant courtyard, lay a small pond. It was not large but profoundly deep. Occasionally, a few seemingly ordinary carp would surface, playfully blowing bubbles. The Ye Suifeng stood at the edge of the pond, hands clasped behind his back. Here, he had chosen to plant the first enlightenment tree. He felt a certain anticipation for the transformations this supreme tree would bring to the world. Uncle, they have arrived, Ye Xiaoxiao announced, landing beside Ye Suifeng after leaping from the void. In the distance, a group descended swiftly from the sky. Yuhong, the wolf maiden, and Fuguwei, the three celestial sovereigns. Additionally, a man and a woman approached. They were Yi Qian and Xiaoyi. Nephew pays his respects to uncle. Upon landing, Yi Qian immediately knelt on one knee, performing a deep bow. Xiaoyi followed suit, kneeling beside him. Rise, Ye Suifeng said with a gentle smile. It has been years. You have grown quite a bit. I have heard about your Tianxia Academy. It is quite impressive, vibrant and flourishing. Hearing this, Yi Qian's expression lit up as he stood, elated. After years of hard work, the affirmation from his uncle was what he had longed for, and he had finally achieved it. Meanwhile, Xiaoyi looked on in amazement. She had never seen Yi Qian in this light before. Come closer. Ye Suifeng beckoned Yi Qian, Yuhong, and the others gathered around. Ye Suifeng then opened his palm, and a small, verdant seedling began to grow, gradually filling his hand. Yuhong's gaze turned fervent. That was the seedling of the enlightenment tree. The elder was about to plant it, a timeline much sooner than he had anticipated. The guardianship of the Tiangong Valley spanning generations was finally to take root in the main world once more. Yi Qian, on the other hand, was filled with curiosity. Uncle, is this the enlightenment tree that can save the world? He asked. Ye Suifeng raised an eyebrow, while Ye Xiaoxiao chuckled beside him. I have already informed him of everything on our way here. Ye Suifeng nodded. Indeed, this is the enlightenment tree. Today, I have gathered you to witness the planting process of the enlightenment tree and the effects it will produce. For quite some time to come, your tasks may revolve around this. Ye Suifeng cradled the enlightenment tree in one hand. So, pay close attention. With that, the seedling began to drift toward the pond, under the watchful eyes of all present. The seedling trembled as if experiencing this world for the very first time. Its tender roots slowly wriggled, as if reaching out to touch this realm. Suddenly, a spark of electricity shot forth from the void, connecting to the delicate roots of the enlightenment tree. In an instant, countless minute arcs of electricity coursed through beneath the tree, as though extending its roots even further. The void begins to tremble. A thunderous roar resounds heavily. Ye Suifeng, under the gaze of the heavenly Tao, can distinctly perceive countless laws, initially probing for a moment. Subsequently, they surge forth in jubilant excitement, tightly entwining around the sapling of the enlightenment tree before him. When all the heavenly Tao laws congeal to a certain extent, the entire world seems to freeze for an instant. Then, the sapling of the enlightenment tree, under the pull of myriad electric arcs, crashes heavily to the ground. Its roots then begin to expand wildly, each one burrowing deep into the soil, into the void. Meanwhile, Its trunk is visibly growing robustly at an astonishing pace, in the blink of an eye. It reaches several dozen meters in height, bursting forth with countless fresh branches and leaves that rapidly unfurl. In an instant, a towering giant tree rises in the center of Mirror Lake. Its immense canopy nearly obscures the entire small island at the lake's heart. The onlookers cannot help but exclaim in awe. This scene is truly extraordinary. Ye Suifeng can clearly sense that the enlightenment tree before him has completely connected with the laws of the entire world. Through these laws, it gradually alters the land beneath their feet and the surrounding environment, aligning them more closely with the operational rules of the world. Furthermore, it nourishes all living beings under its protection, reciprocating the heavenly Tao's rules, thus forming a tight-knit virtuous cycle. Ye Suifeng realizes why the old man of heavenly secrets spoke of the enlightenment tree as both a savior of this world and a means for the entire world to evolve to a higher tier. It is truly magnificent. Yu Hong gazes up at the tree's canopy, unable to suppress his exclamation. His heart trembles, and his eyes involuntarily well up with tears. The enlightenment tree has finally returned to the main world. This tree seems to be altering the land beneath us, making it more attuned to the heavenly Tao. Yi Qian observes, astonished, having discerned a portion of the tree's extraordinary nature. Ye Suifeng nods in agreement. With the presence of the enlightenment tree, in just a few years, the cloud heaven sacred land will attain an even higher level. Moreover, it is not merely the cloud heaven domain. Nearly the entire nine-city alliance lies within the transformative influence of this enlightenment tree. This is merely the first phase of the enlightenment tree. Once it truly matures, it will possess the power to change the world. Xiao, Ye Suifeng calls out, saying, "Bring back Yi Huang, Yi Long, and your sister Yi Qinyao. Next, we shall plant the enlightenment tree in every corner of the world." Chapter 114. The death of Mi Feng in the eastern region of the Nine-City Alliance, at Blackstone City, within the Lord's Mansion. Slap! The resounding sound of a heavy slap echoes throughout the Lord's Hall. Extremely loud that a group of formidable warriors stands, some furious, some disdainful, others solemn, all fixated on a dark-skinned youth standing at the center. Before the youth stands a tall, middle-aged man, exuding authority, coldly gazing at the youth. It was he who had just delivered that slap. "Father!" Mi Feng disregards the fiery pain on his face, shouting loudly, "Do not call me father." The middle-aged man slaps him again, then turns and strides back to the Lord's throne. "I have no son like you. Go crawl back to that woman in your Tianluan hall. Do you think I will submit or surrender? Humph. Absolutely not." The Lord's furious voice reverberates in the hall. Among the crowd, a thin, bearded middle-aged man, with a face full of helplessness, is none other than Wen Shu, the one who once took Mi Feng to watch the battle of Cloud Heaven City. "That is not surrender." "Father," Mi Feng exclaims loudly, "why do you not go out and see?" The entire eastern region of the Nine-City Alliance is now under the banner of Tianluan Hall. Cloud Heaven City has long since transformed into a sacred land, with countless cultivators gathering at the periphery, all striving to be closer to the sacred land for opportunities. This is a chance, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He pleads desperately, attempting to persuade his father to change his mind. However, the Lord of Blackstone City merely snorts disdainfully, spitting out a mouthful of phlegm. "To hell with your opportunities. To hell with your fortunes. To hell with your Tianluan Hall. I have fought my entire life alongside Blackstone City against bloodthirsty beasts in this world. Even in death, I will never submit to a woman." The Lord's declaration immediately incites a fervent roar from the soldiers. This is a group of true men who would rather die than yield. Mi Feng lowers his head. The sounds of cursing surrounding him are incessant, but he cannot comprehend why. Despite the vast disparity in strength between the two sides, with Blackstone City possessing no chance of victory, his father remains obstinately unwilling to submit. Such stubbornness, even at the cost of sacrificing all of Blackstone City, is for what purpose, he cannot understand. Yet he must persuade. For once negotiations fail, the offensive from Tianluan Hall will arrive in an instant. Blackstone City has managed to hold out until now because Yi Huang has refrained from attacking, considering his status as the son of the Lord of Blackstone City. But now, with the Eastern Alliance completely fallen, Only Blackstone City remains. Father, Mi Feng, overwhelmed with helplessness, even tinged with sorrow, implores, we truly have no chance. Think of Mother, think of our family, think of these soldiers who have fought by your side all their lives. He wishes to persuade his father once more. Yet the Lord's demeanor remains cold. Between you and Blackstone City, there is no longer an us. Go back and tell your hall master, whether to kill or torture, let her come swiftly, do not let me look down on her. Mi Feng steps forward, eager to say something more. Get out! The Lord's furious shout halts him. Following that, the soldiers erupt in a chorus of curses. Mi Feng's expression turns bitter as he slowly walks out of the hall amidst the cacophony of insults. Moments later, he stands atop the city wall, gazing at the distant sky. Just dozens of miles away lies the stronghold of Tianluan Hall, where Ye Huang prepares to launch an attack on Blackstone City. Mi Feng stands quietly. Before him stands the hall master he serves, the woman he has admired for 6 years, the dreamlike figure. Behind him are his father, mother, and family, and he finds himself caught in the middle. Retreating or advancing, he is at a loss that he cannot bear to watch Ye Huang lead her forces to flatten Blackstone City. Yet he cannot persuade his father to submit to Tianluan Hall. He truly does not know what to do. Perhaps he should not have followed Wen Shu to Cloud Heaven City that year. Perhaps after the Battle of Cloud Heaven concluded, he should have returned to Blackstone City to inherit the lordship. In that case, at the very least, he would not have to endure this torment. But everything cannot be reset. After a long while, he suddenly smiles. Perhaps only in that way can he find release. Within the spacious tent, Ye Huang's expression is grave as she stares at the map depicting Blackstone City. Suddenly, Fengji enters and approaches her side. Mistress, perhaps we should consider a different approach. Ye Huang replies coldly. I have already shown great mercy. I must pacify the East completely before my father returns. But what if Blackstone City refuses to yield? Fengji questions. Then we shall eradicate them completely. We have not shied away from razing cities before. Ye Huang's gaze is icy. But Mi Feng. He has been our companion for many years. Ye Huang falls silent. After a moment, she speaks softly. I trust him. Some time later, Mistress. A voice calls from outside the tent. Soon after, Jiang Fei steps in, her expression complex. Holding a blood-stained cloth. Blood seeps from the cloth, trickling down her fingers to the ground. What happened? Ye Huang immediately furrows her brow, an ominous premonition washing over her. Jiang Fei sighs. Mi Feng, she does not finish her sentence. Merely extending the bloodied cloth to why Ye Huang takes the cloth, slowly unfolding it. Inside is a letter written in blood. Mistress, for the past 6 years, the letter is lengthy with neat handwriting, but as Ye Huang reads, her hands begin to tremble slightly. Her expression remains impassive, yet her eyes shift incessantly. I only hope that you can spare my mother. The letter concludes here, signed by none other than Mi Feng. Where is he? Ye Huang asks in a low voice. Jiang Fei purses her lips, saying, He took his own life beneath the city wall. Crash! Ye Huang slams the letter onto the table, but miscalculates her strength, shattering the entire table. I merely asked him to negotiate. Why? Did it come to this? A dark aura begins to swirl in Ye Huang's eyes. She steps forward but falters, nearly falling. Fengji and Jiang Fei rush to support her. Mistress, are you all right? Ye Huang pushes them away. The dark aura intensifying in her eyes that her brow. Petals representing unmatched sword intent stir restlessly. I just wanted my father to see my achievements. I never intended for him to die. Suddenly, a violent aura erupts from Ye Huang, shattering the array-filled camp. An evil, black energy emanates from her eyes, rapidly spreading. Fengji and Jiang Fei stand frozen, realizing something is amiss with Ye Huang. Mistress, they attempt to awaken her, but to no avail. The malevolent aura grows ever stronger, imbued with a heavy scent of blood, swirling wildly, making it difficult for them to approach. Meanwhile, the terrifying sword intent at Ye Huang's brow becomes increasingly agitated. Fengji was struck with profound alarm. Should that sword intent erupt, it would likely result in the instant demise or grievous injury of the majority present. Yet the malevolent aura was encroaching with alarming rapidity, leaving no time for intervention as the sword intent threatened to unleash. Suddenly, a delicate hand emerged from the void. The index finger precisely tapped the center of Ye Huang's brow. Blue ripples emanated from her fingertip, swiftly enveloping her entire being, extinguishing the raging darkness to Ye Huang. Her body swaying, collapsed to the ground. Chapter 115. The Cage. The talent assessment begins. A commanding middle-aged man proclaimed loudly that a few toddlers, appearing only 3 or 4 years old, stood together, gazing blankly at a lantern before them. This lantern was designed to test their innate abilities, divided into 9 segments on its exterior. Each segment illuminated would indicate a higher level of talent for the tested individual. The first to approach was a quiet girl, following the adult's instructions. She extended her small hand and placed it atop the lantern, that a sensation of heat gradually emanated from her palm. Subsequently, the lantern began to rotate slowly. With each complete turn, a section would light up. Ultimately, after a full 7 rotations, it came to a gentle halt. Xiao Qinyao, superior talent, the man announced with vigor. Joy spread across the faces of those around. This was indeed superior talent, promising a future of at least reaching the golden core stage through diligent cultivation. Xiao Long, it's your turn to ask. The man called his name. A plump little boy stepped forward, extending his chubby hand to touch the lantern just like Qinyao. Before long, the lantern began to spin. After completing 7 rotations, it was just shy of finishing the 8th when it finally halted to Ye Long, superior talent. The elation on people's faces intensified, with some bursting into laughter. Ha, truly a blessing for the Ye family. These 2 children, if all went well, possessed the potential to transcend to the nascent soul stage that in due time, the Ye family would firmly establish itself in the city of Yunshao. Following this, several other children took their turns. One little girl, smaller than the others, with wide, curious eyes, did not join the others but remained nestled in the arms of a young man. Once the others had completed their assessments, the authoritative middle-aged man called out her name. Xiao Huang, it's your turn. Xiao Huang looked up at the young man. Father, she sweetly called to go on. I believe in you. Her father encouraged her. Xiao Huang hopped down from her father's embrace and, swaying slightly, walked toward the lantern. You can do it. You've got this. The other children cheered her on. Xiao Huang approached the lantern and, mimicking the others, placed her hand atop it. Soon enough, the lantern began to spin. 1 rotation, 2 rotations, then she reached the 4th rotation. It almost completed when it abruptly stopped. Ye Huang, talent, inferior. The middle-aged man uttered those words. The little girl did not comprehend the implications. She merely noticed that the once jubilant adults around her had fallen silent. Her father, in particular, had lowered his head. Haha, it's all right. In the future, Ye Long and Qinyao will surely support Xiao Huang well. Someone broke the silence, prompting others to resume their chatter. Yet the little girl continued to gaze at her father. She perceived a strange expression in his eyes. Only upon growing up did she understand that feeling was called disappointment. Father, 3 years later. Father, I have finally developed my qi. A small figure dashed into the courtyard. It was Xiao Huang. Unfortunately, being too short, she stumbled over the threshold, falling into the dirt with a resounding thud. Quickly, Xiao Huang scrambled to her feet, brushing off the dirt, only to feel a sharp pain in her elbow. Lifting her arm, she discovered a patch of skin had been scraped away, stinging painfully. However, Xiao Huang paid it no mind as she wiped her clothes and entered the house. Father, I can officially begin my training. She called out as she stepped inside. That moment, her father emerged from the inner chamber, holding an ancient-looking scroll. Xiao Huang recognized that the scroll depicted a beautiful woman, said to be her mother. Father, look. Xiao Huang hid her injured arm behind her back, extending her other hand, where a small flame flickered to life at her fingertip, trembling and flickering. Wonderful. The man crouched down, wiping the dirt from her face. Smiling as he said, Keep at it. Father believes in you. You can definitely do it. Xiao Huang nodded vigorously. From that moment, the word effort took residence in her heart. Soon, she arrived at the family training grounds. Disregarding the pain in her arm, delivering punch after punch against the training pads. During this time, a group of children noticed her and began whispering among themselves. Hey, that's Ye Huang, the patriarch's granddaughter. I heard her talent is quite poor. Far behind Ye Long and Ye Qinyao. She is strange. While others are resting and playing, she is still training, that I heard she is a jinx, having caused her mother's death. Exactly. We should keep our distance from her. Xiao Huang overheard their words. She felt confused, unsure why the other children disliked her. She had asked her father, who explained that her mother's frail health was the cause of her demise. And it was not her fault. Yet, wherever she went, she continued to hear such remarks. "What are you saying?" A loud shout reverberated. Immediately following was a long whip that struck the children who had just spoken, making them cry out in pain. "Wow, leopard instructor, we won't dare again." A fierce-looking young man coldly snorted, chastising them before walking over to Xiao Huang, that he glanced at the wound on her arm. Frowning slightly, he then took out some ointment and carefully bandaged it. Observing Xiao Huang's small fists, already red and nearly worn raw, he sighed. Yet the taciturn man said nothing more, merely ruffled Xiao Huang's hair before turning to leave. Behind him, the sound of fists striking the soft pads resumed. 3 more years passed. The family competition. Bang! A figure was knocked to the ground, rolling off the stage. Wang Yu vs. Ye Huang. Wang Yu wins, the elder announced the outcome. Ye Huang stood up, wiping the blood from her lips and brushing off the dust from her clothes. Amidst a myriad of complex gazes, she returned to her father's side. "Father, sigh, it's all right. Take a rest." Her father sighed. Ye Huang sat down with her head bowed, as the murmurs around her infiltrated her ears that a direct descendant, and yet she was defeated by a branch family member. And she has enjoyed so many resources. What a waste that Ye Huang knew these words also reached her father's ears. "Look, it's Ye Long." Suddenly, someone exclaimed that Ye Huang lifted her head. On the stage stood a handsome youth wielding a long spear. Exuding confidence, the crowd erupted in cheers. 3 years passed once more. Once again, the family competition. When it was Ye Huang's turn, she stepped onto the stage, looking toward the family patriarch's direction. Her father's seat was now empty. Silently, she turned back. Her hands involuntarily clenched, that if only she possessed talent, but if only she wielded formidable strength. She vowed that she would never let her father down. She silently swore that if she were fortunate enough to undergo a transformation in the future, she absolutely, positively, could not allow that expression of disappointment to appear in her father's eyes again. "I cannot allow him to feel disappointment again." A long sword suddenly appeared in Ye Huang's hand. "I will not let him down!" Ye Huang shouted fiercely, the long sword slicing through the air as she charged at her opponent. Boom! A thunderous sound resonated, shaking the heavens and the earth. The scenery around her began to shift rapidly. A faint floral fragrance gradually cleared her mind. When she regained her senses, Ye Huang found herself standing in a vast sea of roses that it should be said half of a flower sea. For the other half had crumbled into an endless abyss beneath her sword strike, that a girl with long, purplish-red hair stood before her complexion slightly pale. "Xiao Xiao." Ye Huang was taken aback. Chapter 116. Retreat. What is happening to me? Ye Huang questioned, gazing curiously at Ye Xiao, who furrowed her brow. After acquiring Mi Feng's severing blood letter, she had suddenly lost all awareness. Where was this place? How had Ye Xiao arrived here? Without uttering a word, Ye Xiao took 2 steps forward before suddenly collapsing to the ground. "Ouch! My old back!" Ye Huang rushed forward and helped her up. "That I'm truly sorry. I have no idea what just happened." Ye Huang expressed her sincere apologies. "That I know." Ye Xiao sighed, saying, "You were possessed by demonic energy just now." Ye Huang was momentarily stunned. Possessed, it seemed so. She had never wished for Mi Feng's demise. Yet the truth was that her obsession had inadvertently driven him to his death. She had been too hasty, too eager to prove herself as a valuable person. She did not wish for disappointment to ever appear in her father's eyes again. "The words of children cannot be taken seriously," Ye Xiao said. At that time, they knew nothing. Perhaps they thought it insignificant, but inadvertently, they hurt you. Ye Huang's expression grew complex. "Did you see everything?" Ye Xiao nodded. "Do not blame me for intruding upon your privacy. You were entranced at the time, and I had no choice but to draw you into the realm of dreams. I simply did not anticipate that you had experienced. Indeed, it was quite tragic." Ye Huang similed. "But what is that tragedy? At least I am the granddaughter of the family head and later the daughter of the family head. my life has been affluent, and my siblings have cared for me well. There are many who have suffered far worse. Ye Huang rose, gazing into the distance. I merely do not wish for him to feel disappointment because of me any longer. Ye Xiaoxiao sighed again. I cannot judge the past. But as for now, I can assure you with certainty that Uncle will never feel disappointment towards you. Though he may not show it overtly, I know in his heart, you are the most perfect person. After spending 6 years by Ye Suifeng's side, Ye Xiaoxiao had long since discerned his temperament. His feelings towards others were peculiar, and he was utterly indifferent to strangers, whether they lived or died. Yet for family, his expectations were exceedingly stringent. Any minor infraction would be addressed, sometimes even met with reprimand, just like the incident involving Yiba a few days ago. However, when it came to those truly close to him, his tolerance and patience were virtually boundless. During the 5 years in the Eternal Winter Kingdom, the mistakes she made and the trouble she stirred could be described as vast as the Milky Way, yet Uncle had never genuinely been angry. Instead, he guided her patiently, step by step, along the right path. Throughout this guidance, he consistently used Ye Huang as a positive example. Intelligent, resilient, considerate, composed, he had employed every conceivable term of praise. Hence, Ye Xiaoxiao firmly believed that the current uncle would never blame Ye Huang for any trivial matters. Uncle has returned. He sent me to summon you back. There are matters to arrange. You should hurry. I cannot dispel this inner demon of yours. I can only temporarily suppress it. But he is cunning and will certainly find a way. Ye Xiaoxiao replied, that why Ye Huang fell silent. You are indeed still the same Xiaoxiao from before, a prodigy with words. She took a deep breath and said, all right. I shall return at once. Subsequently, Ye Huang turned to look around and remarked, is this the dream you have constructed? It feels so real and impressive. I cannot find any flaws. Oh, please, Ye Xiaoxiao scoffed. That sword of yours nearly shattered the dream. What on earth was that? My finger is still bleeding, Ye Huang said, extending her finger to reveal several deep cuts, glistening crimson at tea that moment. In her attempt to hypnotize Ye Huang, her fingertip had inadvertently pressed against the sword intent at her brow, piercing her finger, and the destructive aura had rendered the wound slow to heal. I truly apologize, Ye Huang said, feeling embarrassed. Dawai Xiaoxiao waved her hand dismissively. It's nothing. It will heal in time. You should deal with the affairs outside quickly and then return to find Uncle. Ye Huang inquired. Aren't you coming back with me? I still need to find Ye Long and my sister, Ye Xiaoxiao replied. All right. I will be swift. We shall meet at home. With that, Ye Xiaoxiao waved her hand, and the surrounding scene began to ripple like water. Once the image faded completely, Ye Xiaoxiao vanished as well. Ye Huang opened her eyes to find herself back in the real world. Feng Ji, Lu Hong, Jiang Fei, and the multitude of subordinates from Tianluan Hall were gathered around her, all bearing expressions of anxiety. Hall Master, upon seeing her awaken, they exclaimed in surprise. Ye Huang rose, the blood letter from Ye Feng still tightly clutched in her hand. Hall Master, what transpired just now? Who was the hand that emerged from the void? Jiang Fei asked nervously, for that scene had seemed akin to an assault on Ye Huang. Why Ye Huang shook her head. It is all well now. Where is Mi Feng's body? Ye Huang inquired. Feng Ji responded, it has already been retrieved by the people of Blackstone City. After a moment of silence, Ye Huang stated, send a few people to discreetly monitor and see if they properly inter him. Additionally, prepare the highest level of arrangements to return him to our Tianluan Hall's Hall of Heroes. She handed the blood letter to Feng Ji. In what a Blackstone City? Feng Ji asked. Ye Huang seek it. Leave it be. She did not elaborate that a mistake is a mistake. No matter how one attempts to amend it, it cannot bring back a living person. Life must continue. Tens of thousands in Tianluan Hall still rely on her. Issue orders to set off for Yunshao Sacred Land. In Blackstone City, at the center of the Lord's Hall, a simple wooden bed lay covered with a white cloth, beneath which the outline of a person was clearly discernible. A woman sat beside it, utterly heartbroken. It was you who killed Feng. You drove him to his death. The woman cried out in anguish, accusing the Lord of Blackstone City seated above her. The Lord remained silent, yet deep within his eyes lingered a trace of unresolved sorrow. one of the people from Tianwan Hall. He chose to evade the woman's accusations, reporting to the Lord. They have already retreated, when Shu said, stepping forward, he sighed inwardly, regretting the decision he had made 6 years ago. Alas, the Lord sighed heavily and then rose. My son sacrificed his life to protect all of Blackstone City, regardless of his faults in life. They must be absolved. Let him return to the ancestral hall. As for you, the Lord sighed once more, stooping as he turned away. Let each go their own way. Chapter 117. The might of the dragon, Lord. The yellow sand obscured the sky, veiling vision. This place resembled the very heart of a terrifying sandstorm. A mere mortal lingering here would likely be torn to shreds in an instant. Yet a long line of figures trudged forward with great difficulty, each wrapped in layers, emanating powerful auras. Leading them was a tall figure clad in white armor, adorned with a battle helmet, entirely encased in armor, with a long spear prominently mounted on his back. The Dragon Lord should be just ahead. At that moment, a bald man beside him shouted, "This is the last Black Sand Celestial Python, and the most formidable one at that if we can slay it, all our cities will be secure." The bald man exclaimed, his voice brimming with excitement. The Black Sand Celestial Python had long been a grave threat to the major cities in the western region of the Nine-City Alliance. Each year, it would unleash terrifying sandstorms, encroaching upon human settlements. Within those storms lay numerous savage desert beasts, claiming the lives of countless cultivators. The Black Sand Celestial Python was immensely powerful, lurking deep within the desert, making it an arduous foe to confront, and had been the bane of several cities. Fortunately, a few years ago, the Dragon Lord emerged that he led the true Dragon Pavilion, sweeping through the major cities and establishing his renown. Upon learning of the Black Sand Celestial Python, he resolutely ventured into the heart of the desert, determined to eradicate this scourge that had plagued the land for centuries. After successfully slaying the first Black Sand Celestial Python, the name of the Dragon Lord resounded throughout the West. His call was met with a resounding response. After years of relentless battles, the influence of the true Dragon Pavilion had grown immensely, and the acclaim for the Dragon Lord soared ever higher. Should he succeed in vanquishing this final Black Sand Python King, the western half of the Nine-City Alliance would undoubtedly revere him. The procession continued onward. Suddenly, the relentless sandstorm dissipated, revealing a landscape strewn with black gravel. Indeed, the very epicenter of the storm, that a gigantic python, hundreds of feet long, lay coiled there. As the Dragon Lord and his entourage entered, it opened its eyes. Attack! With a roar, the Dragon Lord charged forward, his spear cleaving the air, aimed directly at the python's house-sized head. The giant python reared up, letting out a deafening roar, and lunged at the advancing Dragon Lord with its gaping maw. However, the spear expanded, transforming into a colossal hammer, striking firmly at the center of the python's nostrils. Boom! The tremendous shockwave nearly dispersed the raging sandstorm in the distance. At that moment, the others surged forward, shouting in unison, their momentum formidable. Some soared into the sky. Others burrowed into the earth. Some cast spells, while others hurled spiritual artifacts. Instantly, the massive python was surrounded by what seemed like a swarm of flies. The most prominent among them was the Dragon Lord, charging head-on. The Black Sand Python King, a pinnacle-grade demon beast of the 9th tier, possessed a body as resilient as steel and skin as tough as iron. Yet, the members of the true Dragon Pavilion were not to be underestimated. Each exuded powerful auras and displayed unparalleled valor. Soon, the Python King began to feel pain. It let out another long cry, and suddenly, a dark glow emanated from its mouth, unleashing an overwhelming wave of energy that surged toward the Dragon Lord. Yet the Dragon Lord, undeterred, held his spear horizontally, retreating against the onslaught. Boom! Another explosion ensued, sending the Dragon Lord hurtling through the air. However, the Python King was not unscathed. Blood flowed from its nostrils, dark as ink, scattering into the air like clouds of black sand. The onlookers below hastily sought refuge. This black sand was highly toxic. Anyone contaminated would either die or be left severely injured. They evaded the black sand and continued their assault on the Python King. The Python King let out another roar, its massive body beginning to writhe, its head aimed at the bothersome flies, preparing to strike back. However, a white figure once again surged forth like a shooting star. With a single strike, it shattered half of its venomous fangs, piercing through its entire jaw as thick, black blood continuously splattered into the air. The recent collision had already shattered half of the Dragon Lord's helmet. A resolute face bore a cold gaze. Kill! As time progressed, under the leadership of the Dragon Lord, the colossal pinnacle-grade beast, the Black Sand Python King, finally let out a long roar and collapsed to the ground. The boundless sandstorm ceased in an instant. The Python King was finally dead. The greatest threat to the cities in the west had been eliminated at last. Sunlight poured over the Dragon Lord's blood-stained shoulders. People erupted in jubilant cheers. Dragon Lord! Dragon Lord! The shouts reverberated across the vast desert. Did I end this moment? The true Dragon Pavilion truly ascended to the pinnacle of the western half of the Nine Cities Alliance. Ye Long gazed at the distant sun, revealing a long-lost smile. The Dragon Lord is magnificent. The cheers around him continued. The Dragon Lord is so handsome. He's dazzling. Suddenly, a crisp, somewhat discordant voice rang out among the crowd. People turned to see a girl with flowing, beautiful hair, excitedly shouting beside the Dragon Lord, seemingly even more thrilled than they were. Clang! Instantly, countless weapons were drawn, pointing at her, and all eyes were firmly locked onto her. This inexplicably appeared individual was truly bewildering. That moment. The Dragon Lord also turned his head. Upon seeing that figure, he was momentarily stunned. Xiao Xiao! Ye Xiao took a bite of a spiritual fruit. Moments later, a long line began its return journey from the desert. Dragon Lord, you were truly magnificent just now. Ye Xiao rode leisurely on a colorful phoenix, flying beside Ye Long. Ye Long did not respond, but inquired, has Uncle returned as well? You all have been gone for quite a while. Where did you go to play? To the north. Ye Xiao replied, first we crossed the Qinggu Highlands, then went to a place called Eternal Winter, where everything is covered in snow, blindingly white. We stayed there for nearly 5 years, and then crossed the Qinggu Highlands again to return. Ye Long clicked his tongue in admiration. How delightful. Then next time you should accompany Uncle. Ye Xiao said with a smile. Sure. I would love that. Following Uncle will definitely be advantageous. You can see that for yourself. Ye Long remarked that Ye Xiao was slightly taken aback. Can you truly leave the true Dragon Pavilion behind? I can see that they now all hold you in high regard. Ye Long shrugged. And so what? If I leave, can the true Dragon Pavilion disband? We are not a mere gang of mortals. We are all cultivators. Leaving for 30 to 50 years is completely inconsequential. Ye Xiao was left in thought that is that truly the case. Then why does she feel that her celestial association would struggle to survive without her? After pondering for a long time, she could only come up with one word, cohesion. Whether it was the Celestial Association or the Celestial Phoenix Hall, both lacked sufficient cohesion. However, the true Dragon Pavilion was established by Ye Long through his formidable strength and outstanding charisma, which is what allows it to stand unwaveringly. All right then, take care of your matters promptly and return home. Uncle is waiting for you. Ye Xiao said. This time, we might all have to accompany him. Off we go. Traversing the world together. Chapter 118. Qin Yao captured Tianfu Academy. Underground chamber. This is the confinement room of Tianfu Academy, typically used to punish students who have erred. The confinement room consists of 6 levels, each adorned with layers of formations. The deeper one descends, the more potent the formations become. The further down, the more perilous the imprisoned individuals. That in the bottommost room sat a young figure, possessing an extraordinarily beautiful countenance. Even confined here, her expression remained calm, devoid of any trace of anxiety. Is she still unwilling? Outside the room stood a middle-aged man and an elderly man with snow-white hair. If any students from the academy were present, they would surely recognize that this elderly man was the academy's president, known by the title Zhen Xian. Indeed, Lord Hun Suzi. Zhen Xian replied. Ever since she slaughtered all the prodigies of the Heavenly Academy and was captured by us, She has remained utterly silent, let alone represent our academy in battle. Han Suzi's expression was unreadable. Have we uncovered her background? We have, Zhen Xian stated. Yi Qin Yao joined the academy 6 years ago. Hailing from a small city on the northern fringe of the Nine Cities Alliance, affiliated with Sioux City. However, it seems her family has produced an extraordinary individual who currently wields considerable influence in the Nine Cities region. Even the former Yunshao city has transformed into the Yunshao Holy Land, with that family head being referred to as Yi Sheng by the locals. A mere speck of land dares to claim the title of holy in the central continent. There are only a handful of holy lands, all of which are ancient realms spanning thousands of years. Clearly, he held this so-called Yi Sheng in contempt. Zhen Xian chuckled softly, choosing not to respond, though his subordinates reported that the influence of Yunshao City had spread throughout the Nine Cities Alliance. This region was inherently backward and barren. No matter how formidable they were, they would not attract the attention of the powerful sects from the south or the holy lands in the central continent. While the Nine Cities may be impoverished, the area is still vast. The main academy values this place. Convince her as soon as possible. If necessary, we may need to resort to certain other means, such as leveraging her family. You know what to do, Han Suzi instructed. Zhen Xian nodded. Matters concerning the main academy are not trifles, that he had also vaguely heard of a certain secret, as it seemed that the great figures of this world were vying for a certain extraordinary opportunity. Rest assured, my lord, before the contest, I will ensure this matter is resolved. Han Suzi nodded, surveying the surroundings, and said, This place is secure, right? Strengthen the defenses. She is no ordinary person, and we cannot allow her to escape. Absolutely secure, Zhen Xian vowed. This location is specifically designed for imprisoning the most malevolent of beings, even a tribulation stage cultivator. Once inside, we'll find it impossible to escape, and no one can sneak in undetected. Han Suzi grunted in acknowledgement. That is good. He gazed at Yi Qin Yao within the room, silently lamenting that he never expected that in such a small place a genius of such caliber could be discovered. With her fighting on behalf of the Academy, the Nine Cities Alliance would be virtually guaranteed victory. Moments later, the two departed from the bottom confinement chamber, while Yi Qin Yao remained silent, seated quietly within. Suddenly, she furrowed her brows and opened her eyes that a yellow petal drifted down from the sky, landing gently on her L. Yi Qin Yao was puzzled, wondering how a petal could appear out of nowhere in this place. Moreover, the aura emanating from the petal seemed somewhat familiar. Just as she pondered, the petal began to move on its own, gradually transforming until it became a bird the size of a finger. The little bird flapped its wings and perched on Yi Qin Yao's shoulder, subsequently speaking human words. How did you end up in such a dire situation? Yi Qin Yao was taken aback, recognizing the voice. Sister, you're back? The little bird hopped down from her shoulder and settled on Yi Qin Yao's chest. Its playful eyes twinkled as it gazed at her. What happened to you? Why were you imprisoned? Yi Qin Yao sighed softly. It's a long story. I killed all the students from the Heavenly Academy's Heavenly Division. Yi Xiao was speechless. She later learned about the Heavenly Academy and was aware that the Heavenly Division comprised the Academy's most promising prodigies. She never expected that Yi Qin Yao had wiped them all out. Then why didn't they go berserk and kill you? Yi Xiao inquired that why Yi Qin Yao was at a loss for words. First, they were incapable of doing so. She produced a mirror, and the faint aura emanating from it made Yi Xiao's heart race. She recognized it as the red dust mirror gifted to Yi Qin Yao by their uncle. Second, they wanted me to participate in a battle. This battle seems to pertain to the territorial claims within the Nine Cities Alliance, with several superpowers involved. Yi Qin Yao returned the red dust mirror to her possession, stating, Are they out of their minds? Yi Xiao exclaimed. When did the Nine Cities Alliance allow a bunch of unrelated individuals to have a say? If Uncle knew, he would surely slap them down. She was utterly speechless. It took Yi Huang and Yi Long considerable effort to conquer all the lands of the Nine Cities. And now others wish to stake a claim. It was simply outrageous. Then, why didn't you come home to tell us? Oh, I forgot. You were imprisoned. No offense intended. Ye Qingyao shook her head. With the red dust mirror my uncle gave me, how could they possibly keep me confined? I remain here simply because I discovered something exceedingly strange. That thing seems to belong to a realm beyond our own, and its power is incredibly formidable. If unleashed, it could taint the land and even affect the rules within a certain range. I suspect that the upcoming so-called battle is related to this thing. Ye Qingyao remarked, leaving Ye Xiaoxiao momentarily stunned. What on earth is that? Where is it? Have you found it? The trio of inquiries arrived as expected. It's located somewhere behind the mountain of the Tiandi Academy. It's something I inadvertently sensed when I opened a red dust celestial veil. Ye Qingyao continued, I've already sent a friend to investigate. I believe we will have results shortly. The so-called six-layer confinement room naturally could not restrain Ye Qingyao. She had her own means to communicate with the outside world through Yinshi. There is no need to complicate matters. Now that Uncle has returned, having him come here is merely a matter of a snap of the fingers. Return with me first, and we shall come back together later, Ye Xiaoxiao suggested. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Qingyao replied, You can discuss it with Uncle. I will remain here to avoid alerting the snake in the grass. They cannot harm me. When you leave, take my friend with you. It's somewhat dangerous for her to stay here, she added, transforming into the likeness of a woman, which happened to be Yinshi. Understood. Then I shall take my leave, sister. By the way, after all these years, you've truly become more charming. Upon finishing her words, a small bird danced upon Ye Qinyao's chest a few times, then fluttered its wings and took flight, transforming into countless specks of light before vanishing. Ye Qingyao gently shook her head and closed her eyes once more. At the Tiandi Academy, behind the mountain, a graceful silhouette stealthily wandered about. Suddenly, a hand reached out from beneath her feet, gripping her ankle tightly. The woman was startled, and before she could utter a sound, she felt a tug from her foot. In an instant, she vanished into the depths of the mountain. Chapter 119. The Return of the Dragon and Phoenix at Mirror Lake. On the central island beneath the enlightenment tree, Ye Suifeng sat beside a pond, leisurely enjoying some fruit. Beside him lay a fishing rod, lazily suspended in the water, that a school of colorful little carp swam around, joyfully circling the bait. Occasionally, a couple of bold ones would surface, staring curiously at this unfamiliar man on the shore. Suddenly, Ye Suifeng felt a stirring in his mind and looked up in the distance. A purple silhouette approached slowly. It was the returning Yi Huang. Yi Huang walked hesitantly, gazing at Ye Suifeng as she took slow, deliberate steps towards him. Father. Seeing this familiar figure, Yi Huang spoke, her expression a complex mix of emotions. It had been 6 years since their last meeting, and they seemed to have grown a little estranged. Come here, Ye Suifeng beckoned. Yi Huang moved to his side. Father, what happened to you? Ye Suifeng frowned and spoke gently. His eyes filled with concern. He reached out to caress Yi Huang's brow. As she drew near, he noticed the darkness that had nearly consumed his daughter, almost devoured by her inner demons. Fortunately, it had been dispelled by some carefree yet erratic individual. Ye Suifeng gently raised his hand, drawing forth an exceedingly malevolent black aura from Yi Huang's brow. The sinister energy was so chilling that the fish in the pond darted to the depths in fright. Kik. The black mist emitted a terrifying laugh, baring its teeth at Ye Suifeng. Nonsense. Ye Suifeng flicked his fingers, and in an instant, the black mist was struck down, dissolving completely within the blink of an eye. Yi Huang felt her mind clear, and the pent-up frustration that had burdened her chest dissipated entirely. Silly girl. Why put so much pressure on yourself? With me around, what do you have to worry about? Ye Suifeng said helplessly. Hearing this, Yi Huang felt a lump in her throat, unable to restrain herself any longer. She collapsed into Ye Suifeng's embrace. Father. Tears streamed down uncontrollably to Ye Suifeng's side, holding his grown daughter gently, patting her back as he asked, What is wrong? Tell me. Yi Huang sobbed, Father, I couldn't conquer all the cities in the east. What does that matter? Ye Suifeng chuckled. You've done remarkably well. On the way back, I heard many legendary tales about the lords. Yi Huang tightened her grip. I also killed many people, many innocent lives. Ye Suifeng stroked her soft hair, saying, In the path of conquest, casualties are inevitable. It's quite normal. If you feel your methods were too extreme, Just be more mindful in the future. Conquest has many paths, and Ye Huang chose the path of slaughter, but Ye Suifeng did not wish to pass judgment. He could not force her to become like Ye Long. Moreover, some matters required a ruthless killer who stood in the shadows. But Ye Huang whimpered, I also caused the death of a comrade who fought alongside me due to my selfishness. Ye Suifeng sighed, since you recognize your mistake. Make amends in a timely manner. What has happened cannot be changed. But we must remember, we cannot allow such things to happen again, understood? Ye Huang tightened her embrace. Her tears had already soaked Ye Suifeng's clothes. Father, do you also think I'm just a ruthless, bloodthirsty executioner? Ye Huang whispered, silly child. Ye Suifeng smiled, resting his forehead against hers. No matter what you become, you will always be my daughter. Do you remember what I once told you? As long as you don't forget your true self. Walking the path of slaughter is permissible. Have you forgotten? Ye Suifeng spoke tenderly, that he understood that the demons haunting his daughter stemmed not from others, but from himself, or rather, the version of himself that had long since passed. Ye Huang nodded, then quickly shook her head, uncertain of which statement she was affirming or denying. After a long pause, Father, can you hold me a little longer? Ye Huang gently asked that Ye Suifeng tightened his embrace. What a foolish girl. Half a day later, on the central island of Mirror Lake, two figures stood side by side at the island's edge, one in purple and the other in white. You have one cousin, Ye Long laughed. I never expected you to conquer the entire eastern region. In the west, I have only just subdued all the main cities. Ye Long replied that an hour prior, he had returned from the west, and after meeting Ye Suifeng and his own parents, had come back to Mirror Lake with Ye Huang. No, it is you who has triumphed. Ye Huang shook her head. I merely utilized the fear brought by slaughter to intimidate them. And you have truly gained their support. You are far more suited to rule than I. Upon her return, Ye Huang had learned of Ye Long's accomplishments. His path of conquest could be summed up in 3 words: great, glorious, righteous. His subordinates genuinely revered him. Having spent so many years as the lord of the Tianluan Hall, she deeply understood the effort and difficulty required to achieve such a level. Stop being modest. If we were to fight now, it would surely be I who would fall, Ye Long remarked. Ye Huang chuckled. If that is the case, then Xiao Xiao's celestial gathering must be the most formidable. I was knocked out cold by just a finger of hers. Ye Long's eyes widened in disbelief. You're joking. I've met her. She is indeed strong, but she could not possibly be your match. Ye Huang shrugged. That is the truth. When she returns, you can ask her and find out. She went to fetch Sister Qingyao. I wonder where they have gotten to. In the sky, a massive, multicolored phoenix soared swiftly. Yanqi sat atop its back, feeling the rush of wind against her pale face. She had been searching for clues behind the Academy's mountain when she was suddenly whisked away. And by the time she regained her wits, she found herself on the back of this phoenix. The girl with violet-red hair before her was the instigator, sensing the terrifying aura emanating from the phoenix. She dared not move. Who are you? Yanqi cautiously inquired. The girl remained silent, instead emitting a low, chilling laugh. Why have you captured me? Where are you taking me? Keek. Yanqi felt like she was losing her mind, nearly jumping off the phoenix's back. Yet she restrained herself. The witch before her would not allow her to escape, but if she angered her and provoked some inhumane act, it would be disastrous. Yanqi dared not move or ask further questions, hugging her legs tightly, hoping that Ye Qingyao would soon notice her absence and come to her rescue. As time passed, the multicolored phoenix seemed to have crossed a barrier, arriving in a realm overflowing with spiritual energy. Resembling a sacred land, curiously, she peered down, and a familiar circular city gradually came into view. Chapter 120. The decision to battle the colossal multicolored phoenix descended from the sky, landing in a garden brimming with spiritual energy. Ye Xiao jumped down and, with a sinister smile, turned to Yanqi. Keek, darling, follow me. Yanqi shuddered, trembling as she stepped down from the phoenix's back, quietly asking, What have you brought me to Yintian City for? Don't make any rash moves. I tell you, I know Ye Qingyao, and I also know the head of the Ye family, Ye Suifeng. Ye Xiao was momentarily taken aback, as all the eerie presences around her suddenly dissipated into thin air. You actually came here? Yanqi nodded. Indeed. I once visited the head of the Yi family and took Yi Qingyao with me to Tianfu Academy. Who on earth are you? She was almost neurotic. The girl before her was simply too uncanny. Hee. Ye Suifeng. Skipping over to embrace Yanxi's arm and said, I am Yi Qinyao's sister, her biological sister. She told me that your situation at the academy is not very safe, so she asked me to bring you back to Yunxiao City first. Yanxi was instantly rendered speechless. This little, which was actually Yi Qinyao's sister, just prior, she had heard Yi Qingyao speak of her sister's kindness, charm, and endearing qualities. Now, all she wanted was to drag Yi Qingyao out of her confinement room and point at this little witch, questioning whether she had misunderstood the meanings of kindness and charm. Sister Yanxi, why do you look a bit pale? Did you not sit steadily just now and got jostled? As she spoke, Yi Xiaoxiao pointed at the now shrunken colorful phoenix, exclaiming, Old Seven, if you dare fly unsteadily again, I'll send you to Guyulan. Old Seven. Yanxi, do you really have no idea why my face is pale? By the way, how did you manage to speak with Qingyao? Her situation is even more perilous now. We must hurry to rescue her. Yanxi declared. Yi Xiaoxiao waved her hand dismissively. No need to rush. My sister is formidable, and they cannot do anything to her. First, we need to meet someone and see how we should proceed. With that, Yi Xiaoxiao took Yanxi's hand and headed towards Mirror Lake. Moments later, Yanxi strolled through the garden, admiring the surrounding scenery and feeling the dense spiritual energy that seemed almost tangible. Unable to suppress her amazement. When I came here last time, it was nothing like this. This place feels several times richer in spiritual energy than the cultivation's secret realms of our sect. It's simply incredible, Yanxi exclaimed. Sect? Aren't they all rather weak? Yi Xiaoxiao inquired, puzzled. Yanxi explained, our sect is quite different from those in the 9 cities. It is predominantly managed by powerful sects. The one I belong to is a first-rate sect known as Taiyu sect. It governs an area nearly as vast as half of the 9 cities alliance. And our sect leader is a formidable cultivator in the tribulation stage. Yi Xiaoxiao responded with an "Oh." One of the bears in my family is also in the tribulation stage. The corners of Yanxi's eyes twitched, engaging in a normal conversation with this little, which seemed utterly impossible. Nevertheless, this garden indeed appeared more impressive than the cultivation's secret realms of her sect, which were accessible only to direct disciples. And she had only visited a few times, always at the periphery. After walking for a while, the two arrived at the edge of Mirror Lake. You stay here and play for a bit. I'll go over there, Yi Xiaoxiao said before soaring toward the small island at the center of the lake. Yanxi sighed and turned to look around. Not far away, a group of individuals with peculiar auras had gathered, and the colorful phoenix was among them. Moreover, there was indeed a bear there, standing upright. Holding a long spear, intently gazing at the water's surface, it truly looked rather clumsy. This creature was in the tribulation stage, unless the carp in the lake were also in the tribulation stage. Yanxi shook her head and approached, on the small island at the center of the lake, beneath the enlightenment tree, something not belonging to this world, with a powerful aura that can permeate the earth and alter the rules. Listening to Yi Xiaoxiao's account, Ye Suifeng raised an eyebrow. This description was precisely what the old man of heavenly secrets referred to as remnants of divine demons, wasn't it? It seems Tianfu Academy is also one of the thieves pilfering the world's essence. Yes, that's what my sister said. I don't really know what it is. By the way, they also forced my sister to participate in some inexplicable battle, claiming that if she wins, she can possess this part of the 9 cities alliance. My sister would rather die than comply, a virtuous and steadfast woman. Ye Suifeng nodded, choosing to ignore her subsequent remarks, with the red dust realm he provided. Yi Qingyao would certainly not utter such words of defiance. The reason those at the academy desired this territory of the 9 cities alliance was likely due to those remnants of divine demons. The more areas they taint, the more essence of the world they can absorb. Unexpectedly, before he even sought it out, Yi Qingyao had already encountered it. Moreover, it appeared that many forces were involved in this matter, all possessing remnants of divine demons. Perhaps it would be worth exploring. Here's the plan. Ye Suifeng interrupted Ye Xiaoxiao's lengthy exposition and stated, "You should return and inform Qin Yao to accept that battle. We will also go to see who exactly wants this territory of the 9 cities. The endeavor of planting trees should commence from that point." Ye Xiaoxiao immediately broke into a smile. That's wonderful. I love creating a ruckus." Ye Suifeng was speechless. "Then why are you still dawdling? Go." I'm going. Ye Xiaoxiao turned to leave, but then turned back after taking just a few steps. She approached Ye Suifeng, putting on a compliant demeanor. "Uncle, could you also give me a mirror or something? It looks so impressive. Or perhaps one of Sister Yi Huang's sword chi. That would be so cool. Wow, this ring on your hand is so beautiful. Why don't you just give it to me?" Ye Xiaoxiao pointed at the heavenly Dao ring, having witnessed its power firsthand, instantly obliterating the great array of the eternal winter imperial city. "Go away." Ye Suifeng withdrew his hand. If he were to remove the heavenly Dao ring, there would be no need to plant trees, as the world would shatter in an instant, and no amount of rescue would suffice. But they all have treasures you gifted them, and I have none. Ye Xiaoxiao pouted, looking as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant. "Do you want one?" Ye Suifeng asked, while Ye Xiaoxiao nodded eagerly. "Then here's the deal." Ye Suifeng continued. "You go notify your sister, and prepare a place for us to stay when we arrive. At that time, I will give you a gift." Ye Xiaoxiao's eyes immediately lit up. "It's a promise. You can't go back on your word." "I absolutely will not." Ye Suifeng assured it. "You're so nice, uncle." Ye Xiaoxiao who get Ye Suifeng. Then flipped backward, vanishing in a thin air. Ye Suifeng watched her leave, shaking his head. "That a gift. Too easy. He would simply ask Yi Qian for a copy of the Tao Te Ching or something, along with 800 or so exercises and test papers. It's perfectly normal for an adult to gift a child a set of exercises. Wouldn't you agree? Chapter 121. Departure. The Yinxiao sacred land has opened its borders. However, it has not fully opened. The Holy City has introduced a series of assessment standards. Only those who pass all assessments can be admitted into the sacred land for cultivation. Those who rank highly may even be recruited into the Tianxia Academy. Despite the restrictions, the announcement stirred up a great commotion outside the borders. People rejoiced, for there was finally an executable standard, and now they simply needed to strive towards it in addition to opening the borders. The sacred land personally planned and integrated gathering sites for cultivators outside the borders. They constructed several massive cities, standing tall outside the pass. East Outer City, South Outer City, West Outer City, and North Demon City. Indeed, the demon beasts of Qinggu Jailing also wished to enter the sacred land, as it was equally a place of fortune for them. Thus, the Yi family established a city on the outskirts of the highlands, where creatures aspiring to enter the sacred land gathered. After a series of rules were communicated from top to bottom, the entire sacred land became much more orderly. Everything falling into place, the Ye Suifeng had merely proposed a few requests and directions. The specifics of implementation were discussed by the family officials. This also signified that the Yi family had fully matured, allowing Ye Suifeng to set aside these mundane matters. The enormous colorful phoenix had already landed at the edge of the central island, ready for takeoff at any moment. According to the information relayed by Ye Xiaoxiao, the so-called battle Yi Qian was to participate in would commence in half a month, prompting Ye Suifeng to prepare to arrive early and take a look. Yi Huang and Yi Long were all present in recent days. They had settled their affairs. The Tianwan Hall, led by the 4 great protectors, along with the True Dragon Pavilion, began to purge all rebellious forces within the 9 cities, further consolidating the Yi family's ruling position. The main duty of the Tianwan Hall was to clear out, while the True Dragon Pavilion's primary responsibility was governance for Yi Xiaoxiao's Celestial Association. They were still familiarizing themselves with the Southern Society, temporarily led by Lu Ming and Quang Dali. They had devised a plan that once the situation in the 9 cities was fully stabilized, the Tianwan Hall, True Dragon Pavilion, Celestial Association, Tianxia Academy, and the Sacred Land itself, representing the Holy City, would each take action and choose a direction to strike out towards the 9 cities, aiming for the entire world. As for those heading south this time, Ye Suifeng only brought along a few key figures. The Wolf Girl, Yu Hong, and Fu Gui were all preparing to head south together. From Yi Huang's side, Only Zhang Fei accompanied Dao Yi Long brought two individuals. One was a city lord from the western main city, a bald, muscular man named Xiaomie, who had the cultivation of the combined stage. The other was a woman, veiled and clad only in a few strips of cloth, her wheat-colored skin glistening. Her name was Si Chenlan, and along with Xiaomie, she had been Yi Long's right and left arms for many years. This time, Ye Suifeng also invited Yi Qian to come along. Without a doubt, he brought along Xiao Yadai in addition to Ye Suifeng, Gu Yulan, and Yin Shi, who was brought back by Yi Xiao. There are a total of 12 individuals, one bear and one bird. Moments later, the colorful wan bird spread its wings and soared swiftly towards the south, in the depths of the confinement chamber of Tianfu Academy. Yi Qinyao sat quietly. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, a smile blossoming on her face. Subsequently, she picked up a communication jade talisman beside her and infused it with her spiritual energy. Dean, I have come to a realization. I am willing to fight for Tianfu Academy. After a while, an enormous ship rose abruptly from Tianfu Academy. Flying southward on the top deck of the ship stood a figure, his long robes billowing in the cool breeze. That it was none other than Han Shuzi. Two shadows approached from behind. They were Dean Jinxian and Yi Qinyao, who had just emerged from the confinement chamber. My lord, she has arrived, Jinxian said respectfully. Han Shuzi nodded, still gazing ahead, and spoke in a calm voice. Qinyao, I hope you understand that fighting on behalf of the Academy is both a blessing and a fate for you. I trust you will not squander the fortune that rightfully belongs to you. Yi Qinyao smiled gently and stood shoulder to shoulder with him. Fortune or misfortune? Who can truly say? Be silent, Jinxian thundered. How dare you speak to the Lord in such a manner? Do you know who he is? Han Shuzi raised a hand, interrupting Jinxian, that he then turned to Yi Qinyao. This ethereal woman, who still astonished him even after all this time. Qinyao, do you know the identities of those you have slain in the academy? Han Shuzi inquired. Yi Qinyao replied nonchalantly. I do not know, nor do I care. You should care, Han Shuzi responded. Let me give you a few examples. Tong Feng, the son of the master of the esteemed Lingyun sect, one of the most talented prodigies in centuries, with hopes of ascending to immortality. Wan Donger, granddaughter of the Grand Elder of the Qi Jing sect, who has shattered countless records within the sect, hailed as a once-in-a-thousand-years genius. Wan Taichu, the 19th prince of the Eastern Yuan Kai Empire, favored by the great emperor, possessing unparalleled cultivation talent among all princes. These individuals all come from formidable backgrounds that if they were to discover that it was you who killed their prodigies, can you imagine their wrath? Han Shuzi enumerated several names, each of whom was an exceptional figure within the academy, and indeed, among the most arrogant. Yi Qinyao slowly replied, I know of them, but I only remember the sight of them kneeling before me, begging for mercy. Good, you have spirit. Han Shuzi laughed heartily, clapping his hands. What I admire most is a passionate youth. But have you considered, even if you are unafraid of them, what about your friends and family? Your kin? Can they withstand such overwhelming power? What if they come looking for you? What then? Han Shuzi continued. Yi Qinyao nearly laughed out loud at the thought, imagining the scenario, but she refrained from expressing such emotions, merely responding with a light chuckle. It would be best if they do not come looking. I am glad you understand. Han Shuzi nodded, believing he had finally conveyed his point. However, you need not worry, as long as you represent the Academy in battle, win the fight, and subsequently adhere completely to the Academy's arrangements. I assure you, those powers will not harm you in the slightest. For above them, there is Tianfu Academy, Han Shuzi declared. With that, Yi Qinyao finally comprehended. After all this, what he truly meant to convey was the immense strength of Tianfu Academy. Indeed, to command such a multitude of superpowers, Tianfu Academy was undeniably formidable. Yet, Yi Qinyao silently chuckled to herself. My affairs are the responsibility of my family, that if you wish for me to serve you, you may as well consult my family. Let us see if they will agree. Chapter 122. Lingyun Sect. The Lingyun Sect is a super sect located in the northern part of the Star Sea mountain range. As a first-rate sect, Lingyun Sect governs an expanse of territory spanning hundreds of thousands of miles, with disciples numbering over 1 million that I in this region. No one dares to challenge their supremacy. The sect master, Tong Shanqing, is a powerful cultivator at the tribulation stage. His strength is unparalleled, his authority immense, his demeanor stern and unsmiling. Yet today, he sat in a secluded villa on the sect's back mountain, holding a small toy, unable to conceal the sorrow etched upon his face. Master. At that moment, a young man approached, bowing respectfully. Yuan Hao, Tong Shanqing said, putting away the toy and gradually regaining his composure. Yuan Hao looked at him and sighed softly. Master, please accept my condolences. None of us wished for this outcome regarding the junior disciple. Sorrow once again clouded Tong Shanqing's features. Had I known, I would not have allowed Fenger to go to Tianfu Academy. I thought he would learn better there. Yet unexpectedly, he perished in the secret realm trial. Tong Shanqing sighed heavily. Yuan Hao's expression grew complex as he said, Master, this turn of events was not entirely unforeseeable. You know well the nature of the junior disciple. Silence. Tong Shanqing's gaze turned piercingly sharp. Having held a high position for many years, his overwhelming presence forced Yuan Hao to kneel immediately. Master, I beg your forgiveness. Yuan Hao stammered. The oppressive aura remained until Yuan Hao, drenched in sweat and near his breaking point, felt the pressure suddenly dissipate. He is already dead, and you dare to speak ill of him, Tong Shanqing shouted. Yuan Hao repeatedly acknowledged his fault, yet internally sighed. Perhaps it was precisely because of the master's boundless indulgence that the junior disciple, Tong Feng, met such a fate. However, he dared not voice such thoughts before the master. After a moment, Tong Shanqing coldly asked, Have you come here for something specific? Yuan Hao quickly replied, It concerns news from the academy. A great figure has personally brought a chosen one, and they should arrive in the next few days. Tong Shanqing's expression darkened. That chosen one's slot was meant for my phone. After a pause, he inquired, Do we have information about this chosen one? Yuan Hao nodded. Yes. The chosen one is named Ye Suifeng, a woman and a student of the academy, reportedly a genius from the northern frontier region, who joined Tianfu Academy 6 years ago. Tong Shanqing scoffed. Is there truly no one left in the academy? Without my phone, they sent someone like this. Do they not fear humiliation in the destiny war? He narrowed his eyes, a fierce light flashing within. How dare they seize my phone, slot? Yuan Hao was momentarily taken aback, quickly saying, Master, the one coming is a great figure from the main academy, with a transcendent status. Please, do not act impulsively. Tong Shanqing's expression remained indifferent. Do you think I am a fool? I certainly will not confront her directly. However, some of these young ones are quite impetuous. If someone were to teach that rural woman from the frontier a lesson, perhaps that great figure would be pleased. After all, he is quite concerned about that wild land of the 9 cities. Yuan Hao looked puzzled, uncertain what connection this chosen one had with the 9 cities alliance in the north. Enough, Tong Shanqing said dismissively. Prepare well. Let us see what this outstanding woman from the academy is truly made of. A day later, a massive ship sailed high above the mountains. Soon, a towering mountain range, reaching into the clouds, came into view, adorned with colorful glass and radiating divine light, resembling a realm of immortals. We have arrived, Han Shuzi said, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Where is this? Ye Suifeng inquired. Lingyun's sect. Han Shuzi turned to her. The sect where Tong Feng, whom you killed, belonged. The sect master is Tong Feng's father. Ye Suifeng fell silent. Were they truly about to unleash a massacre upon her arrival? However, you need not worry. Han Shuzi smiled and continued. The response to Tong Feng's death will be that he met an unfortunate accident during his exploration of the secret realm. As long as you do your utmost to win the destiny war, no one will know it was you. Ye Suifeng nodded, contemplating how unfortunate Tong Feng's father was, unaware of the true cause of his son's demise. However, Han Shuzi spoke again, given Tong Shanqing's temperament. He is likely to send some capable individuals to trouble you. At that time, do your utmost to avoid any fatalities. He was quite familiar with Tong Shanqing. When Tong Feng was sent to the academy, Tong Shanqing had been almost certain that his son would become the current chosen one, that now that his son was dead, any new chosen one regardless of who it was, would undoubtedly face provocation. Han Shuzi was not concerned about Yi Qinyao's well-being. He was confident that among all the talents in Lingyun's sect, none could rival her. Even if Tong Shanqing were to personally intervene, he would likely gain little advantage. Perhaps only the few buried ancestors could subdue Yi Qinyao. I cannot guarantee that, Yi Qinyao replied. Han Shuzi spoke softly. It is of no concern. If the opponent goes too far, then let them perish. To defy authority is to be prepared for death. Yi Qinyao nodded in agreement. Suddenly, she inquired, "We have been traveling for several days. Where exactly is the location of this fated battle?" Han Shuzi gestured ahead. Not far from Lingyun's sect. There lies a natural secret realm, perfectly suited as a battlefield. In the next couple of days, I shall guide you there to familiarize yourself. Yi Qinyao nodded again, asking, "Which factions will participate in the battle?" "I must know who my adversaries are," Han Shuzi replied with a smile. "In this fated contest, 6 factions will vie for supremacy. Tianfu Academy, the Chongwang Empire of the East, the Mingyan Empire of the Southeast, the Eshan sect of the West, Wanbeige, and the Tian Swan sacred land of Zhongzhou. It is indeed a true sacred ground," Han Shuzi emphasized, clearly wary that Yi Qinyao might misconstrue it as being akin to the Yunyao sacred land. "And Wanbeige?" Yi Qinyao expressed mild surprise. In her recollection, it was merely a commercial entity that refrained from worldly disputes. Wanbeige abstains from ordinary conflicts because they harbor grander ambitions, Han Shuzi elucidated. "Do not underestimate them. The most probable threat to you will likely come from Wanbeige." Yi Qinyao nodded. As she reached a vantage point, it seemed that certain secrets of this world had begun to unveil themselves to her. "Why are you willing to speak with me now?" Ye Vigno questioned. She had posed this inquiry during their journey, but Han Shuzi had remained tight-lipped. With a smile, Han Shuzi replied, "In this world, there exist certain formidable entities that surpass your imagination, that my identity is unique. Should I mention them in the outside world, they would swiftly perceive it, and you would be the one in danger. Therefore, it is only here that I can broach the subject with you." With that, Han Shuzi waved his hand, and a thin, translucent barrier shimmered above them. This barrier was immensely vast, enveloping a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. Most crucially, Yi Qinyao sensed an extraordinary aura that did not belong to this realm, reminiscent of the entity in the Academy's back mountain. "Once we arrive at such a place, no one can pry into our affairs," Han Shuzi said with a smile. However, just as he finished speaking, a delicate, fair hand suddenly appeared behind him, poised to deliver a playful flick to his head. Ahem. Ye Vigno Kudirat had Turoactivije, Han Shuzi furrowed his brow and turned abruptly, but found nothing amiss. He felt a peculiar unease, as if a sudden pang of anxiety had gripped him. "My lord, we have arrived." At that moment, Jin Xin approached. The grand ship had reached the skies above Lingyun's sect. Chapter 123. No indulgence. The enormous ship gently descended upon the highest peak of Lingyun's sect. The disciples of Lingyun's sect looked up in awe. They knew that a significant figure had arrived, otherwise it would not have landed directly on the main peak. "Lord Han Shuzi, Din Jin Xian, welcome to Lingyun's sect," Tong Shanqing greeted with a smile as he stepped forward. Behind him stood several elders of Lingyun's sect, along with a few of his personal disciples, as well as some young prodigies, their expressions filled with curiosity as they regarded this esteemed guest, who even the sect master treated with such deference. Han Shuzi disembarked from the ship, saying, "I too lament the situation regarding your son. The path of cultivation is fraught with obstacles. I hope you find solace in your loss." Tong Shanqing responded respectfully, "Thank you for your concern. My lord, my son lacked both fortune and fate, and it is not the fault of anyone else." As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently drifted towards Yi Qinyao. "The chosen one. Is this all? Aside from her beauty, she possesses nothing of significance. Could it be that she employs the art of seduction?" Elder Tong, Han Shuzi called him back to attention. "Allow me to introduce this esteemed individual. She is the Academy's chosen one, Yi Qinyao." Yi Qinyao offered a slight nod to Tong Shanqing. "She is new here and is not well acquainted with many matters. Perhaps you could have someone show her around," Han Shuzi suggested. He had long perceived Tong Shanqing's intentions. It was merely a matter of venting his frustrations over the loss of his son. Very well, let us accommodate you. Indeed, upon hearing this, a flicker of joy crossed Tong Shanqing's face. That would be splendid, he called out. Yuan Hao. A young man clad in a robe adorned with gold trim stepped forward promptly. Take this Miss Qin Yao to experience the scenery of Lingyun's sect, he instructed. Yuan Hao bowed before Ye Qin Yao, extending his hand. Miss, please. Ye Qin Yao nodded and followed Yuan Hao as they departed. Soon, the group of young elites behind them exchanged glances and began to follow suit. Han Shuzi observed this scene with a faint smile. Remaining silent, T.O. Ye Qin Yao, these individuals were merely lambs to the slaughter. Should any of them manage to defeat or kill her, the Academy would simply gain an even more formidable chosen one. My lord. Dean, please, Tong Shanqing urged. Moments later, Ye Qin Yao accompanied Yuan Hao to a picturesque locale. This is the Xian Pool, the place of enlightenment for the core disciples of Lingyun's sect. Yuan Hao introduced that Ye Qin Yao looked around. Beside them lay a shallow lake, adorned with emerald lotuses, where dragonfish frolicked and chased one another. These dragonfish were noble beasts, possessing abilities equivalent to those of golden body cultivators from birth. The dragonfish within this lake even boasted strengths comparable to those of the integration realm. Furthermore, the environment here was exceptionally conducive to cultivation, rich in spiritual energy, with a subtle hint of Dao rhythm permeating the AI. No wonder Yuan Hao claimed this was the training ground for core disciples. Truly, as a first-rate sect, it was remarkable. However, recalling what Ye Xiaoxiao had mentioned, it seemed that at this moment, even an ordinary carp in the mirror lake of Yunyao City possessed the strength of the tribulation stage. If she were not exaggerating, then Yunyao City had likely surpassed Lingyun's sect by an insurmountable margin. Miss Qin Yao, Yuan Hao suddenly spoke. What is it? His expression appeared conflicted as he said, I know your strength is formidable, but the situation is somewhat delicate. It would be wise to exercise caution. Ye Qin Yao felt a hint of surprise. She had assumed Yuan Hao was merely sent by Tong Shanqing to deal with her. Yet he had instead offered her a word of warning. No worries, Ye Qin Yao replied with a gentle smile. Yuan Hao seemed eager to say more, but at that moment, a voice interrupted. Senior brother Yuan Hao. What are you doing here? A young man rushed over, addressing Yuan Hao. The sect master is calling for you. You must come with me at once. Yuan Hao hesitated, but the young man's expression shifted, and he lowered his voice. Senior brother Yuan Hao, the sect master is waiting for you. With a soft sigh, Yuan Hao exchanged a glance with Ye Qin Yao before departing with the young man. Ye Qin Yao watched them leave with an indifferent demeanor. Hey! Just as they had stepped away, a voice called out from behind her. Ye Qin Yao turned to find a group of young men and women before her, led by a brooding young man who fixed his piercing gaze upon her. Who are you, and why are you in the forbidden area of Lingyun's sect? He bellowed, his voice filled with menace as his companions advanced. Surrounding Ye Qin Yao, the air was thick with hostility. Ye Qin Yao felt exasperated, so this was their attempt to pin a charge on her. However, observing that the highest cultivation among them was merely at the peak of the transformation god stage, she found herself lacking in interest that a fishing rod appeared in her hand. If you seek trouble, then come forth, she declared, before casually taking a seat by the lake and casting her line, leisurely fishing. The group of once mighty prodigies, now feeling utterly disregarded, erupted in fury. Impudent, truly arrogant, the young man scoffed. You wretch! Do not get carried away. Remember, this is Lingyun's sect. Splash. Ye Qin Yao quickly reeled in her line, but only managed to catch a handful of water weeds. She cast her line again and said, Really, stop with the chatter. Utter one more word, and I shall make my move. Anger surged forth. You seek death, the young man shouted, and in an instant he unleashed an attack. Tossing a jade bottle that swelled in size, resembling a small mountain, directly aimed at Ye Qin Yao's head. The others followed suit, either summoning their treasures or unleashing their mightiest techniques that I in the blink of an eye. Multiple powerful assaults converged upon Ye Qin Yao. She remained silent, flicking her finger, and the water weed she had just caught exploded. Countless slender leaves scattered like divine flowers, crashing down upon the treasures and techniques. Boom! A reçu une explosion échouée. The young man let out a muffled groan, spitting out a mouthful of blood as his face turned pale. His expression morphed into one of terror, for his life-bound treasure, the jade bottle, had been obliterated by the water weeds Ye Suifeng had casually unleashed. With his life-bound treasure damaged, he suffered a grievous blow to his own being. Yet, that was not all. The water weeds, having shattered the incoming attacks, surged forth unrelentingly towards him. "Retreat!" the young man cried out in desperation. But it was evidently too late. The water weeds moved with astonishing speed, half of them piercing through his dantian. Overwhelmed by unbearable agony, he collapsed to the ground, feeling the world spin around him before losing consciousness. Ye Suifeng remained seated in tranquil silence, as if she had merely accomplished a trivial task. Suddenly, a sharp dagger materialized above her head, piercing through the void and arriving instantaneously. However, a faint dark red aura surged upward, ensnaring the dagger, preventing it from advancing a single inch. It was both near and far at the same time. "I've seen you long before." Ye Suifeng waved her hand, and a slender figure descended from the void. It turned out to be a woman. The red aura spread, binding her completely, leaving her utterly immobile. Though she was at the mid-stage of integration and exceptionally skilled in concealment, alas, she was not as formidable as Ye Suifeng, and thus was sensed by Ye Suifeng. The woman, restrained in place, still bore a fierce expression. "How dare you usurp the position of Brother Tongfeng? The Lingyun sect cannot accommodate you." Ye Suifeng felt helpless. She was not one to revel in killing. Those who had fainted earlier had merely sustained a wound on their dantian, and with a few months of recuperation, they would recover fully. Yet, if the Lingyun sect's members continued to provoke trouble, a tragic repetition of the Tiandi Academy incident might indeed unfold. "Ye Suifeng, do not think yourself invincible," the woman continued coldly. "There are many stronger than you in the Lingyun sect." Smack! A brick unexpectedly appeared and struck the woman on the back of her head with a resounding thud. Instantly, she lost consciousness. "So much unnecessary chatter. I can hardly wait." Ye Suifeng discarded the brick and dusted off her hands. "Sister, hurry and reel in that dragonfish king. It looks absolutely delectable." She squatted beside Ye Suifeng, gazing at the dragonfish in the water, drooling profusely at why Ye Suifeng was at a loss for words. Her sister had never been this greedy before. Who had she learned it from? "Oh no! Another empty hook!" Ye Suifeng exclaimed. Only then did she realize that Ye Suifeng was merely fishing in the traditional sense, without employing any of her cultivation. How could she possibly catch the Dragonfish King? Next to the fishing rod, the Dragonfish King lingered, disdainfully blowing bubbles at them, that why Ye Suifeng immediately became incensed. "Sister, I must tell you this approach is futile. That Fish King is merely toying with you. If it won't bite, it's teasing you. You shouldn't indulge it." Splash! With that, Ye Suifeng leaped into the water, delivering a punch squarely to the Dragonfish King's head, splashing Ye Suifeng with water and accentuating her figure. Ye Suifeng pressed a hand to her forehead. "Oh dear, please hurry, uncle." Chapter 124. Remnants of deities and demons. A large bird soared swiftly across the sky, and on its back stood a dozen figures. Ye Suifeng occupied the foremost position, gazing into the distance at a long mountain range, lying on the ground like a dragon. That was the Panlong mountain range. Head of the Yi family, the Tianfu Academy is just over there, and she pointed out the direction. Soon, the Luan bird arrived above a grand mountain gate. Did I tea that moment? Ye Suifeng focused his thoughts and snapped his fingers that a comically peculiar monkey plummeted from the void, startling Yen Shi. "Goo goo goo! Chirp 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 yow!" The monkey bounced around, making a cacophony of sounds. "ISNT, that's Xiao Xiao's monkey." Yi Huang recognized IT, that why Ye Suifeng nodded. "Indeed, this is the message she left for us." Why can't it speak properly?" Yi Huang inquired. Puzzled. Could there be some hidden meaning? "Do you expect it to articulate coherently?" Ye Suifeng retorted. "Qin Yao and the others have already departed. The entity that seems to be a remnant of deities and demons is still here. Let us investigate." Upon finishing, Ye Suifeng instructed Lao Qi to approach the academy. Above the mountain gate, a massive protective barrier enveloped the area, the array's fluctuations intensely indicating a murderous intent, nearly rivaling 1/10 of the Everwinter Imperial City's formation. "Elder, this is the hellish killing array. Once triggered, Escape becomes exceedingly difficult that we must proceed with caution and find a way to infiltrate. And she advised cautiously that Ye Suifeng nodded affirmatively. All right. Subsequently, the heavenly Dao ring flickered slightly, unleashing several gray tendrils of law that struck the array above. Boom! The hellish killing array shattered instantaneously, transforming into a myriad of black lines that dispersed into the air. Yin Shi. You claimed it was good. But in what way? Without a moment's hesitation, you obliterated the array. This is truly the style of Elder Qin Yao. So impressive. Let's go. At Ye Suifeng's command, Lao Qi spread his wings and soared toward the Academy's back mountain. He had already sensed the existence of that entity. The sudden destruction of the protective array left the Academy's inhabitants in a state of shock. Moments later, they beheld a colossal Yuan bird swooping down. Enemy attack. It's a beast. Summon the vice principal. Instantly, chaos erupted throughout the Academy. Shortly thereafter, formidable auras surged skyward, racing toward the colorful Yuan bird. These were the Academy's elite forces, each at least at the god transformation stage, with the leading elder being a formidable figure at the integration stage. Upon seeing the enormous Yuan bird, the vice principal's gaze turned icy, and he bellowed, "Monster, cease your..." However, before he could finish, Lao Qi flapped his wings, unleashing terrifying power infused with the innate Taoist light of 7 colors. Crashing forward. Over the years, having been by Ye Suifeng's side, he had successfully broken through to become a peak 9th-grade beast, and with his innate Dao techniques, even ordinary tribulation cultivators would struggle against him. Sensing the overwhelming power rushing toward him, the vice principal was filled with dread and immediately summoned his life-saving treasure to shield everyone in front of him. Boom! A tremendous collision ensued. The Academy's top-tier forces were sent tumbling from the sky, crashing into the ground and creating large craters. The vice principal spat blood, his expression horrified. With the principal and Lord Han Shuzi absent, they were utterly unable to withstand this beast. Fortunately, after repelling them, the Yuan bird did not pursue further but flew straight toward the back mountain, vanishing from sight. Having narrowly escaped disaster, the vice principal, still shaken, shouted urgently, "Quickly notify the principal." At the depths of the Academy's back mountain, beside a secluded pond, Ye Suifeng and his companions gathered. Lao Qi had transformed back into his human form, obediently standing behind them. Yin Shi felt her legs weaken as she realized that the Yuan bird, previously dismissed as Xiao Xiao's plaything, was in fact a terrifying entity. With just a single strike, it had repelled all of the Academy's top-tier powers, even causing the vice principal to bleed. Thankfully, she had shown it no disrespect in recent days. While hidden indeed, Ye Suifeng observed the pond before him, having already discerned that the entity lay within. Surrounding the pond were over 100 intricately arranged formations, the majority designed for concealment. Even an ordinary tribulation cultivator arriving here would likely fail to perceive any anomaly. Such a precious find was most likely a remnant of deities and demons. Without hesitation, Ye Suifeng activated the heavenly Dao ring, and the tendrils of law swiftly dismantled the formations layer by layer. When the last formation crumbled, an unusual aura rushed forth. This doesn't seem to be the aura of our world, Yi Long exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, even the rules appear different, Yi Huang added, intrigued. This must be a remnant of deities and demons. I never expected to find one here. Yu Hong's expression was shaken. The northern regions were sparsely populated with hardly any forces deploying remnants of deities and demons. This was his first encounter. Let us proceed. After Ye Suifeng's command, he jumped into the deep pond first. The icy waters parted automatically at the center, revealing a deep passageway. Moments later, they arrived at the bottom of the pond, where a cave adorned with numerous inscriptions awaited their arrival. Countless black lines covered the cave walls. At the center of the cave stood a tall, circular stone platform, resembling an altar. Above the altar, several slender hairs floated serenely in the air. What is this? Yi Long curiously stepped into the cave. However, as soon as he entered, black lines began to appear on his white armor. These lines, resembling living tendrils, spread outwards in a most eerie manner. Yi Long gasped in alarm and quickly retreated. The black tendrils ceased their growth, but remained attached to his armor. It is siphoning the spiritual energy from within me. Ye Long's expression shifted. He could distinctly feel his internal spiritual power being forcibly drawn out, with no means to resist. This was the first time he had encountered such a bizarre phenomenon. This is a rule that does not belong to our world. Ye Suifeng reached out to sweep away the black tendrils clinging to Ye Long, which disappeared in an instant. So those individuals were utilizing this terrifying entity to erode the world. Ye Huang asked in astonishment that Ye Suifeng nodded. The entity before them possessed laws that transcended the world itself. Thus, in the absence of the heavenly Tao spirit and the enlightenment tree, it could recklessly alter the world, siphoning its essence to strengthen itself, that if such entities were numerous, as the Elder of Heavenly Secrets had warned. The world was indeed on the brink of death. Chapter 125. Fertilizer at the bottom of the deep pond. After Ye Long's exploratory attempt, the others dared not venture further. They were indeed powerful. Yet they felt utterly powerless in the face of an existence that surpassed the world's rules. However, Ye Suifeng was an exception. You all stay here, do not move. I'll just grab an orange. Cough, cough, I'll go take a look. With that, Ye Suifeng stepped inside, and as soon as he entered the cave, countless black tendrils surged toward him. The heavenly Tao ring emitted a faint, luminous glow, forming a black shield that kept all the tendrils at bay. Confronted with this obstruction, the black tendrils seemed to go into a frenzy, exerting themselves even more to burrow inward, striving to breach this barrier of laws. Yet, they were misguided in their efforts. The heavenly Tao ring, in Ye Suifeng's possession, integrated all the laws of the world, essentially embodying another aspect of the heavenly Tao itself. Ye Suifeng, in turn, represented the spirit of the heavenly Tao and was exponentially more powerful than the true spirit of the heavenly Tao. Thus, no matter how frantically the black tendrils acted, they could not approach Ye Suifeng in the slightest. Before long, he stood before the altar. Several black hairs, sharp as steel needles, interwoven and suspended in the air. Once tranquil, they appeared to sense the threat from the outside and became agitated. Let us see what this is, Ye Suifeng mused, gazing at the hairs as he retrieved a formation disc. Above the disc, colors converged, some expansive, others diminutive. It was the heavenly mechanism disc gifted to him by the Elder of Heavenly Mechanism. The disc displayed the remnants of deities and demons, now tainting the proportionality of the world's laws. Ye Suifeng scrutinized it closely, yet he could not find the object before him that resembled a wolf hair, but he frowned slightly. The heavenly mechanism disc was a treasure painstakingly crafted by the heavenly mechanism valley over generations. It was connected to the world, capable of discerning anything that did not belong to it. Could it be? Is it merely a fragment? Ye Suifeng searched once more, ultimately fixing his gaze upon an object. It was a broken brush, its tip composed of numerous strands akin to wolf hairs. Moreover, the influence of the faction represented by this brush was substantial enough to rank among the top 20 of all remnants of deities and demons. Such a minuscule residue possesses such formidable corruptive power. Ye Suifeng marveled. Subsequently, he extended his hand and grasped several of the hairs. The black hairs grew, increasingly frantic, writhing in his palm, attempting to breach the seal of the heavenly Tao ring and attack Ye Suifeng. Ye Suifeng smiled gently. If you wish to meet me so eagerly, I shall oblige. With that, he opened a minute gap without affecting the external world. Upon sensing the opening, the strands of hair surged in a wild frenzy, rushing inside and breaching the laws of the heavenly Tao, confronting Ye Suifeng directly. In an instant, the hairs trembled violently, experiencing an overwhelming pressure known as annihilation. In a mere moment, they began to retreat, more frantic than before. However, it was too late. The gap had already been sealed by Ye Suifeng. He pinched one of the hairs and gave it a gentle wipe. The hair shattered instantaneously, transforming into countless slender black threads that entwined around Ye Suifeng's hand. These threads were pure laws, and they did not belong to this world. Indeed, these laws transcend this realm. As the threads made contact with his fingers, Ye Suifeng completely unraveled their essence, that he understood why they could corrupt the world and siphon its primal power. It was akin to the suppression of a higher-level plane over a lower one. Realizing this, Ye Suifeng nodded. Next, let us observe how the enlightenment tree purifies them. With that, Ye Suifeng retrieved a sapling of the enlightenment tree from his spatial pouch. The sapling entered the main world and, like the one planted in the mirror lake, quickly merged with the laws of the main world. However, to prevent it from bursting the cave, Ye Suifeng suppressed its size. Remaining the same, the enlightenment tree took the place of the hairs, quietly hovering above the altar. After merging with all the laws, a verdant mist began to emanate slowly from the enlightenment tree. When this mist encountered the surrounding black tendrils, it instantly flared into brilliance. A torrent of mist surged forth, enveloping the black tendrils entirely. Ye Suifeng observed as the encircled black tendrils gradually coalesced, and with the passage of time, they were completely devoured by the mist. As though digested in a brief span of a quarter hour, all the black tendrils within the cave were purified by the enlightenment tree, leaving only the essence of the hairs in Ye Suifeng's grasp. Once purification was complete, the enlightenment tree swayed gently, appearing quite pleased. Ye Suifeng exclaimed softly, keenly sensing that after digesting the black tendrils, the growth state of the enlightenment tree had indeed enhanced. Moreover, the laws that originally did not belong to this world were gradually absorbed by the enlightenment tree, merging into the laws of the heavenly Tao. Subsequently, the laws of the heavenly Tao themselves began to grow. Ye Suifeng was astonished. He had not anticipated that the enlightenment tree possessed such an ability. It could absorb foreign laws and transform them for its own use. Those remnants of deities and demons were akin to fertilizer for it, if that were the case, should it absorb a sufficient quantity of foreign laws. The entire world would evolve alongside it, truly remarkable. Contemplating this, Ye Suifeng crushed the essence of the hairs in his hand, unleashing the pure laws. Instantly, the enlightenment tree stirred once more. This time, it extended its roots, ensnaring all the black laws, and began to absorb them piece by piece, nourishing the heavenly Tao in return. After absorbing the final thread of law, the growth state of the enlightenment tree rose yet again. It stretched out its branches and leaves, affectionately brushing against Ye Suifeng's hand, as if expressing its joy and gratitude. Quite intriguing, Ye Suifeng remarked, stroking the tender leaves of the enlightenment tree. Immediately, the tree shook its branches, the entire trunk bouncing energetically, resembling a child exuberantly celebrating. That moment, as the cave had been purified, others gathered around. Gazing at the lively enlightenment tree, they were filled with wonder. This little thing is rather unique, Ye Long said curiously. Extending his hand to touch its leaves to his surprise, the enlightenment tree swung its branches and struck his hand, leaving a red mark. "Haha, it seems to be particularly fond of my father," Ye Huang laughed. Meanwhile, Yu Hong's expression was complex. The seeds of the enlightenment tree were nurtured by our esteemed predecessor. The saplings were also raised by the predecessor. Now it is the predecessor who has brought them into the main world. Thus, in a certain sense, they have come to regard the predecessor as their father. Ye Huang's smile abruptly faded, that if memory served her right, there were over 10,000 saplings of the enlightenment tree in her father's small world. In other words, I suddenly have over 10,000 younger siblings? She gazed at the sapling of the enlightenment tree affectionately nestled against Ye Suifeng's hand, her emotions a whirlwind of complexity. Chapter 126. Back and forth slaps. The multicolored phoenix soared from the rear mountain of the Tianfu Academy, winging its way southward. Before departing, Ye Suifeng had left the enlightenment tree in that cave, along with 10 origin towers to provide it with sustenance. The location was quite favorable. Once a sapling had grown to a certain stage, it would connect with the one in the mirror lake, jointly purifying and enhancing the entire world. As for the formation used for concealment, Ye Suifeng restored it and set up an illusion array. Should anyone come to inspect, they would find no anomalies. This was to avoid prematurely alarming the snake in the grass, for he wished to observe which factions possessing remnants of deities and demons were participating in this so-called battle of destiny. The vice principal of Tianfu Academy, seeing the multicolored phoenix depart, secretly wiped his brow in relief. Their ancestor had finally left. Principal, what was that terrifying beast doing here? A teacher inquired. The vice principal shook his head. How would I know? Perhaps it merely came to quench its thirst. How could we fathom the temperament of such an existence? The peak ninth grade beast, fortunately, had not caused any casualties in the absence of the principal, which was a blessing amidst misfortune. Have we notified the principal? The vice principal asked. Yes, we have already informed him. What of the damage to the academy's array? It's not too severe. It will be restored soon. It seems it simply passed through, breaking the array without damaging its foundation. The vice principal breathed a sigh of relief. That is good. Given the current circumstances, it appeared that the multicolored phoenix had inadvertently intruded. Otherwise, why would it not covet the academy's abundant cultivation resources? Those were treasures even coveted by transcendent beings. At Lingyun's sect, in the garden behind the mountain, within a pavilion, Han Shuzi and Tong Shanqing sat facing each other. Is everything prepared at the Abyss Valley? Hun Xuji inquired. All is in order, Tong Shanqing replied. We have established a retreat within the volcanic storm. If the esteemed one wishes to go ahead of time, it can be done now. The Abyss Valley was the battleground for the decisive confrontation in the Battle of Destiny. It plunged deep underground, where volcanic fury reigned, capable of obliterating even nascent soul cultivators in an instant. However, at the deepest part of the Abyss Valley lay a natural secret realm. Though resources within were scarce, the environment was exceptionally unique, perfectly suited for the 5 factions to compete. No rush, Han Shuzi stated. Let Ye Qinyao familiarize herself with this environment first. After all, the Star Sea Mountains differ greatly from the barren regions of the 9 cities. Tong Shanqing nodded in agreement. Then a smile crept onto his face as he asked, Esteemed one, may I pose a question? Speak, Han Shuzi replied leisurely. Ahem. Tong Shanqing remarked. I must admit, I find it quite perplexing that in the academy, where prodigies abound and the elite are commonplace, why would one ultimately opt for an individual from such a remote region? As for Ye Qinyao, I see nothing particularly remarkable about her, he continued. Huan Shuzi's lips curled into a subtle smile. He had anticipated that Tong Shanqing would broach this subject. This man, in his adoration for his precious son, harbored an almost blind confidence. When he had initially allowed Tong Feng to enter the academy, it was with the ambition of securing the position of chosen one. For if one performed exceptionally, they would be selected for the main academy, a veritable land of opportunity. Thus, when Tong Feng met with an unfortunate accident leading to his demise, it was inevitable that Tong Shanqing would direct his ire towards Ye Qinyao. Master Tong, if you believe her unworthy, you could indeed allow the prodigies of Lingyun's sect to take a chance. I would certainly welcome a more formidable contender, Huan Shuzi said with a smile. Moreover, I trust you have already taken this step. With his thoughts laid bare, Tong Shanqing exhibited no signs of embarrassment. Instead, he chuckled heartily, saying, Well then, my lord, rest assured, I have the utmost confidence in my young charges. He remained unconvinced that a woman hailing from the fringes could possess any significant capabilities. Master Tong, allow me to offer a word of caution, Huan Shuzi advised. Do not underestimate Ye Qinyao. If you wish to test her, send forth your strongest, and do not dispatch mere cannon fodder. Should Lingyun's sect suffer excessive losses, it would not bode well for you or the academy. Huan Shuzi's warning was veiled and cautious. He feared provoking Ye Qinyao might lead to a repetition of the tragic events at Tiandi Academy, potentially impacting the upcoming Destiny War. Tong Shanqing chuckled. I did not realize you held such faith in Ye Qinyao that if that is the case, the Destiny War should be easily within our grasp. Huan Shuzi sighed softly. Such matters are unpredictable. Ye Qinyao is indeed formidable. Yet one cannot discount the potential emergence of other prodigies from places like the Wanbao Pavilion. Keep in mind, their resources may surpass our own. As he spoke, Huan Shuzi suddenly shifted his tone, adding with a smile, Regardless of whether Ye Qinyao triumphs or not, we shall not relinquish our claim over the 9 cities. Tong Shanqing appeared momentarily taken aback, perplexed by his words. Huan Shuzi continued, Do you think that the academy, having established its roots in the southern 9 cities for over a century, has left no mark? We have already brought a portion of it here. If Ye Qinyao wins, she may awaken it. If she loses, we shall still partake in its benefits. Tong Shanqing's eyes widened in realization. Truly, the Academy was remarkable to have stealthily brought it here. That entity possessed the power to alter the very laws of nature and draw from the essence. If it were to take root successfully, no one would be able to contend with it. Moreover, Ling Yun's sect, acting as the forward base, would also reap considerable rewards. The two exchanged knowing smiles and raised their cups in a toast. Suddenly, two figures rushed towards them from behind. Jin Xian and Yuan Hao. Both appeared anxious as they approached Huan Shuzi and Tong Shanqing, whispering urgently, "My lord, master, may we have a word?" The two men exchanged startled glances, but soon retreated to a nearby corner. "What is the matter?" Huan Shuzi inquired. Jin Xian's expression was grave as he replied, "My lord, we have received word from the Academy that a peak 9th-tier beast has forcefully invaded, and it has made its way to the back mountain." Huan Shuzi's countenance shifted dramatically. The back mountain was where that crucial item was stored. It must not be allowed to come to harm. "What did it do?" Huan Shuzi's expression darkened. Jin Xian responded, "It appears it merely passed through, as reported by the vice president, that IT did not kill anyone or seize resources. It lingered for a moment before departing." Huan Shuzi fell silent, finding this coincidence rather dubious. After a moment he stated, "We should return to investigate. It absolutely must not encounter any issues. You go ahead. I will follow shortly." Jin Xian nodded and turned to leave. Meanwhile, on the other side, "What? Even Qi Feng has been defeated?" Tong Shanqing exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face, that Qi Feng was the most outstanding prodigy of Ling Yun's sect. Indeed, Yuan Hao confirmed. In just one exchange, senior brother Qi Feng fell at Yi Qingyao's feet. His fate unknown. Moreover, the Dragonfish King, which you personally nurtured in the Xian pool, has already been roasted and consumed by her. Tong Shanqing's eyes widened in shock, unable to fathom Yuan Hao's revelation. Just moments ago, he had believed Ling Yun's sex prodigies could easily subdue Yi Qingyao. Little did he anticipate such a swift defeat. "How dare she eat my fish? You must go and stabilize her. I will arrive post-haste." He dismissed Yuan Hao and hurried back. Just then, Huan Shuzi returned as well. The two exchanged glances, and the camaraderie shared moments ago suddenly felt laden with an ominous undercurrent. Chapter 127. Truly uncovering the ancestors' secrets at Ling Yun's sect. By the Xian pool, a group of young individuals lay strewn across the ground, their fates uncertain. Should any disciples of Ling Yun's sect be present, they would tremble in fear, for those who had fallen were none other than the most illustrious prodigies of the sect. Among them, several were direct disciples of the sect leader. Beside the Xian pool, two figures sat by a fire pit, half a dragonfish roasting above, its round eyes gleaming as it emitted an enticing aroma. "This is unappetizing. Truly unappetizing," Ye Xiaoxiao remarked, taking a hearty bite of the dragonfish meat. "Then why are you consuming it so eagerly?" Yi Qingyao questioned, also holding a piece of fish to her. Such premium ingredients required only the simplest of preparations to become a culinary delight. "Well, I am hungry, all right." Yi Xiaoxiao tossed aside the fish bones and continued, "If Gu Yulan were to cook this fish, it would surely leave you speechless." Yi Qingyao nodded in acknowledgement. She was aware that this Gu Yulan was a woman whom her uncle had brought along to prepare meals for him, implying her culinary skills were commendable. Moments later, Yi Xiaoxiao stood and stretched languidly. Glancing at the sprawled figures around them, she chuckled. "Why is no one coming? I haven't had my fill of fun yet." Earlier, while they were roasting fish, several individuals had attempted sneak attacks, most of whom were swiftly dispatched by Yi Xiaoxiao with a mere turn of her head. "Let us wait a while longer," Yi Qingyao replied nonchalantly. "If no one arrives, I shall seek them out. Do they truly believe I am easy prey?" "Wow!" Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoxiao exclaimed in surprise, wrapping her arms around Yi Qingyao's neck from behind. "Sister, after not seeing you for years, you are not only fierce but also quite formidable." She playfully pinched her friend's cheek, to why Yi Qingyao swatted her hand away, then stood, gazing into the distance. "They're already here." A powerful aura was rapidly approaching the Xian pool. "You go ahead and have fun. I will watch your back," Yi Xiaoxiao said with a grin. Stepping back and vanishing from sight, at that moment, a formidable figure descended from the heavens. It was Tong Shanqing. Upon witnessing the fallen prodigies of Lingyun's sect and the half-roasted dragonfish king, his eyes nearly bulged with rage. That dragonfish had been his personal charge, akin to his own flesh and blood. Ye Yu, Master Tong, your Lingyun sect has gone too far. Do you not regard me, Ye Yao, with any respect? Before Tong Shanqing could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Ye Yao's direct accusation, and he found himself momentarily bewildered, as the words he intended to voice were now being spoken by her. What do you mean by this? Tong Shanqing bellowed. Ye Yao surveyed the sprawled figures around her and coldly retorted, I am the chosen one of the academy, yet upon my arrival at Lingyun's sect, I have not only been denied the respect I am due, but have repeatedly faced assassination attempts. I cannot even enjoy a meal in peace. Do you wish to engage in a life-and-death struggle with me? This speech sent Tong Shanqing into a frenzy. He had come seeking answers, yet the roles had abruptly reversed, leaving him feeling disoriented. Ye Yao, do not be too arrogant, Tong Shanqing shouted. That dragonfish is a spirit beast I personally raised, destined to be the guardian beast of Lingyun's sect. Yet you have reduced it to mere sustenance. What punishment do you deserve? Ultimately, Tong Shanqing regained his composure. However, Ye Yao merely smiled calmly. Such matters were never communicated to me. What fault do I bear? If you cannot accept this, then let us battle. Allow me to witness the true strength of a sect leader of a first-rate sect. Her tone was laced with provocation. Indeed, she aimed to incite Tong Shanqing deliberately. She was weary of encountering inexplicable individuals daily and preferred to resolve such matters at their root. Tong Shanqing was thoroughly enraged. His fury was palpable. Ye Yao's arrogance was intolerable. His voice turned icy as he suppressed his murderous intent. I advise you to retract your earlier words. Huan Shuzi has just departed. And now, no one can protect you. Ye Yao smirked. Is the lord of a sect so verbose? Perhaps fearful of battle? At last, Tong Shanqing could contain himself no longer. You seek death. He roared, his voice resonating like thunder, reverberating through Lingyun's sect, causing all to feel the overwhelming wrath of their leader. They exchanged bewildered glances, questioning what had befallen their sect leader. Come at me, Tong Shanqing bellowed once more, his fingers curling into claws as he reached towards Ye Yao. The immense power of the tribulation phase erupted forth, invoking an irresistible force that bore down upon Ye Yao. However, Ye Yao's expression remained unchanged, that a dark red aura gradually surged, appearing feeble, yet steadfastly repelling Tong Shanqing's might, remaining unyielding. Is that all? Witnessing the taunting look on Ye Yao's face, Tong Shanqing was on the verge of exploding with rage. You shall perish. He unleashed a punch, a terrifying force that nearly tore apart the fabric of reality, hurtling towards Ye Yao. Yet, Ye Yao remained impassive, extending her palm as a crimson guqin materialized from thin air before her. She delicately plucked the strings with her slender fingers. Zheng, a wave of translucent ripples instantly radiated from the guqin, colliding violently with the chaotic energy in the void. Boom! In an instant, the ground trembled, and the entire Lingyun sect seemed to be in the throes of an earthquake, accompanied by a deafening explosion. The core disciples' enlightenment grounds, the Xiang Pool, erupted dramatically. The disciples and elders within the sect wore expressions of horror. They beheld the sacred place they had long yearned for utterly obliterated. Stones, waters, soils, flowers, and schools of dragonfish soared into the sky, cascading down like rain. Some sat paralyzed on the ground, bewildered by the unfolding chaos. Meanwhile, the more powerful elders discerned two figures amidst the wreckage. One was their sect leader, while the other was an ethereal woman engaged in direct combat with him. Witnessing the Xiang Pool reduced to ruins, Tong Shanqing had gone mad that he no longer cared whether he might kill Ye Yao, and unleashed his full power, charging forward. The Ye Yao's expression remained indifferent as she plucked the strings, conjuring waves of enigmatic force. In the skies, they clashed incessantly. Several ethereal pavilions crumbled into dust beneath the onslaught of their battle. It was as if the Lingyun sect faced its apocalypse. I will kill you, Tong Shanqing raved, deploying transcendental techniques that could obliterate heaven and earth. Yet, Yi Qinyao remained unfazed. Her jade-like fingers glided as an arcane melody resounded throughout the Lingyun sect. Then, a dark red veil descended from the heavens, slowly enveloping the entire peak of the Lingyun sect. The worldly realm transformed into a hue of crimson. Nothing could be seen, and no sound could be heard, and no one knew what transpired beneath the crimson canopy. Moments later, as the veil dissipated, the onlookers beheld that half the Lingyun sect's peak had collapsed, leaving only the ethereal figure standing in the sky, while Yi Qinyao hovered in the void, gazing down upon the summit. Tong Shanqing, now drenched in blood, lay prostrate on the ground. Struggling to breathe, he looked up at Yi Qinyao in disbelief, unable to fathom her overwhelming strength. Yet at that moment he laughed. "You are doomed, even if Soul Voidsy were here. He couldn't save you now." As his words fell, four terrifying auras erupted from beneath the ground. Their might surpassed that of Tong Shanqing by several folds. The disciples of Lingyun's sect knelt in fear, their expressions horrified. "We pay our respects to the ancestors." They prostrated themselves on the ground, in an instant, for figures surrounded Yi Qinyao, their murderous intent locking onto her fiercely. "Dare to wreak havoc in Lingyun's sect? You shall face annihilation." The four ancestors bellowed in unison. Their terrifying energy surged toward Yi Qinyao. She let out a soft grunt as the melody abruptly ceased. These four ancestors were ancient beings nearing the pinnacle of tribulation, and facing them alone would indeed prove challenging. Yi Qinyao sighed lightly, realizing she would have to resort to it. Just as she prepared to summon the Crimson Mirror, a colossal flower suddenly blossomed from the depths of the earth, enveloping the entire Lingyun sect. White petals, a purple stamen, and a jet-black center exuded an extraordinarily eerie aura. It was a celestial blossom. Chapter 128. Sisters unite amidst the ruins. A figure crawled out from the rubble. It was Yuan Hao, covered in dust and disheveled. "Cough, cough." He spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground. Yuan Hao knelt, his eyes filled with profound dread. That moment, he had arrived at the Xiang pool alongside his master, only to find Yi Qinyao roasting meat, but he had prepared to speak on her behalf, hoping his master would spare her. Yet, who could have anticipated that this seemingly younger woman would possess such overwhelming strength? The battle erupted instantly. A single strike shattered the Lingyun sect's enlightenment grounds. Yuan Hao had suffered the consequences, being hurled away alongside the Xiang pool, buried beneath the debris. Why is she so powerful? He coughed up more blood. The aftermath of the strike had obliterated his innate treasure, leaving him severely injured. Where are they? Yuan Hao struggled to rise, scanning the desolation around him. What he saw was a scene of devastation. Most of the pavilions had collapsed, and the once ethereal landscape now resembled a battlefield in ruins that he turned around in a daze, and a chill surged up his spine. The mountains ahead had crumbled halfway. Beneath his feet lay a bottomless abyss. In the sky, a red figure stood silently like a demonic deity, surrounded by four individuals radiating terrifying auras. Yuan Hao recognized them as the ancestors buried deep underground, the last bastion of Lingyun's sect's strength. "Xiao Hao." Suddenly, a familiar voice emanated from behind. Yuan Hao turned, his expression bewildered. "Father." The colossal celestial blossom unfurled beneath the Lingyun sect, shrouding the entire mountain gate. That an ethereal blue aura slowly ascended, permeating the mountainside, rendering the Lingyun sect extraordinarily fantastical, tinged with an unsettling allure. Above, three aged Taoists and an elderly matron sensed the celestial blossom's unusual resonance, their expressions grave. They are still experts. They felt a foreign presence. The ghostly blue mist gradually enveloped them, coiling around their bodies. Instantly, their brows furrowed and their expressions shifted. This eerie mist could directly affect their souls. Observing the scene below, they realized that everyone in Lingyun's sect, apart from themselves, had been dragged into another world by the celestial blossom. Who possesses such terrifying capabilities? They remained vigilant, wary of their surroundings. Meanwhile, Yi Qinyao, encircled by them, began to play her guqin once more, a complete melody that flowed smoothly and melodiously. Following this, The crimson veil descended again. This time, it descended alongside the celestial blossom, enveloping the entirety of Lingyun's sect. Dark red mist began to swirl around the four ancestors. The intertwining hues of azure and crimson coiled around them, amplifying their sense of pressure. "Gentlemen, perhaps we should have a chat," Ye Qinyao proposed. "You destroy my mountain gate, harm my disciples, and yet wish to negotiate. You must be dreaming. Prepare to pay with your lives?" The ancestors roared in unison, unleashing their immense power to break free from their bindings. Each employed their techniques, casting terrifying spells in unison, attempting to subdue Ye Qinyao in one fell swoop. The might of their tribulation-peak strength was not to be underestimated. Even Ye Qinyao dared not confront them head-on. Just as their attacks were about to land, a small hand emerged from the void. Seizing the back of Ye Qinyao's collar and yanking her back forcefully, that white Ye Qinyao's body was entirely pulled into the void. Boom! A tremendous explosion echoed. The four tribulation peak beings unleashed attacks that were far from trivial. Even the eerie energy lingering in the air was blown apart, creating a massive void. Yet, Ye Qinyao remained unscathed. She escaped. One elder furrowed his brow, that he had clearly seen someone pull that woman into a strange space. "Damn it! If I find her, I will tear her to shreds." The elder gritted his teeth in frustration, but suddenly, a chilling sensation arose behind him. Before he could react, the other three ancestors witnessed a brick appear abruptly behind his head, striking down with force. Bang! The brick struck solidly, exploding into dust upon impact. Such resilience. A voice lamented with a tinge of regret. The elder's head buzzed. He was a tribulation peak entity, his body reaching an extraordinary level. Yet that strike still left him dizzy. Touching the back of his head, he discovered blood. What in the world was that brick? But before he could ponder further, another identical brick materialized behind him. This time, he reacted quickly and turned his head, only to receive a heavy blow on his smooth forehead, blood gushing forth. A chilling laughter reverberated through the void. Yet, regrettably, no matter how they searched, they could not pinpoint the exact location of the shadowy hand. "Be careful! Another one is coming!" another cried out. The elders swiftly locked onto the shadow's position, unleashing a powerful punch. The immense force sent tremors through the void. Unfortunately, the assailant had already retreated, leaving only echoes of laughter in their wake. Meanwhile, Ye Qinyao appeared behind another gaunt Taoist. The resonance of her guqin unleashed a ripple, striking against his back. The Taoist let out a muffled groan, his vital energy surging. This strike had already reached the realm of tribulation. Yet when he attempted to lock onto Ye Qinyao, she vanished once more. Damn it! The ancestors felt exceedingly frustrated. Despite their overwhelming advantage in cultivation realm, they found it impossible to overpower her in sheer strength. However, she refused to engage in direct confrontation, employing elusive tactics, appearing and disappearing, delivering heavy strikes intermittently. Particularly that infuriating shadowy hand. Bricks, dog-beating sticks, rice bowls, an assortment of oddities that 80 times, a barrage of unidentified, limp substances would be hurled, splattering across their faces. The damage was minimal. Yet the insult was profoundly acute. Coupled with the soul-piercing azure aura and the entangling dark crimson mist, the morale of the group was on the verge of explosion. After being drenched once more in that inexplicable liquid, an elder could no longer contain himself and bellowed, "Who are you? Do not overstep your bounds. We of Lingyun's sect are under the protection of the Tianfu Academy." He attempted to invoke the name of the Tianfu Academy as a means of intimidation. However, this only elicited a spine-chilling laughter in response, along with an escalation of their assault. But as time progressed, the power of the four elders began to wane, that if this continued, defeat was inevitable. More troubling was the fact that the disciples of Lingyun's sect, under the combined influence of the red dust canopy and the celestial maiden, were becoming increasingly ensnared, unable to extricate themselves. "Esteemed sirs," one elder spoke again, "let us cease hostilities and engage in a civil discourse. There are no grievances that cannot be resolved." He conceded, for under no circumstances could Lingyun's sect fall at his hands. The attacks finally ceased. Moments later, Ye Qinyao's figure reemerged. Her expression was tranquil, yet her tone held a hint of mockery. Are you now inclined to converse amicably? Chapter 129. The Direction of Qinyao. At Tianfu Academy, two figures descended rapidly from the sky, heading straight for the rear mountain. Han Shuzi and Jin Xian. Han Shuzi's expression was grave. If that item were to encounter any mishap, the main academy would assuredly not spare him. Soon, they arrived at the tranquil pond of the rear mountain. The formation remains intact, Jin Xian observed, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. Let us descend and investigate. Han Shuzi produced a small jade talisman, which emitted a faint glow, beginning to meld into the layered formation. This was the key to entering the tranquil pond. Moments later, they reached the bottom of the pond. Before them lay a cavern, its walls adorned with black streaks to the center. A slender altar hovered with several fine hairs. Fortuitously, Han Shuzi finally relaxed, for it seemed that the beast was not after it. My lord, we were overly cautious. Though it was a creature nearing the status of a sacred beast, it could not possibly aspire to such supreme entities, Jin Xian remarked. When matters concern destiny, one can never be too careful, Han Shuzi said, meticulously inspecting the cavern and finding no other anomalies. Subsequently, he and Jin Xian departed the depths of the tranquil pond. Beneath a certain formidable formation's concealment, a verdant sapling unfurled its leaves, seemingly bidding them farewell. After a while, Han Shuzi and Jin Xian appeared in the academy's conference hall, where the vice president and several formidable instructors awaited. They had grasped the unfolding events and, although some aspects remained perplexing, ultimately concluded that it was indeed an unforeseen incident. Just sheer misfortune, encountering a top-tier beast devoid of intellect. Thereafter, Han Shuzi and Jin Xian once again soared towards Lingyun's sect with remarkable speed. My lord, must we be in such a haste? Jin Xian, whose cultivation was inferior to Han Shuzi's, found it somewhat taxing to keep up. Do your utmost to follow, Han Shuzi replied sternly. A divine artifact is at stake, and I returned in haste. Only now do I recall that Tong Shanqing seems to have personally gone to confront Ye Qinyao. Jin Xian paused, saying, no matter how reckless he is, he wouldn't dare harm one of our academy's people. Would he? It's merely a matter of giving Ye Qinyao a bit of a hard time. Han Shuzi shook his head. That man is a madman. When he loses his senses, he recognizes no one. I fear for Ye Qinyao's safety. The battle for destiny is of utmost importance to us. With that, he accelerated once more, hoping fervently that Ye Qinyao could withstand the pressure from Tong Shanqing at the Lingyun sect's main hall. Tong Shanqing knelt on the ground, while Ye Qinyao sat regally at the top. The four elders positioned themselves on either side, gazing at Ye Qinyao with palpable displeasure, yet feeling utterly powerless. They could not overpower her. What could they do? Furthermore, through their discussions, it was clear she was a significant figure within the academy. This conflict had been instigated by Lingyun's sect itself. For reasons both public and private, they could not place the blame upon her. Tong Shanqing, do you understand your crimes? One elder, exuding the most authority, rebuked fiercely. His chest swelled with fury. Had it not been for Tong Shanqing's unwarranted provocation, Lingyun's sect would not have suffered such colossal losses. Unable to best Ye Qinyao, they could only vent their anger upon him. Tong Shanqing knelt, his countenance despondent. After hundreds of years, now he was to bow his head and plead for forgiveness from a young woman scarcely 20 years old. This filled him with profound humiliation. He could never have anticipated that Ye Qinyao would possess such formidable strength. Within the red dust canopy, he was rendered utterly incapable of resistance, even with the combined efforts of the four elders. They could not subdue Ye Qinyao. Instead, she had nearly led to the downfall of millions within Lingyun's sect. Such a prodigy was beyond his comprehension. The so-called geniuses of Lingyun's sect appeared as mere jesters in comparison. Now, all that remained for Tong Shanqing was humiliation and endless regret. Why had he provoked her? Disciple, acknowledges my transgressions. Tong Shanqing bowed deeply. The elder snorted coldly, then turned to Ye Qinyao, immediately donning a smile, his deeply etched wrinkles folding together. Fairy, what do you propose? Enough, Ye Qinyao replied nonchalantly. Bullying the weak is your customary practice. I am aware that you would relish the opportunity to flay me alive." The several elders chuckled awkwardly, hastily denying such intentions. That Ye Qingyao continued, "In truth, I harbor no malice towards Lingyun's sect, nor have I ever cared for your affairs. Had you not provoked me, this situation would not have arisen." Rising from her seat, she declared, "I have but one request. Until the conclusion of the battle for destiny, I wish for no further disturbances from anyone under inexplicable pretenses. Should such occurrences persist, I can relay to you Tong Zhangjiao's own words. Even Han Shuzi would be unable to protect you." Ye Qingyao surveyed the elders of Lingyun's sect, who all lowered their heads, unable to meet her gaze. This scene evoked memories of a saying her elder uncle had once imparted: "I am a firm believer in reason. Yet, it is strength that compels others to sit down and engage in discourse." She wholeheartedly endorsed this sentiment. Having concluded her address, Ye Qingyao rose, disregarding the kneeling Tong Shangqing, and strode directly out of the hall of the sect leader in a serene garden at the rear mountain of Lingyun's sect. Ye Qingyao sat within a pavilion, gently playing the guqin. Nearby, under a pear blossom tree, Ye Xiaoxiao leisurely swung on a swing. This was a designated sanctuary prepared for Ye Qingyao, ensuring that no one would intrude upon her peace. "Sister, I am not jesting. You are truly fierce now," Ye Xiaoxiao remarked at Ye Qingyao paused, adjusting a few discordant notes before resuming her playing. "Such is life. If you are weak, you will be bullied. If you do not inflict pain upon them at once, they will seek to retaliate, bringing trouble upon yourself. Too cumbersome." Ye Qingyao commented. Ye Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I have come to recognize this truth. I generally preemptively deal with those who would bully me, quashing trouble before it can sprout. Haha." As she spoke, she leaped off the swing and swiftly took a seat opposite Ye Qingyao. "Sister, I have long been curious about the direction you found during that trial 6 years ago." Ye Suifeng invited. At that time, Ye Suifeng had conducted trials for the 5 of them, allowing each to express a wish. That Ye Qinyao's desire had been to find direction amidst confusion. The music ceased once more. Ye Qingyao let out a gentle sigh. "At that time, I actually deceived my elder uncle." "Ah!" Ye Xiaoxiao exclaimed in surprise. Ye Qingyao continued, "I claim that I entered the second layer of the red dust mirror, where one day in reality equates to 10 years, but in truth, I entered the third temporal realm, spending an entire millennium there." Ye Xiaoxiao gaped, her eyes wide with disbelief. 1,000 years. She could scarcely fathom what Ye Qingyao had endured. Dozens of centuries, myriad lives, did not lead me to discover direction, yet imparted one vital realization. Ye Qingyao elaborated. "Strength is the prerequisite for all paths. Only those like my elder uncle can genuinely pursue their desires." Ye Xiaoxiao cradled her face with her hands, murmuring, "No wonder I feel your methods are increasingly akin to my uncle's." Ye Qingyao nodded in agreement. "If I were to speak of finding direction, it could only be to become someone like my elder uncle. I do not wish to become him." Ye Xiaoxiao paced back and forth, arms crossed. "Look at him. He spends his days reading, eating, and sleeping, and now he is off to cultivate some obscure tree. Bored to death. He should at least find a beautiful woman to bear a few siblings for Yi Huang." Ye Vignao chuckled. "Each individual is unique. You, I, Yi Huang, Yi Long, Yi Qian, we 5 possess distinct ideals and goals. Uncle has always allowed us to grow at our own pace. Otherwise, with your temperament, he would have long since dealt with you severely." Ye Xiaoxiao remarked, "Sister, do not underestimate me just because of my petite stature. I have indeed matured." With that, she reclined on the table, gazing skyward, and let out a soft sigh. Her long hair cascaded like a rainbow across the tabletop. "What do you think? If we were to remain forever young, how wonderful that would be." Chapter 130. Arrival at Yuan City. Nestled among the mountains, there lay a vast valley at its center, a colossal sinkhole plunged into unfathomable depths. As if it led straight to the Earth's core. From within the abyss, plumes of thick red smoke occasionally erupted, filling the air with a searing scent of sulfur. Surrounding the sinkhole, a multitude of structures had formed a veritable city. Above the city, An intricate formation enveloped it entirely. Suddenly, a magnificent, multicolored phoenix descended rapidly from the distance, coming to rest before the formation. Behind the phoenix stood several figures. "Is this the site of the fateful battle?" Yi Huang inquired from the forefront. Ye Suifeng nodded. "According to the information left by Xiao Xiao, the location lies within a secret realm at the bottom of the sinkhole. There are still a few days until the battle commences. Let us enter the city and wait." Yi Long tilted his head and asked, "Should we dismantle the formation? I would like to give it a try. It shouldn't be too formidable." His battle spirit was palpable. That Ye Suifeng shot him a glance. "Why are you so aggressive? It is no small feat to set up a protective formation. Let us maintain a low profile this time." Subsequently, Ye Suifeng directed Lao Qi to fly in another direction, down on the opposite side of the formation. A high platform had been constructed for welcoming practitioners arriving via flying spiritual tools or beasts. At that moment, a 7th-tier flying demon beast, the Xianqi tiger, landed with great majesty, prompting gasps of astonishment from those nearby. To ride a 7th-tier beast was no common feat. It surely belonged to a member of a prominent sect. Descending from the back of the Xianqi tiger was a group of elegantly dressed individuals, among whom was a young girl adorned with numerous small bells, her head held high, exuding an air of disdain. A bunch of filthy country bumpkins. The girl appeared charming, yet her words dripped with arrogance. An elder stepped forward, smiling. "Young fairy Yintong, most of the practitioners here are merely ordinary individuals seeking fortune in Yuan City. However, the Lingyun sect, responsible for overseeing Yuan City, is a first-rate sect just like our Taiyu sect. Moreover, with the upcoming grand event, many powerful factions will come to spectate. It would be prudent for us to tone it down." The elder spoke kindly, but the girl merely huffed in disdain. "What is there to fear? With Brother Linpeng protecting me, anyone who dares to bully me is courting death." Yintong's expression was one of indifference. The elder sighed softly, feeling helpless. After all, Yintong was associated with the Linpeng Holy Sun, a paragon of excellence from the heavenly calculation sacred land. Though there were rumors suggesting their relationship was not particularly deep, the bond between Linpeng and Yintong was well known. With Linpeng's pride, he would never allow anyone to insult his woman. "Elder Jiang, I have heard that the Tianfu Academy will also send someone here, correct?" Yintong suddenly inquired. Elder Jiang's gaze sharpened slightly. Then he replied with a smile, "Indeed. The Academy is among those participating in the battle." "Ha ha!" Yintong laughed heartily, though her eyes radiated hatred as she said, "It would be splendid if she could come along. I want her to realize that in the end, it is I who has won Brother Linpeng." Elder Jiang remained silent. In truth, he did not wish to come to Yuan City. It was merely Yintong's tantrum that compelled him to accompany her to meet the Holy Sun Linpeng. Reluctantly, Taiyu sect had dispatched him to prevent Yintong from causing any disturbances. It seemed that her motives extended beyond Linpeng to that unfortunate girl who had been driven away years ago. "I truly hope to see her soon." Yintong caressed the Xianqi tiger's neck, her voice icy. "Let her witness the privileges that ought to belong to her, now bestowed upon me, while she languishes in the academy, mourning her fate. Such a scene is highly anticipated." Elder Jiang observed her, shaking his head gently. This woman was far too scheming. The events of years past had already driven that girl away, and now she sought to look down upon her from a position of superiority. He fervently hoped that girl would not appear here. Suddenly, an overwhelming and chilling aura surged from the heavens. Elder Jiang looked up to see a massive, multicolored phoenix diving towards the high platform. Instantly, his expression changed dramatically. That was indeed a terrifying 9th-tier demon beast. "Get out of the way!" Elder Jiang bellowed, seizing Yintong's garment and fleeing rapidly. The phoenix landed with a resounding thud upon the high platform, spreading its colossal wings and letting out a piercing cry. The overwhelming pressure rendered the other demon beasts on the platform, including the previously imposing Xianqi tiger, trembling in fear, cowering in place. Unable to move, the aura of a peak 9th-tier beast caused the entire platform to tremble. The guards quaked in their boots. They had never faced such a terrifying creature before. "Enough!" At that moment, a voice emanated from above the phoenix. The tone was soft, yet filled with authority. The guards, filled with dread, witnessed the once fearsome beast timidly retracting its head. Shortly thereafter, the phoenix rapidly shrank, transforming into a somewhat disheveled-looking Taoist. A dozen figures appeared before the crowd. Observing the startled and trembling expressions around him, Ye Long exclaimed, "Uncle, I am truly witnessing your low profile." Ye Suifeng lowered his gaze slightly. "Little dragon, I summoned you back. Not for you to criticize me." Ye Long wore a broad smile. "I am merely learning from your demeanor, uncle." Behind them, Chiao Mie and Si Chenlong were utterly astonished. They had never seen the Dragon Lord in such a light. His image had collapsed in an instant. Ye Suifeng snorted softly and stepped forward. The guards were quaking, nearly losing their footing. The beast alone was intimidating. How powerful must its rider be? "Elder, we are from the Lingyun sect, which manages this area." They stammered, struggling to speak coherently. "Do not panic. We are merely here to enter the city. This is the entrance, is it not?" Ye Suifeng inquired. The guard nodded quickly. "Yes, esteemed elder. You may enter Yuan City from here. The passage fee is 1,000 spirit stones per person." Soon, Ye Huang counted the spirit stones and handed them over. Given their wealth, they were not reduced to taking the highwayman's route. As they prepared to enter, they noticed that Yanxi had not followed but stood at the back, staring blankly at the edge of the high platform. There, an elder and a girl were equally astonished. "Grandpa Jiang." After a moment, Yanxi spoke. Elder Jiang's face was one of shock and disbelief that he had never anticipated encountering that girl from years ago here. "Little Shi, it has been a long time." His voice carried a hint of hoarseness to that moment. Ye Suifeng approached. "An acquaintance?" Encountering a familiar face here was no ordinary coincidence. However, Yanxi shook her head, her expression complex. "No, Head Yi, I have no ties with them anymore." With that, Yanxi turned and rejoined the group. Ye Suifeng regarded them, but said nothing further, leading the group away from the entrance of Yuan City. Alas! Watching Yanxi depart, Elder Jiang sighed heavily. Meanwhile, Yintong was utterly bewildered. How could it be? How could such a formidable person be by her side? How could she possibly ride such a terrifying beast? Was she not supposed to be alone in the academy? Weeping in despair, Yintong found it hard to accept. She turned to gaze at the Xianqi tiger, which just moments ago had been a source of pride, now cowering on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. An overwhelming rage and resentment surged within her. "No, I refuse to believe it." Chapter 131. Hun Shuzi was stunned. Outside Lingyun's sect, two figures sped through the air, arriving above Lingyun's sect. It was Hun Shuzi and Jin Xian. They had traveled at full speed for 2 entire days, finally making a round trip between the academy and Lingyun's sect. However, upon witnessing the scene below, they gasped in horror. Has someone attacked Lingyun's sect? Jin Xian's eyes widened in shock. Below, numerous structures lay in ruins, debris scattered everywhere. More alarmingly, the main peak of Lingyun had collapsed by half. It had been perfectly intact just 2 days prior, and now it was in such a state of disarray. What on earth had transpired? A sense of foreboding surged within Hun Shuzi that he scrutinized the air, detecting a familiar residual aura that was identical to the techniques employed by Yi Qingyao back in the Tianyi Garden. They had indeed made a move, and judging by the scene below, both sides had unleashed their full might. Perhaps even some ancient ancestor buried deep underground had intervened. Damn it! Hun Shuzi's expression darkened as he transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the main hall. "Tong Shangqing, get out here!" His furious roar reverberated through the sky. If Yi Qingyao were to be killed or severely injured, jeopardizing the upcoming fateful battle, he would never forgive Lingyun's sect. Hun Shuzi stormed into the main hall, where Tong Shangqing, seated above, also raised his head. Tong Shangqing, he was just about to erupt in anger when he noticed Tong Shangqing's pallid complexion and weakened breath. With half of his hair turned white, it was evident that he had suffered grave injuries. "What has happened to you?" Hun Shuzi's fury shifted to astonishment. Tong Shangqing forced a smile, his face etched with despondency. "It would be best for you to inquire about this directly from Yi Qingyao." Hun Shuzi furrowed his brow. "Where is she?" "She is resting in the celestial garden on the back mountain," Tong Shangqing replied slowly. The ancestors have arranged for her to stay in a precious location of the Lingyun sect. Han Shuzi was taken aback once more. The ancestors? Tong Shanqing nodded. Indeed. The four ancestors have preserved our Lingyun sect, sparing us from annihilation. What? Han Shuzi was rendered speechless, that he had assumed that if the ancestors of the Lingyun sect were to intervene, Yi Qinyao would likely face dire consequences. However, reality seemed to defy his expectations. What exactly did she do? Han Shuzi inquired. Tong Shanqing sighed deeply. Nothing much. She merely defeated all of us. Moments later, in the celestial garden on the back mountain, Yi Qinyao sat beside a crystal-clear lake, tuning her strings. Suddenly, she turned her head as if sensing something. Han Shuzi was rushing toward her from afar. Ye Suifeng. Han Shuzi frowned, gazing at the woman who seemed to belong to another realm, and spoke in a low voice. How could you reduce Tong Zhongmin to such a state? His life essence has sustained considerable damage. Yi Qinyao turned her head, her expression unperturbed. He sought to capture me. I couldn't simply stand there and allow myself to be taken, could I? Han Shuzi was momentarily taken aback. But you cannot, in a fit of rage, devastate half of the Lingyun sect. He stepped closer. The Lingyun sect is a crucial piece in our academy's strategy, but if it were to be destroyed, we would not escape retribution from the main academy. No, you would not escape, Yi Qinyao replied with a smile. Han Shuzi, my lord, that I believe you should not forget that I am not a member of the main academy, that I participated in this battle of fate out of necessity. Our relationship is not so amicable. Thus, Yi Qinyao rose to her feet. If you wish for me to represent the Tianfu Academy in battle, you would do well to refrain from adopting a commanding demeanor. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee what may transpire in the future. Upon hearing this, Han Shuzi was left in a daze. That a blatant threat. How long had it been since someone had dared to threaten him directly? This young woman, merely in her 20s. How did she possess such audacity? Han Shuzi's hand slowly reached for a jade talisman etched with black patterns. Yet, after a moment's hesitation, he withdrew it. That Yi Qinyao was correct. The battle of fate held immense significance for the academy, and they still relied on her. Moreover, she had managed to suppress the combined might of 4 peak tribulation existences. Such power, let alone their adversaries in the battle of fate, even he himself would find it difficult to confront without resorting to divine artifacts. The odds of securing victory were significant. Sigh. Han Shuzi heaved a heavy sigh. Young one, I advise you not to be too young. In this world, there are many who tower above us. If you shine too brightly, there will come a day when you will face catastrophic repercussions. Ye Suifeng no ditgente. I appreciate your guidance. Han Shuzi shook his head. In any case, should you triumph in the battle of fate, we will wipe the slate clean of all past grievances. If not, you should take care of yourself. With that, Han Shuzi departed. Yi Qinyao watched as his figure faded from view. Sister, how dare he threaten you? We should find an opportunity to bury him. Yi Xiaoxiao popped her head out from the void. Yi Qinyao shook her head slightly. This person, in truth, conducts himself quite well. It is merely that he has grown accustomed to looking down from a great height. Perhaps in his eyes, obedience is what others ought to do. Yi Xiaoxiao scoffed. He has never met uncle. His perspective is too narrow. Ye Suifeng Simide, who, before meeting uncle, possessed a broad perspective. Who could comprehend how unattainable those who tower above us truly are? By the way, uncle and the others should have arrived by now. Yi Xiaoxiao's eyes brightened. Oh! She twirled her eyes playfully and said, Sister, how about I go find them first? I'm afraid they might provoke someone they shouldn't. Yi Qinyao was speechless. If you wish to go, just go. What a flimsy excuse. Go ahead. I have a piece to refine that requires my full attention. All right, best of luck. Yi Xiaoxiao exclaimed before eagerly rolling away into the void. In Yuan City, there is a Wanbao pavilion here too. Yi Long's mouth hung open in astonishment. Over the years, he had traversed so many places, and no matter where he went, he would encounter this treasure trading organization. That it was truly remarkable. Let us go in and take a look. Ye Suifeng suggested. Father, you are not planning to empty their coffers again, are you? Ye Huang chucked it. How could you also mock me? You make me sound like a nouveau riche. Ye Suifeng rolled his eyes and led the group inside. Meanwhile, at the top floor of Wanbao Pavilion, several incredibly powerful presences were seated inside. Among them, if Gu Wanqing were there, she would undoubtedly recognize Shen Tianming, the steward from the time of Su City. At that time, Ye Suifeng was astonished to see his cultivation at the age of 27, possessing the transformation realm strength, and he hoped that the Yi family disciples could reach such heights. He was a genuine genius. However, at this moment, his expression was far from pleasant. I advise you once more, we should best avoid meddling in the Nine-City Alliance. Placed in the external world, it is likely that even cultivators of the transformation stage would engage in fierce conflict over it. Yet for him, such a level merely sufficed as firewood for cooking. Is there no higher quality? Ye Suifeng inquired. Are you not satisfied? The shopkeeper exclaimed in astonishment. Having spent many years here, he considered himself quite knowledgeable. Yet he had never encountered a customer who was dissatisfied even with top-tier earth firestones. Well, esteemed guest, there are indeed higher quality options, but their prices. Listen, Ye Suifeng interrupted, a hint of impatience in his tone. I do not wish to hear any more about status or pricing. If you have it, present it that I assure you, I am capable of affording it. Ah, yes, of course. The shopkeeper wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling the pressure of dealing with such an extravagant patron. After a moment, he returned, holding a pitch-black iron box. I apologize. Esteemed guest, the energy of the fire crystal is exceedingly potent, and thus can only be sealed within a millennium black iron. The shopkeeper cautioned that Ye Suifeng nodded and directly opened the box. Instantly, a small figure emerged, accompanied by the melodious chirping of birds that it was an incredibly pure and manifested essence of earth-fire energy. The firebird soared, exuding a fierce aura, and charged directly towards Ye Suifeng. Smack! Ye Suifeng swiftly swatted it back into the box. Sealing it once more. What is the price? He inquired. The shopkeeper's face broke into a broad smile as he replied, if calculated in top-grade spirit stones, one fire crystal requires 100 million top-grade spirit stones. However, it can also be exchanged for other treasures. We will assess a suitably equivalent value. Ye Suifeng waved his hand dismissively. I will use spirit stones. He glanced at his wallet, noting that the number of spirit stones had not diminished in quite some time, which was somewhat vexing. How many fire crystals do you have in total? Ye Suifeng asked. The shopkeeper paused momentarily before replying. We have a total of 31. Such a meager amount? Ye Suifeng frowned. 31 would yield negligible results in cultivation. The shopkeeper was taken aback, believing Ye Suifeng would be startled by the number, only to find that he was the one who was astonished. Ahem, esteemed guest, the shopkeeper began. Such treasures are typically retained by those who acquire them and are seldom sold to the Wanbao Pavilion. If you truly require them, you may venture to the Abyss Valley, where there is currently an eruption of earth fire, and numerous fire crystals are emerging. Of course, there will also be many powerful cultivators vying for them. Ye Suifeng nodded. Then it shall be. Bring forth all the existing fire crystals. And also, bring all the top-tier fire crystals. They still possess some value. Shopkeeper. After a moment, Ye Suifeng returned to the main hall. Yi Huang and the others were searching for items of interest. They were not short of funds. Even Fugui had purchased several large honeycombs. Suddenly, a delicate pair of hands covered Fugui's eyes. Startled, Fugui lost grip of the honeycomb. Oh, Yu Hong, quickly save me. I have gone blind. In a panic, he dashed about, unintentionally knocking over several cultivators, creating a chaotic scene. Ye Suifeng sighed in exasperation and flicked his fingers. Bang! A small figure tumbled out of the void. Immortal Master? Yu Hong exclaimed, cradling Fugui, his face a picture of helplessness. He. Yi Xiaoxiao giggled, and in the next moment, she appeared beside Ye Suifeng. What are you so happy about? Did you tear off someone else's roof again? Ye Suifeng asked, somewhat irked. No, I am simply, genuinely delighted. Is that not permissible? Yi Xiaoxiao replied. Moreover, if we are speaking of demolishing houses, my sister is far more adept at it than I am. Let me tell you. Yi Xiaoxiao chattered on, recounting her and Yi Qinyao's recent achievements. To Ye Suifeng at that moment, guards from the lower levels of Wanbao Pavilion rushed over. Who dares to act recklessly in Wanbao Pavilion? They surrounded Ye Suifeng and his companions with an imposing demeanor. Just then, the shopkeeper burst forth. What is the meaning of this? Everyone disperse. He shooed away the guards and then, with a face full of forced smiles and squinting eyes, said, "Esteemed guest, I hope we have not disturbed you." This scene left the surrounding cultivators utterly dumbfounded. The usually authoritative shopkeeper appeared so subservient in front of this man. Who exactly was he? Ye Suifeng waved his hand dismissively. "It is nothing. Continue with your duties." Having said this, he beckoned Yi Huang and the others to leave Wanbao Pavilion together. He had long since lost interest in such petty disputes. Once Ye Suifeng departed, the shopkeeper gradually reined in his smile, returning to his usual unsmiling demeanor. After a moment of contemplation, he turned and headed towards the upper levels. Such a person of this caliber must be extraordinary. I must report to the pavilion master post-haste. I have heard rumors that someone from the main pavilion has arrived in Abyss City. Chapter 133. Missed opportunity at the top of Wanbao Pavilion. The atmosphere was tense. Shen Tianming, what exactly do you mean by this? A powerful middle-aged man shouted angrily. Pavilion Master Fong, Shen Tianming replied darkly. I believe I have made myself abundantly clear. We cannot recklessly engage with the Nine-City Alliance. Pavilion Master Fong grinned widely, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. So, according to you, does this mean that Wanbao Pavilion is to abandon this impending celestial mandate battle? Indeed, Shen Tianming confirmed resolutely. You must be joking. Pavilion Master Fong bellowed, slamming the table and stepping toward Shen Tianming, his voice booming. Do not think that just because you now hold the position of steward, you can dictate terms in Abyss City. I have dedicated decades preparing for the celestial mandate battle. Can it be so easily dismissed by your mere words? He glared at Shen Tianming, who remained undaunted. The tension between them escalated, and it seemed they were on the verge of physical confrontation. Enough, interjected an elderly man with snow-white hair. Both of you have made significant contributions to Wanbao Pavilion. Do not let trivial matters lead to discord. The elder's words bore weight, prompting Pavilion Master Fong to huff and retake his seat. Steward, it is not my temper that is at fault. It is this young man's illogical assertions. Pavilion Master Fong continued. I was dispatched to Abyss City precisely because of the celestial mandate battle. After all these years, can he simply declare that it will not happen? He, on the other hand, has constructed our pavilion's second 9-story origin tower, basking in glory. What of me? If this matter goes awry, our plans in the 9 cities will be jeopardized, and I will bear the consequences. He remained furious. Shen Tianming, however, slowly replied, There are no plans. I have already ordered for the origin tower to be returned to the main pavilion. This statement left both men momentarily stunned. The steward furrowed his brow and inquired, Are you serious? Shen Tianming nodded. Pavilion Master Fong erupted into hearty laughter. What did I say? This young man has completely lost his mind. The steward's frown deepened. Why would you do such a thing? Capturing the 9 cities was a directive from the upper echelons of the main pavilion, and you dare to act independently? Shen Tianming sighed deeply. Steward, I have stated numerous times that an extraordinary individual has emerged over there and has already unified the 9-city alliance. We cannot recklessly proceed without preparation. Is it the Ye family you speak of? The steward asked. Shen Tianming nodded. Over these years, I have personally witnessed the Ye family's rise. That is not an achievement ordinary individuals can accomplish. The strength of Ye Suifeng, the head of the Ye family, is such that even I, on the brink of the transcendent stage, cannot fathom the extent of his power. If you do not believe me, you may investigate for yourselves. Shen Tianming spoke with urgency. For years, he had secretly prepared Wanbao Pavilion's second 9-story origin tower in Sioux City. The Ye family transformed continuously, managing to conquer the entire 9 cities with only 2 direct descendants in a mere 6 years. He had witnessed the devastating aura of the sword left by Yi Huang in Huangya City, which had sent chills down his spine. At that time, Ye Huang had been merely a foundation establishment cultivator. One could only imagine how terrifying her father, Ye Suifeng, must be. If that is the case, why have you not reported to the main pavilion? The steward pressed. I have said it many times. However, Shen Tianming lowered his head. The main pavilion's reaction has been much like yours. They do not believe that a small, peripheral force could threaten Wanbao Pavilion in just a few years. They deem me too young and my judgment flawed, which is why they have not sent anyone. After he finished, the room fell silent. Pavilion Master Fong scoffed and ceased speaking. The steward, however, pondered the possibilities of Shen Tianming's words. After much contemplation, he still felt the likelihood was almost negligible. Throughout history, there have indeed been forces that rose rapidly. But they were primarily located in the central continent, a land rich in talent and opportunities. But the 9 cities remained too barren to support such a force, and the time frame was simply too short. 5 or 6 years is but a fleeting moment. Even a single retreat could last longer. Yet, he knew Shen Tianming well enough to trust that he would not engage in theatrics. Perhaps it was worth investigating after all. Sensing the steward's wavering resolve, Shen Tianming asserted, with 4 days remaining until the Celestial Mandate battle, we can make a round trip and ascertain the truth. That Ye family is truly not to be trifled with, he declared firmly. When did the members of the Shen family become so easily frightened? Suddenly, a cold voice echoed in the room. Shortly after, a figure pushed open the door and strode in. She was a woman with piercing eyes and a fierce expression, disdainfully fixing her gaze on Shen Tianming. Ningyue. Shen Tianming was momentarily taken aback. Fairy Ningyue, I have been waiting for you for quite some time. Master Fong rose, his face alight with joy. You are the chosen one for this destiny battle. Shen Tianming's pupils constricted slightly. Indeed, the chief steward remarked, his demeanor softening. Shen Ningyue has returned from the Divine Gate trial and has obtained the true legacy of the divine artifact. This time, the battle of destiny will be ours for the taking. Shen Ningyue bowed to the chief steward and then took a seat beside Shen Tianming. At that moment, Shen Tianming's expression shifted, his countenance darkening. No! He suddenly shouted, rising to his feet and addressing Shen Ningyue. Sister, you absolutely cannot participate in this destiny battle. The others were taken aback, not anticipating Shen Tianming's unwavering stance. You must return with me at once, Shen Tianming said firmly. After all, the Origin Tower has already been sent back to the main hall, and I have already retrieved it. In a few days, it will be delivered to Yuancheng. Shen Ningyue smiled. Shen Tianming, I never imagined that after years apart, you would have grown so timid. Is a small border family capable of instilling such fear in you? Shen Tianming gritted his teeth, unable to utter a single word in response to his sister's contemptuous gaze. This is my first battle after emerging from seclusion. No matter what, I must secure victory. If you are afraid, then hurry home and hide in our mother's embrace. Shen Ningyue sneered. The chief steward and Master Fong remained silent, disappointment and sorrow swelling within Shen Tianming's heart. Even his own sister was unwilling to heed his words. After a brief moment of silence, he said nothing further and turned to leave the room. Now, all he hoped was that the Ye family had not dispatched anyone. Once the battle of destiny concluded, he would do everything in his power to bring his sister back. As he stepped out, he brushed past the manager of the Wanbao Pavilion, who greeted him with an exuberant smile, oblivious to Shen Tianming's pallor before entering the room. My lords, Master Fong, I have joyous news to report. Master Fong raised an eyebrow. Oh, what is it? The manager replied with a grin. Just moments ago, someone came to our Wanbao Pavilion and purchased all the premium fire stones and fire crystals with spirit stones. Master Fong's face instantly brightened. He understood that spirit stones were of utmost importance to Wanbao Pavilion. Master Fong exclaimed. Fairy Ningyue is truly my lucky star. This time, our Wanbao Pavilion shall surely receive continuous good news. At that moment, Shen Tianming had already distanced himself, unaware of Master Fong's laughter. Otherwise, he would surely be reminded of someone who had once exhibited a similar prowess. Chapter 134. Nodes of Heaven's Path in Yuancheng. On the outskirts of Yuangu, the climate was perpetually scorching, the air thick with the acrid scent of sulfur. Each day, chaotic and violent earth flames erupted from the depths of the gorge. Occasionally, a great surge of earth flames would occur, and any cultivator of lower cultivation would meet their demise merely by approaching. Yet, no matter how perilous the situation, as long as treasures were present, cultivators would flock to test their luck and seek opportunities. Earth fire stones represented such opportunities. With the eruption of earth flames, an abundance of earth fire stones would surge forth, serving as a highly coveted resource for cultivation. Should one be fortunate enough to find a high-quality earth fire stone, they would instantaneously become wealthy. Daily, numerous cultivators awaited the eruption of earth flames, hoping to embark on the path to riches that Ye Suifeng and his companions had also arrived at this location. However, their purpose was not to seek wealth. They were primarily here to obtain some fire crystals for Ye Huang to aid in her cultivation, and secondly, to investigate the depths of the gorge, to uncover what the so-called secret realm and battlefield of the Destiny battle truly entailed. Let's first find fire crystals for Sister Ye Huang. Ye Suifeng. Along the way, Ye Suifeng had informed them about the fire crystals and allowed Ye Huang to try some. Just as Ye Suifeng had anticipated, the fire crystals significantly boosted Ye Huang's cultivation. Suddenly, a thin, elderly Taoist laughed heartily. Whose adorable little child is this? You think fire crystals are so easily found? Little one, even powerful beings in the tribulation period covet such treasures. A group of cultivators nearby erupted into laughter. To them, Ye Xiaoxiao's words were sheer ignorance. Hearing the murmurs, Ye Suifeng turned his head. This is my child. Do you have a problem with that? The elderly Taoist glanced over and saw that Ye Suifeng had just captured a fire crystal resembling a moth, which was now flailing in his hand. The Taoist's expression shifted dramatically. To be able to catch a fire crystal with bare hands was no ordinary feat. Elder, forgive me, I misspoke. In this searing land, beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. Today, he had truly misjudged. He had not expected this unfamiliar face to belong to the legendary powerhouse. Ye Xiaoxiao hopped over, taking the fire crystal from Ye Suifeng's hand and presenting it to the elderly Taoist. Hee. Old man, do you want it? Feeling the terrifying aura of the fire crystal, the Taoist's legs nearly buckled, and he hurriedly chuckled awkwardly. Little fairy, you misunderstood. That isn't what I meant. Fire crystals were indeed extraordinarily precious. But not everyone could possess them, that if he were to hold it, he would likely be incinerated in an instant. All right, let him go. Ye Suifeng said that it was merely an offhand remark. There was no need to escalate matters. Soon, this area was left with only Ye Suifeng and his companions. The weakest among them had reached the god transformation realm, rendering the raging earth flames of the gorge incapable of causing them any harm. Ye Suifeng reached out and grasped once more, pulling out another fire crystal shaped like a butterfly from the depths of the flames, which he held in his hand, that if other cultivators in this locale were to witness this, they would surely be left agape. Others toiled and risked their lives for a chance to obtain a high-quality earth fire stone, while he casually collected fire crystals that it was truly infuriating. Yet, Ye Suifeng frowned slightly. He then cast his gaze deeper into the ancient gorge. There are far too few fire crystals out here. I should venture down to take a look. You all should stay outside for now. With that, Ye Suifeng swiftly leaped into the gorge. The others exchanged glances, and Ye Long suggested, shall we search for fire crystals outside? This place is quite interesting and could serve as a good exercise. Sure. There's nothing else to do anyway, Ye Xiaoxiao agreed. Subsequently, they joined the quest for fire crystals. Meanwhile, Ye Suifeng had descended into the depths of the gorge. Here, the earth flames grew increasingly violent, making it difficult even for cultivators in the nascent soul stage to withstand. After descending nearly 5,000 zhang, Ye Suifeng suddenly noticed something peculiar about the environment, that a sweep of his divine sense revealed a vast mansion emerging within his perception. Simultaneously, a faint aura of spatial energy flickered within the flames. So the secret realm is here. Ye Suifeng réalisait. This must be the site of the Destiny battle, with the mansion prepared for the participating factions. Quite cleverly concealed. Ye Suifeng chuckled, then extended his divine sense, revealing every detail of the secret realm. The secret realm was divided into 5 regions, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. That it was a rare five-element secret realm. Each region possessed distinct heavenly laws, necessitating that cultivators from the main world adapt upon entry. Furthermore, within each five-element region, formidable shape-shifting entities resided, with the most powerful having reached the tribulation stage. Fascinating. Ye Suifeng stroked his chin, recognizing the high operational potential for battles within such a secret realm. Once he returned, he could set up 100 or so similar arenas in Yunshao City for some fun. After observing for a while, Ye Suifeng continued his descent. There was no need for any underhanded tactics. He was keen to witness the true abilities of other top-tier talents from various factions. As he delved deeper into the gorge, the intensity of the earth flames escalated, soon reaching levels that even those in the tribulation stage would struggle to descend further. Here, the quantity of fire crystals visibly increased. Ye Suifeng reached back and gathered a dozen sizable fire crystals in hand. His curiosity about what lay at the very bottom heightened. After approximately a quarter of an hour, Ye Suifeng finally reached the bottom of the gorge. The area was suffused with a crimson hue, permeated by an aura of destruction that rivaled the heavenly lights above. That in the distance lay a broad river. Yet, this was no ordinary river. It consisted of molten rock, flowing ceaselessly. Occasionally, the magma would erupt, propelled upward by the earth flame storms. Upon cooling, it would form the earth firestones that appeared above ground. Occasionally, within the bubbles, one might spot a creature resembling a living being, which was indeed a fire crystal. Ye Suifeng swept his hand, collecting them into his spatial storage, then rose, following the course of the magma river onward. Before long, he arrived at the river's source. There, he encountered a red lotus flower. Approaching closely, he discovered that the lotus had long since withered, transformed into a substance akin to stone, its body having dissolved considerably. The remnants of the lotus had merged into the flowing magma, forming the underground river of molten rock. Thus, it propelled the formation of the external abyss. What on earth is this? Ye Suifeng pondered for a moment before directly grasping the stem of the lotus. In an instant, the world before him transformed. Countless slender celestial laws radiated outward from the lotus, bursting forth toward unknown distances. Ye Suifeng furrowed his brow slightly, unleashing his immense consciousness, which extended along several lines of different directional laws. Soon, his awareness traversed over 1,000,000 miles, revealing several places almost identical to his current location. The same lotus, the same death, the same dissolution. The only difference lay in what emerged from the dissolution. Some transformed into rivers, others into spiritual energy, some evolved into illusions, while in other places, vast karmic burdens took shape. What exactly is this? Ye Suifeng's gaze sharpened, and his consciousness surged again, seeking out new origins. After a while, a peculiar map spanning innumerable miles materialized in his mind. This was a three-dimensional map of a round heaven and square earth. Countless lines of laws traversed through it, with a point resembling a lotus every 1,000,000 miles, gathering all the laws together. Thousands of points acted like countless magnets, while the celestial laws resembled magnetic field lines, connecting all the points that in the end, a complete celestial path was formed. This is a certain node of the celestial path. Ye Suifeng named it based on his understanding. Each node is a part of the celestial path, once imbued with life, and thus a part of the celestial path's essence. And now, they are dead. Chapter 135. The Saint Child of the Qilin-Phoenix. Ye Suifeng finally encountered the celestial path of this world. Or rather, it was a manifestation of the celestial path after its demise. The true celestial path is formless and abstract. The lotus before him essentially constituted a part of the celestial body. It continuously dissolved, sustaining the perfected laws of this world. For generations, the Tianji Valley had believed the remnants of gods and demons to be the greatest threat to this world, nurturing the enlightenment tree to save it. How naive! If one day the lotus entirely dissolved, there would be no need for any remnants of gods or demons. This world would disintegrate on its own. Of course, the remnants of gods and demons also posed a grave danger, if left unchecked. They would corrupt the world before the lotus could dissolve, leading to its destruction. O world, how wretched you truly are! Ye Suifeng couldn't help but exclaim. Regardless of the situation, it was destined for destruction. Unless a being of unparalleled beauty, grace, and infinite power appeared to save it, there was little hope for survival. The Ye Suifeng now harbored serious doubts that his arrival here was orchestrated by this world. Shaking his head, a verdant sapling appeared in his hand. Indeed, based on his recent discovery, planting the Enlightenment tree at the Celestial Path node was the most fitting choice. Not only would it merge into the laws at an accelerated pace, but its growth rate would also surge. Conservatively estimated, the Enlightenment tree, which would normally take about 70 years to fully mature, could grow in just 50 years if planted at a node. Moreover, its purifying ability for the world would be significantly enhanced here. How fortunate! I need not trouble myself to find a planting site. He counted. There were over 6,000 Celestial Path nodes in the world. Once all the Enlightenment trees were planted and the most powerful remnants of gods and demons eliminated, this world would truly come alive. Perhaps the spirit of the Celestial Path would be reborn, granting the world a renewed hope for ascension. Subsequently, Ye Suifeng directly uprooted the deceased lotus, planting the sapling of the Enlightenment tree within the Celestial Path node. Instantly, the Enlightenment tree unfurled its branches and leaves, its roots growing vigorously that in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a towering giant. The node beneath seemed to awaken, gradually emanating a breath of life. The node was alive. Soon, the Enlightenment tree began to fade, merging into the node, rendering it undetectable even to approaching Great Ascension stage cultivators. All right then, Ye Suifeng discarded the remaining half of the lotus into his spatial pouch. Knowing this Celestial Path node manifested the laws of fire, hence transforming into a river of magma that nurtured fire spirits, he would return it for Ye Huang to cultivate that as he removed the lotus. The river of magma lost its source. Perhaps, in a few years, the abyss would become a mere chapter of history. Does this count as uprooting the foundation of Abyss City? Interesting. At this moment, above the abyss, Ye Huang and her companions employed their various techniques to search for fire crystals amidst the surging earth flames. However, despite Ye Suifeng's ease in capturing a fire crystal, it was indeed a challenging endeavor. They were exceedingly agile, each possessing formidable strength and volatile tempers, some even opting for self-detonation. The Ye Long had suffered a blow, left covered in soot with his hair standing on end. Yet the greater the challenge, the more it ignited their enthusiasm. Soon, they made significant gains that in addition to them, other powerful cultivators were also in pursuit of fire crystals that a group donned in uniform attire, each adorned with an embroidered bead resembling an abacus on their chests. Surrounded a sparrow-sized fire crystal, their formidable auras made it evident they were not to be trifled with. Should anyone from Zhongzhou be present, they would surely keep their distance, for this group hailed from the Tian Swan, sacred land of Zhongzhou. An entity too formidable to provoke. Leading them was a young man with sharp brows and bright eyes, spearheading the charge against the fire sparrow, depleting its stamina. He was none other than the saint child of the Tian Swan sacred land, Lin Peng. Before long, the aura of the fire sparrow weakened significantly, and soon it would surely be captured. Sister Ye Huang, come quickly, there's a big one here. Suddenly, a voice echoed from across their path. Moments later, a figure appeared in their line of sight. She was petite, with long, purplish-red hair. Upon spotting the group from the Tian Swan sacred land, she paused for a moment, then grinned mischievously, conjured a blue bubble, and enveloped the fire sparrow within it before making her escape, leaving behind a fit of vexing laughter. Lin Peng's expression darkened. Pursue! He could not swallow the indignation of having a prize snatched away. Swiftly, he and his companions chased after her. They moved with incredible speed, quickly locating the young girl, who was now handing the fire sparrow to another woman. Beside them stood a group of individuals who appeared quite extraordinary. Yet Lin Peng was unfazed. They were from the Tian Swan sacred land. Stop! Lin Peng bellowed, crashing down, causing the surrounding earth flames to wane. Several nearby cultivators, witnessing this, quickly distanced themselves, wary of becoming collateral damage in the inevitable clash. What do you want? Ye Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow. Lin Peng's expression was indifferent. That fire crystal was found by this saint child. Return it at once, he barked, his entourage glaring in unison, a tremendous pressure bearing down upon them. The wolf girl, Yu Hong, Chiu Mie, and Si Chenlan also glared back, their presence equally formidable that a powerful storm erupted from their center, instantly dispersing the surrounding earth flames, causing the distant onlookers to retreat in alarm. This time, they were all formidable adversaries. Sensing the formidable aura from the opposing side, Lin Peng was momentarily taken aback. Did I in such a locale? There existed such powerful young cultivators. Could they be from other factions participating in the Destiny War? Who are you? He questioned coldly. Yi Huang stood at the forefront. And who might you be? Lin Peng snorted disdainfully. I am the saint child of the Tian Swan's sacred land. His declaration, imbued with a sense of authority, resonated powerfully, instilling awe in the surrounding onlookers. The sacred land, a legendary existence. These young individuals had truly bitten off more than they could chew. However, Yi Huang remained unfazed. I am Yi Huang of the Yi family from Yinxiao City. She replied coolly. Lin Peng furrowed his brow slightly, having never heard of Yinxiao City or the Yi family. Could they truly be a local faction? Impatiently, he said, quickly return the fire crystal, or do not blame me for being impolite. A murderous intent flickered in his eyes. He had dealt with too many arrogant cultivators. Upon sensing his murderous intent, Yi Huang smiled lightly. What we have captured belongs to us. I advise you to depart swiftly, lest blood be spilled. You seek death. Lin Peng's fury erupted. The terrifying aura of the tribulation stage surging forth, his golden fist, imbued with boundless might, rocketed toward Yi Huang and her companions. This strike was driven by a desire to kill. Yet, those before him did not exhibit the fear he was accustomed to evoking. Instead, they wore expressions tinged with mockery. Clang! A beam of sword light shot skyward. Chapter 136. Defeating Lin Peng. Boom! A great earthquake erupted at the periphery of the abyss. The cause of this tremor was merely the clash of the first strikes between two young cultivators. I recognize them. Those are individuals from the Tian Swan sacred land who just arrived in Abyss City a few days ago. How terrifying. Who are those young people on the other side? The surrounding cultivators gasped in astonishment. The scale of their confrontation was truly fearsome. The saint child Lin Peng unleashed the terrifying strength of the tribulation stage with a single punch. Yet, Yi Huang's sword was not easily dismissed. The aura of destruction obliterated his incoming attack. Striking forward, Lin Peng's expression tightened, and he retaliated with another punch, finally counteracting Yi Huang's assault. However, at that moment, a brick materialized at the back of his head. Bang! The brick disintegrated into dust, and Lin Peng felt a loud buzzing in his brain. Outrageous! The denizens of the heavenly calculation sacred land were instantly incensed, unleashing a flurry of powerful spells and treasures aimed at Yi Suifeng. Yet, after striking the black brick, Yi Suifeng merely chuckled and vanished once more into the void. Meanwhile, Yi Long and his companions also sprang into action. A long spear infused with boundless combat intent thrust forth violently, scattering a group of adversaries. Dawai Yi Qian tore off his shirt, revealing that each golden character emblazoned upon him represented an unparalleled technique, inscribed by Ye Suifeng himself. In an instant, he plunged into the fray, radiating golden light, delivering one punch after another, reminiscent of a war god. The young Yi behind him watched in awe, having never witnessed such a formidable Yi Qian. As for Yu Hong and the others, they too were not idle. The wolf girl, Chiu Mie, Si Chenlan, Jiang Fei, and the seventh brother charged in alongside Yi Qian, their battle spirits soaring to the heavens. Yu Hong, with an indifferent expression, produced a luminous formation disc. With a flick of his fingers, several grand array diagrams emerged, weaving through the ranks of the heavenly calculation sacred land. The Fu Gu, in turn, manifested his true form as a towering black bear. Roaring mightily and swatting a man away with a single strike, blood spraying through the air. Though he appeared clumsy, he was indeed a beast of the sacred level, capable of devastating destruction with a mere swipe. Under the relentless assault of these fierce warriors, the forces of the heavenly calculation sacred land crumbled almost instantaneously, scattering in disarray. The onlooking cultivators were left dumbfounded. Was this truly the esteemed heavenly calculations sacred land? Who, then, were these formidable assailants? Bang! At the forefront, Lin Peng received yet another brick to his forehead. While not fatal, the sensation of being suppressed drove him to madness. Die! He roared, charging at Ye Huang like a frenzied ancient beast. Lin Peng understood that only by subduing Ye Huang could he hope to turn the tide. Thus, he summoned all his strength. Yet, Ye Huang was no ordinary foe, with the trials of the 9 heavens and the resources of the 9 layers of Origin Tower. Coupled with Ye Suifeng's occasional guidance, her true prowess had long since reached the pinnacle. Unfazed by Lin Peng's reckless charge, she remained composed. The patterns between her brows shimmered, and an overwhelming aura of destruction erupted around her. Alongside a bone-chilling, murderous intent, Ye Huang did not retreat. Instead, she advanced to meet Lin Peng, a storm of colorful sword energy encircling her form. Boom! Boom! The two clashed repeatedly in the air, with the mere force of their battle dissipating the molten earth above the chasm. The intensity of their conflict was so tremendous that the surrounding cultivators retreated several dozen paces, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. Lin Peng, indeed, was the holy son of the sacred land, possessing immense power and an array of techniques, standing as one of the most elite figures of the younger generation. Yet, as time wore on, he found himself gradually at a disadvantage, almost entirely overwhelmed by Ye Huang. Even the armor adorning him began to crack under the relentless tempest of destructive sword energy. The more he fought, the more alarmed he became. How could such a formidable opponent exist in this realm? Could she truly be one of those ancient powers? Moments later, a flash of sword light sliced across his chest. The armor splintered, crimson blood staining half of his body. At that moment, the brick that had driven him to the brink of insanity appeared once more. Crashing down upon his forehead, Lin Peng felt dizzy and disoriented. When he finally regained his senses, a long sword was already poised at his throat. Surveying his surroundings, he saw that the members of the heavenly calculation sacred land had all been subdued. Those dead, those injured, that a look of disbelief crept into Lin Peng's eyes, that he had truly lost. Even in the face of a siege, he realized that had he confronted Ye Huang alone, he would have undoubtedly been the one to fall. Ye Huang regarded him with an icy gaze, her expression devoid of warmth. Is arrogance the innate nature of your kind? Had you chosen to speak civilly instead of opting for violence against us, perhaps you would not be facing death here. A subtle wave of murderous intent emanated from Ye Huang. Lin Peng's pupils constricted. In that instant, he sensed the chill of impending doom. Suddenly, a hand grasped Ye Huang's arm. Cousin, let it go. There's no need to kill him. Ye Long approached at why Ye Huang lowered her gaze slightly, replying, he did not consider our lives when he struck. Ye Long chuckled, and now, with his forces decimated and his own life hanging by a thread, he has received his due punishment. Ye Huang remained unmoved. Letting the tiger return to the mountain is a dereliction of duty towards oneself and one's kin. Ye Long smiled faintly. We need not fear a defeated foe, do we? Ye Huang fell silent. Yet her murderous intent only intensified that Ye Long did not withdraw his hand, as the aura of sword intent and battle spirit began to rise between them. At that moment, Yi Qian and the others also closed in. Observing the escalating tension between the two, their expressions turned serious. Even Yi Xiaoxiao rarely reigned in her typically carefree demeanor. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly charged, Ye Long suddenly released his grip that he laughed heartily, saying, Cousin, your growth is astonishing. You've nearly tempted me to challenge you. How about we return for now? Uncle should be back soon. Upon hearing Ye Long mention their father, Ye Huang gradually tempered her murderu saura. Agreed. We have ample opportunities ahead. The sword withdrew from Lin Peng's throat. Returning to its sheath, the two stepped back. Yi Xiaoxiao and Yi Qian breathed a sigh of relief. If the two had truly clashed, it would not have been a trivial matter. Subsequently, they ignored Lin Peng entirely, leaving him behind as they vanished above the chasm, now once more shrouded by molten earth. After some time, Lin Peng suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, nearly losing his balance and collapsing to the ground. Having survived the calamity, he became acutely aware of the cold sweat that had drenched his back. Odisson. The remaining members of the heavenly calculation sacred land surrounded him. One, with a savage expression, glared in the direction Yi Huang and the others had departed, vowing, "Holy Sun, I will seek out Lord Qingsong. They will pay a bloody price." Lin Peng slowly turned his head, his face devoid of expression. Slap! A resounding slap struck the man's face, sending teeth flying. "I've already learned a lesson in arrogance." He turned away. "No one is to mention this matter. If we encounter them again, simply avoid them." Chapter 137. The Fate War begins. Ye Suifeng returned from the depths of the chasm. He found Yi Huang and the others waiting for him, and together they left the outskirts of the chasm. Purchasing a large estate within the city, where they took residence, they awaited the official commencement of the Fate War in a few days. During the journey, Yi Xiaoxiao quietly approached Ye Suifeng, recounting the events that had transpired at the chasm's edge. They had defeated the Holy Sun of the heavenly calculations sacred land. Yet at the last moment, a divergence arose between Yi Huang and Yi Long. One wished to kill, while the other sought to spare. After hearing this, Ye Suifeng chuckled and shook his head. Divergence is entirely natural. After all, everyone's experiences are different. Even the core members of our family do not always share the same sentiment. He is no longer a child. He understands this principle, which is why they ultimately chose to withdraw. Human wisdom is born from divergence and conflict. If everyone were uniform, progress would be impossible. Yi Xiaoxiao nodded, though only partially comprehending. Yet after a moment, she suddenly realized, if Uncle said Yi Huang and the others were no longer children and understood, then did that imply she had not yet matured? How infuriating. A few days later, the Fate War officially commenced. It was a grand assembly of top-tier powers, with the battleground located within the depths of the chasm's secret realm. Thus, the event was not disclosed to the general populace. Only certain powerful factions were granted the opportunity to witness this peak confrontation. Naturally, Ye Suifeng and his companions faced no such obstacles. Upon Yi Xiaoxiao presenting an ancestral jade token from the Lingyun sect, the guards trembled, welcoming them in the most humble manner. Within the courtyard lay a vast plaza. The battles would unfold within the secret realm, while the powerful would project the happenings from within onto the plaza. Ye Suifeng casually chose an unoccupied spot to sit, awaiting the commencement of the event. He wished to observe the caliber of the world's most exceptional talents. More importantly, he sought to discern whether the remnants of divine beings held by those great powers shared a common origin. As he waited within a magnificent hall of the courtyard, Yi Qingyao sat serenely. Han Shuzi, Jin Xian, and an elder from the Lingyun sect were present. "We have gathered some intelligence on our opponents," Han Shuzi announced, producing a jade talisman that displayed 5 figures: the Tianfu Academy, the Eastern Chongwang Empire, the Southeastern Mingyan Empire, the Western Eshan sect, the Wanbao Pavilion, and the Central Zhou's heavenly calculation sacred land. Chongwang Empire, Fu Wanyu, practices a technique akin to the righteous qi. Mingyan Empire, Yuz excels in ghostly arts. Eshan sect, Fei specializes in curses and misfortune. Heavenly calculation sacred land, Lin Peng, practices an overbearing and arrogant technique. Wanbao Pavilion, Xinning Yue, currently lacks specific information. Han Shuzi provided a brief overview, stating, "For you, the others pose little concern, but you must pay special attention to Xinning Yue of Wanbao Pavilion. She may be the only one capable of posing a threat to you. Ye Vinyao no dit in aknolet." In truth, she harbored little interest in this battle. However, her uncle was seated there, and she yearned for him to witness the fruits of her years of toil and improvement. Thus, she resolved to give her utmost effort. Han Shuzi spoke, dismissing the ancestors of Lingyun's sect and Jinchuan before approaching Yi Qingyao. "I am aware that you feel no sense of belonging to the academy. I implore you to secure this victory for us. Rest assured, all that you have done will be overlooked, and I shall elevate your Yi family into a true top-tier force. Therefore, I hope you shall exert your utmost effort. Do you understand?" Han Shuzi spoke with a hint of menace. Yi Qingyao glanced at him, noting that this individual, who had long occupied a position of power, could not genuinely relinquish his identity. She then nodded, saying, "I will do my best. Satisfied, Han Shuzi rose, smiling. Relax, you are the most exceptional young person I have ever encountered. You will surely succeed. You are already acquainted with the rules of the battle of destiny. Prepare yourself, as it is about to commence. The rules of the battle are as follows. Within the 5-element secret realm, there are 5 distinct zones. Each zone conceals a portion of a treasure. Buried deep within the secret realm, 6 contestants will be randomly assigned to different zones, where they must defeat the formidable monsters inhabiting their respective areas to locate the treasure. Subsequently, they will engage in cross-domain challenges to seize tokens from other zones. Only those who ultimately fuse the treasure shall be deemed victorious. The remaining contestant will assume the role of a free agent, randomly assigned to a zone, free to either collaborate or eliminate others at will. The rules within each zone of the 5-element secret realm differ significantly from those of the main world, testing the adaptability of the contestants. Moreover, the cross-domain challenges pose a considerable test for those who choose to venture beyond their assigned zones. In this battle, strength, wisdom, and even luck hold paramount importance, constituting a comprehensive trial. Presently, each contestant awaits in their designated chambers. When the battle officially commences, a portal of void shall materialize before them, leading them into their respective zones. In another chamber, Shun Ningyue, the Grand Steward, Fong Pavilion Master, and Shin Tianming are present. We have a relatively clear understanding of the chosen ones from other factions, but Tianfu Academy has maintained impeccable secrecy, revealing no information thus far, remarked the Grand Steward. Shin Ningyue's expression remained frosty, her long sword emanating a chilling mist. Fear not. Whoever they may be, they shall perish beneath my blade, for I am a scion of the Shun family. With that, she cast a glance in Shun Tianming's direction, who sat silently, his demeanor grave. Meanwhile, on the other side, Brother Limpeng, do your best. You will surely win. Yen Tong clung to Limpeng's arm, appearing petite and endearing. However, Limpeng seemed entirely disinterested. His fist clenched, lost in thought, haunted by the indelible scar left by Yi Huang's sword. He gazed ahead, pondering whether he would encounter her today. In the plaza, numerous factions had already gathered. The sound of 3 chimes heralded the imminent commencement of the Battle of Destiny. Why haven't they emerged yet? Come on, show yourselves, my dear. Yi Xiao exclaimed. At that moment, a Taoist seated nearby chuckled. This charming little fairy, this is not our usual contest. Beings of such caliber disdain to reveal themselves before us. It is a privilege to behold the true paragons of the heavens. The term little fairy instantly brightened Yi Xiao's expression. She leaned closer, asking, Uncle, where do you hail from? Haha, I am an elder of the second-rank sect, Zhang Yuan sect, the 3rd largest sect under Ling Yun's sect. Oh, quite impressive. The two were soon engrossed in lively conversation. Ye Suifeng shook his head, his gaze fixed ahead, where he spotted Yi Qingyao's figure, alongside the other 5 factions and the otherworldly aura emanating from some of their members. Boom! Boom! With 9 resounding chimes, a grand tapestry materialized in the center of the plaza. The Battle of Destiny had officially begun. Chapter 138. Comprehending the principles, 9 resounding chimes echoed, and Yi Qingyao opened her eyes that a white void portal appeared before her. This was the entrance to the secret realm, leading to the battlefield of destiny. Without hesitation, Yi Qingyao rose, her figure gradually vanishing into the portal. Once all 6 chosen ones entered the secret battlefield, a magnificent scroll unfolded in the plaza. The same scroll illuminated the chambers of each participating faction. 5 distinct zones, each showcasing a unique landscape. A world filled with fierce winds and broken swords, representing metal. A primordial forest, shrouded in darkness, representing wood. An expanse of ice, where blizzards raged, representing water. A realm ablaze, where lava erupted, representing fire. And a desolate land, where yellow sand swirled, representing Earth. 6 radiant orbs of light slowly emerged within the scroll. That as the brilliance gradually dissipated, the true forms of the 6 chosen ones finally revealed themselves to the onlookers. Chen Deming gazed at the figure within the icy realm, his complexion turning pale as he collapsed into his chair, astonished and trembling. They have truly arrived. In the plaza, the appearance of all the chosen ones incited a fervent uproar. Look! That is our person from Lingyun's sect. Elder Ta of Zhang Yuan sect pointed at Yi Qinyao in the snowy secret realm. Dressed in a dark red gown, Yi Qinyao bore the intricate embroidery of a brush and a cloud pattern on her back, symbols of Lingyun's sect. However, Yi Xiaoxiao understood that the true significance of that emblem belonged to Tianfu Academy. Yet the Zhang Yuan sect, of such a rank, remained unaware of the existence of another superpower above Lingyun's sect. That's my sister. She will undoubtedly triumph in this battle. Ye Suifeng exclaimed it, shaking her little fists. Ha ha ha! Elder Tua grew increasingly fond of the spirited child, teasing, "You are so adorable. If fate allows, that fairy will surely recognize you as her sister." Clearly, he took Yi Xiaoxiao's words as jest. However, you are correct in one aspect. Our people fear no challenge. Yi Xiaoxiao and Elder Tua engaged in boastful banter. Meanwhile, Ye Suifeng observed the other contestants. Through Yi Qinyao, he had gleaned their information. The contestant in the fire realm was Fu Huanyu from the Chongguang Empire, a tall figure radiating righteous spirit. The one in the metal realm was Linpeng, the scion of the Tian Swan sacred land. Though he appeared somewhat distracted, seemingly out of sorts. The contestant in the earth realm was Xinming Yue of Wanbao Pavilion, an extraordinary woman whose youthful vigor reached its zenith, marking her as Yi Qinyao's greatest rival. In the wood realm, two individuals emerged. Yus from the Mingyan Empire and Fadi from the. They occupied different positions, both unaware that they were free agents, with all 6 chosen ones having entered the secret realm. The battle of destiny truly commenced at Ye Suifeng directed his attention toward Yi Qinyao, who found herself in the frozen realm. This was a genuine icebound world, entirely composed of ice and snow, with weather far more severe than the northern snowfields. Upon her entry, Yi Qinyao felt a bone-chilling cold and involuntarily shivered. It was noteworthy that she was now a peak cultivator. An ordinary cold had no effect on her. "Principles, you say?" Yi Qinyao extended her hand, catching a snowflake that melted rapidly upon contact. She could discern the profound differences between the principles of this realm and those of the main world. While generally weaker, they possessed unique qualities, akin to a derivative of the main world's principles. Quite intriguing, she mused with a faint smile, before settling cross-legged upon the ground, closing her eyes to begin her comprehension of the principles governing the surrounding realm. This was both an adaptation to this microcosm and a form of cultivation. She felt no urgency. According to the rules of the battle of destiny, remaining in her own realm while awaiting others to seize the spoils was the most prudent strategy. Each entry into a different world necessitated an adaptation to its rules, as failure to do so would significantly impact one's strength. Of course, Yi Qinyao was neither overly conservative nor excessively aggressive. Steadiness was her hallmark approach. At that moment, the other contestants began to comprehend the principles of their respective realms. Albeit in various manners, Fu Huanyu plunged into a roiling lava pool, harnessing the tumultuous flames to temper his being. Linpeng soared into the sky, seeking the principles of metal amidst the relentless winds. Yus transformed into a wisp of black smoke, merging with the forested expanse. The Fadi's actions were particularly peculiar. He consumed a seed and lay upon the ground, from which a towering tree burgeoned, taking him as its starting point. As for Xinming Yue, she merely stood within the sandstorm, gradually closing her eyes. They all began to quietly delve into the principles of the secret realm. Meanwhile, the excitement among the crowd in the plaza intensified. Elder Dabo, along with several other second-rank sect elders, gathered together in fervent discussion regarding the chosen ones. Once the formal proceedings commenced, certain information about the 6 chosen ones was disseminated. This is dire. Fu Huanyu's cultivation path is inherently aligned with the principles of fire, making his entry into the fire world inevitable, one exclaimed in alarm. Yu Zhe and Fei T's entry into the wood world is also quite fitting. However, both of their solitary styles make collaboration unlikely, another analyzed. Yi Qinyao excels in the realm of music, which is indeed rare, but alas, there is no significant enhancement within the 5 elements secret realm. Goodness! Xinming Yue practices the water path. Fortunately, she did not enter the ice and snow world. Linpeng is rather conventional in the gold world, but today he appears somewhat off, remarked another at that moment. Yi Xiaoxiao joined the conversation. Hearing them mention Lin Peng, she chuckled. That's because a few days ago, my cousin and I gave him a good thrashing. My cousin nearly skewered him with her sword. As soon as she spoke, the previously animated discussion fell silent, and the elders cast stern gazes at her. Whose child is this? Quickly return. One mustn't speak so recklessly in such a setting. Elder Tuo Dao quickly smiled and interjected. She is a friend of mine. Please forgive her. He discreetly signaled Ye Suifeng to refrain from such bravado in this serious environment. Ye Suifeng giggled and fell silent, listening as they continued to analyze the competitors in the secret realm. They are all in their 20s, yet have already reached the pinnacle of integration. In comparison, we feel as if we have lived like dogs, one side. Such levels of talent, lineage, resources, and fortune are indispensable to achieve that degree of prowess, another added. In fact, this secret realm does not intentionally avoid fortune. For instance, the degree of compatibility between the realm and the chosen ones, as well as alliances or enmities, all contain elements of fortune, Elder Tuo Dao explained. Someone nodded in agreement. Regrettably, the information is too scant. We cannot yet ascertain their strength. Elder Tuo Dao remarked, in truth, the stage of adapting to the principles can reveal certain clues. Those who adapt the quickest will undoubtedly excel. No sooner had he finished speaking than a sudden uproar erupted in the square. The group turned their attention to the scroll, where they witnessed one of the six, Xin Yue, having already completed her comprehension of the principles and was swiftly traversing the realm. She has accomplished it so quickly, spectators gasped as they observed her rapidly advancing figure. In less than a quarter of an hour, while other chosen ones were just beginning to acclimatize to the principles, Xin Yue had already completed this initial stage. Amidst the swirling sands, she moved like a solitary shadow, her body emanating a soft white aura that shielded her from the encroaching debris. Quick, let us see where she is headed. Elder Tuo Dao and the others swiftly produced a jade talisman, activating it to reveal a map floating in the air that a white light point gradually moved across the map. Elder Tuo Dao's brow furrowed deeply. This direction? Is she heading to the primordial land of the secret realm? They exchanged glances in astonishment. The primordial land was the nexus connecting the 5 small worlds, allowing access to other realms. According to conventional logic, chosen ones would carefully consider venturing into other worlds only after obtaining treasures from their own. Was Xin Yue intending to leap ahead? This was undoubtedly a bold decision. The rules prohibited the use of spirit artifacts exceeding heavenly quality, and the treasures within the secret realm were the only sacred artifacts, significantly enhancing combat power. If she enters another world and has already procured the secret realm's treasures, isn't this an exceedingly reckless move? One voiced concern. Elder Tuo Dao's expression turned grave. Unless she possesses absolute confidence in herself. Xin Yue's strength was evident from her swift comprehension of the principles, prompting him to fervently hope she would not choose the ice and snow world. In the chambers of the Wanbao Pavilion, the chief steward observed Xin Yue's figure, a smile gracing his lips. Our Wanbao Pavilion individuals are indeed deserving of such audacity. He then turned to Xin Tianming beside him, remarking, congratulations, your Xin clan is about to unveil another formidable powerhouse. However, Xin Tianming paid no heed to the chief steward. His thoughts were entirely elsewhere, that he recognized Ye Qinyao. With her presence here, it was highly probable that Ye Suifeng had also arrived. Perhaps the Yi clan had already realized that this battle would ultimately determine the fate of the 9 cities. This was indeed a significant dilemma. After a while, Xin Yue arrived at the primordial land of the secret realm. This locale was pure void, surrounded by 5 distinct portals, each representing one of the small worlds. Xin Yue stood before the portal to the ice and snow world. This realm was entirely harmonious with her cultivation path, enabling her to unleash her utmost combat potential. Logically speaking, entering the ice and snow world was the most advantageous choice. All eyes were riveted on Xin Yue, tension palpable in the air. No, she must not enter. Xin Tianming was on edge, within the ice and snow world. Ye Qinyao had already completed her comprehension of the principles and was en route to the world's center in search of the secret realm's treasures. Please no. Outside, Elder Ta Dao and the others were equally anxious. Shen Ningyue appeared formidable. Should she indeed enter the ice and snow world, it would undeniably pose a daunting challenge for Ye Qinyao, representing the Lingyun sect. Amidst the anxious gazes of all, Shen Ningyue smiled gently. She then turned and leaped into the lava world. Few Shintiming exhaled in relief. Most onlookers discreetly wiped their cold sweat, thankful she did not proceed to Ye Xiao chuckled at their reactions. Elder Ta Dao resumed his seat. At this juncture, the situation had shifted. There was no one in the Earth world, while the lava world and wood world each had two competitors, during Shen Ningyue's time at the primordial land of the secret realm. The other chosen ones had also completed their comprehension in succession. The second to awaken was Ye Qinyao, taking approximately 15 minutes. This girl has even begun cultivating within the secret realm, Ye Suifeng mused, a smile gracing his face. What do you mean? Yi Huang inquired curiously. Ye Suifeng explained. While comprehending the principles, Qinyao has also seamlessly integrated them into her musical scores. If it were solely to adapt to the world, it would likely take no more than a cup of tea, Ye Suifeng chuckled, shaking his head. This girl's state of mind has far surpassed her cultivation level. I can hardly fathom how long she has endured within the mortal mirror. Yi Huang understood, realizing the situation. She had contemplated that even those small worlds would take Ye Xiao less than a quarter of an hour to adapt, let alone Qinyao, as for Shen Ningyue, while indeed powerful. She still felt somewhat inexperienced. Her gaze returned to Ye Qinyao, who was now nearing the core of the ice and snow world. Here, a snowstorm raged fiercely, with chunks of ice the size of heads soaring into the air. Wreaking havoc amidst the snow-capped mountains, Ye Qinyao navigated through the mountains, her aura isolating her from the harsh environment. Suddenly, a nearby peak erupted with a thunderous explosion. A towering ice giant, hundreds of feet tall, roared skyward, shaking the very fabric of the world. Subsequently, several surrounding snow-capped mountains detonated in succession, revealing 7 ice giants encircling Ye Qinyao. These are the magical beasts of the ice and snow world, possessing power comparable to that of integration stage cultivators, with additional enhancements within the secret realm. Elder Ta Dao quickly located information on the ice giants, his brow furrowed. If he were in her position, he would likely find himself defeated in no time. What would Ye Qinyao do? A dark red ancient zither appeared in her hands. The 7 giants began to move, their immense bodies trampling countless pieces of ice with each step, causing the earth to tremble. Ye Qinyao stood in their midst, appearing as insignificant as an ant. Roar! One giant bent down, seizing a small ice mountain and hurling it toward Ye Qinyao. Unfazed, Ye Qinyao gently plucked the zither strings, unleashing an invisible wave that instantly shattered the incoming ice mountain, subsequently sweeping away the surrounding ice debris. However, the 7 ice giants simultaneously launched their attacks, their fists blotting out the sun. What a perfect opportunity to test my newfound understanding. Ye Qinyao smiled slightly. A melody flowing from her fingertips, she floated serenely in the air as the fists descended. Yet, just as they were about to strike Ye Qinyao, a dense array of ice crystals materialized around her. Boom! Another violent shockwave erupted, the giant's attacks crashing against the ice crystals. Yet that seemingly thin layer of frost remained unscathed, showing not even a single crack. In contrast, the ice giant's fists detonated, a powerful force rippling upward from the shattered fists. Their mountainous arms crumbled continuously. A chilling melody emanated once more, and the ice crystal surrounding Ye Qinyao began to morph, transforming into countless needle-like spikes. Then they erupted. The densely packed spikes, though seemingly small, wielded tremendous power. They struck the bodies of the ice giants with such force that the colossal beings shattered into fragments. The ice giants howled mournfully as they began to collapse. Moments later, they disintegrated into countless massive ice shards, scattering around Ye Qinyao. Quite impressive. Yet, Ye Qinyao seemed to regard her actions as trivial, as she gracefully sheathed her guqin and departed. Chapter 140. The First Great Battle as Ye Qinyao vanquished the ice giant. A thunderous cheer erupted from the external square, where the majority of the onlookers hailed from the Lingyun sect and thus fervently supported her. Elder Tuo was left in a state of shock. Incredible. Truly formidable, he murmured, staring at the crimson figure. Was this the pinnacle of genius from the foremost powers? The dread ice giant, if unleashed upon the outside world, would pose a monumental threat to his sect. Yet, this young woman, barely in her 20s, had effortlessly obliterated it with a mere wave of her hand, hardly breaking a sweat. It was simply extraordinary. Old man, that was a piece of cake for my sister. Ye Suifeng playfully patted Elder Tuo on the shoulder. Elder Tuo, still dazed, nodded absent-mindedly. Indeed, she did not exert her full strength. Overwhelmed by astonishment, he overlooked Ye Suifeng's reference to Ye Qingyao. Following her triumph over the ice giant, Ye Qingyao once again ventured towards the heart of the secret realm. Along the way, powerful magical beasts fell one after another at her feet. Meanwhile, in the realm of lava, Fu Huanyu was advancing swiftly, traversing multiple rivers of searing magma, vanquishing terrifying beasts as he drew closer to the center of the secret realm. His weapon was a colossal blacksmith's hammer, larger than a man. Under its crushing might, even the most formidable beasts posed no challenge to him. Those eligible to partake in the Destiny battle were undoubtedly the Sea Army de las Army of Prodigies. After shattering a horde of fire, domain giant bats, a figure appeared beside him. Shinyu, after entering the realm of lava, she had been comprehending the laws of this world while searching for traces of the Chosen Ones. Eventually, she had pursued them to this very spot that Fu Huanyu, tall and imposing, donned a white outer robe, his chiseled features resembling those carved from stone, with a faint shadow of stubble adorning his chin and upper lip. By your appearance, you must be from the Chongwang Empire, Shinning Yue remarked coolly. I've seen you before. You are Shinning Yue from the Wanbao Pavilion. Fu Huanyu replied, leaning on his massive hammer, then suddenly leaped into the air, landing beside her. Both exuded an overwhelming aura, nearly evenly matched. The spectators held their breath, anticipating the commencement of the first battle between Chosen Ones. That as the tension between the two escalated, Fu Huanyu burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! I knew my luck would be unparalleled. You must be the Liberator, or am I mistaken? Regardless, it matters not. This is fortuitous for us. His voice rang with enthusiasm as he raised his hammer and extended his hand towards Shen Ningyue. Come, sister, let us join forces. After we defeat the others, we shall engage in an exhilarating final showdown. His eyes sparkled with clarity. Fu Huanyu's sudden exuberance and barrage of words left Shen Ningyue momentarily bewildered. What was happening? This was the cultivation world. How could someone be so reckless as to seek a partnership without regard? Shen Ningyue's voice turned icy. You are mistaken. I am not a liberator. I hail from another lesser world. Fu Huanyu's eyes widened in surprise. Really? Ha! You are quite astute, recognizing the importance of finding a cooperative opponent. Fortunately, you have chosen the right world. Let us unite, little sister. Our future is bright. Fu Huanyu's enthusiasm left the onlookers in awe. Shen Ningyue, however, found it overwhelming that as she regarded Fu Huanyu's outstretched hand. She drew her long sword, the cold intent causing the temperature of the surrounding lava realm to plummet several degrees. You speak too much. Collaboration is the endeavor of the weak. I have no need for it. I am here solely to slay you. With that, Shen Ningyue unsheathed her sword and struck at Fu Huanyu's outstretched hand. Bang! A massive hammer interposed itself between them, blocking Shen Ningyue's blade. The tremendous surge of energy radiated outward, causing the lava stones beneath their feet to fracture instantly. Their formidable prowess was evident, as even a casual strike resulted in such a terrifying scene. What a pity, Fu Huanyu murmured, gazing at Shen Ningyue. She remained silent, her expression frosty. Clang! The battle erupted in an instant. Fu Huanyu swung his great hammer, his powerful muscles straining against his garments. Wherever the hammer struck, everything was reduced to dust. Shen Ningyue, undeterred, engaged him in close combat. Her movements ethereal, her swordplay exquisite. Fu Huanyu's violent assaults shattered towering mountains and sent rivers of lava soaring hundreds of feet into the air. Yet he could not land a blow on Shen Ningyue. She either evaded or countered his strikes. Nevertheless, Fu Huanyu's strength seemed inexhaustible, growing ever more vigorous with each blow, causing the very small world to tremble with every swing. Their clash split the earth, erupting magma, and scorching lava stones rained from the heavens. The onlookers were spellbound, yearning for such power. Though the battle seemed to unfold slowly, the reality was that it transpired at an astonishing pace. Beyond the comprehension of ordinary cultivators, moments later, boom! Another violent clash sent Shen Ningyue spiraling backward, finally creating a distance between them for the first time. However, she quickly reversed direction and charged back, disdain evident on her face. If this is all you can muster, then perish. The long sword lunged forward. Fu Huanyu's brow furrowed instantly, sensing a profound threat in her strike. This was supreme swordsmanship. He could not rely solely on his hammer for defense. That it appeared he would have to employ his true abilities. Gripping the hammer with both hands, he twisted forcefully as the sword approached, conjuring a transparent spherical shield around him in an instant. Boom! Another explosive sound erupted as they collided fiercely, causing the ground beneath them to sink, hurling molten rock into the sky, obscuring the sun. As the debris fell, the onlookers were momentarily stunned. The shimmering shield held steadfast against Shen Ninyue's sword infused with unparalleled technique. Then, remarkably, the massive hammer began to transform. Elongating into an unusual shape, two short serrated edges protruded from its front, and at the center of the serrations, a brilliant orb of light began to coalesce rapidly. Ah! Fu Huanyu roared, unleashing a surge of energy as the orb of light flared magnificently. A sphere of destructive energy hurtling toward Shen Ningyue. Shen Ninyue's brows furrowed slightly as she swiftly evaded the orb. It flew dozens of miles before crashing to the ground, erupting into a cataclysmic fireball that lit the skies. The earth trembled. Come on! Fu Huanyu was frenzied, wielding his hammer, launching orb after orb of energy toward Shen Ninyue. Boom! 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 The deafening explosions reverberated, causing the entire realm of lava to sway precariously under such might. Outside, Ye Suifeng raised an eyebrow. The laws of light not belonging to this world. Chapter 141. Fu Huanyu's demise. The realm of lava was on the brink of collapse, under Fu Huanyu's relentless bombardment. The earth fractured and torrents of molten rock surged forth. The external cultivators were aghast, unable to fathom the catastrophic consequences if such havoc were to occur in the main world. No wonder the venue for the destiny battle was chosen to be a lesser secret realm. However, it seemed that if this continued, even the small secret realm might not withstand the onslaught. The power of those orbs was simply too terrifying. Fu Huanyu, now frenzied, targeted Shen Ninyue, relentlessly pursuing her elusive form. Meanwhile, Shen Ninyue darted through the sky, her speed so swift that only fleeting shadows could be seen. Yet, the orbs were becoming increasingly dense, and finally, one struck her head-on. Rumble! A terrifying explosion erupted close to Fu Huanyu, causing the lava-laden ground beneath them to shatter under the strain. Fu Huanyu soared into the air, fixating on the epicenter of the explosion, sensing that Shen Ninyue was there. When the dust settled, Fu Huanyu's pupils contracted in disbelief. Shen Ninyue stood unscathed, a thin veil of water shimmering before her, reflecting her subtly mocking smile. You seem to have enjoyed yourself just now. The external square erupted in fervor. What kind of technique could withstand a direct assault from the energy orbs? Ye Suifeng stroked his chin thoughtfully. The laws of water, superior to those of this world, are indeed quite fascinating. He immediately discerned that the layer of water contained higher, superior laws, clearly remnants from beyond the world, often referred to as the vestiges of gods and demons. Moreover, the laws employed by Shen Ninyue were far more complete than those of Fu Huanyu. It seems the outcome is already determined, Ye Suifeng concluded. Simultaneously, within the lesser secret realm, Fu Huanyu's expression darkened considerably, that he had not anticipated that his ultimate technique would be countered so effortlessly. This would be the most arduous battle of his life. Yet, he felt no fear. Bring it on! Fu Huanyu hoisted his hammer once more, launching another orb of light. However, Shen Ninyue's long sword swept through the air, the cascading waters fully enveloping her blade. Swish! With a single stroke, She cleaved the incoming orb in two, sending the halves tumbling backward. The flames surging from the explosion rose behind her, casting a radiant glow upon Shen Ningyue. Resembling a celestial deity, the Fu Huanyu unleashed several spheres of light, all effortlessly cleaved apart by Shen Ningyue. His gaze sharpened, hands firmly gripping the hammer's handle, as the iron hammer once again resonated with a rhythmic clatter, reverting to its original form. Then, with a mighty roar, Fu Huanyu leapt high into the air. The rolling hammer emitted a brilliant light, crashing down upon Shen Ningyue with great force. Shen Ningyue, wielding her long sword, remained poised and vigilant. The two collided head-on. Boom! The earth and sky trembled, and within the small world, an intense radiance erupted, blindingly brilliant, even causing those outside to squint. After a prolonged moment, the blinding light gradually faded, as the onlookers regained their composure. Their expressions turned to shock. Fu Huanyu's towering figure nearly obscured Shen Ningyue entirely. Yet behind him, a long sword pierced through his back. Blood stained his white outer robe. The sword slowly retracted, and Fu Huanyu's body plummeted from the sky, crashing into the boiling lava below. Shen Ningyue remained unfazed, her gaze cold and devoid of emotion. The first, she stated flatly. Subsequently, she sheathed her sword and turned to depart. Her direction indicated a pursuit of the treasures hidden within the lava realm. As they were nearing the world's center, moreover, other chosen ones from different small worlds were likely on the verge of acquiring their own treasures. The Fu Huanyu's body, along with his hammer, vanished deep within the molten depths. In a chamber of the Chongguang Empire, a group of individuals stared at the luminous screen before them, their faces etched with fury. "The people from the Wanbao Pavilion are too ruthless," one exclaimed angrily. This contest was not a fight to the death, yet Shen Ningyue clearly sought blood. "We must confront them," someone shouted, seething with rage, eager to demand an explanation from the Wanbao Pavilion. "Enough," a figure clad in a golden dragon robe rose. "We chose to participate, and we anticipated such a result. Huanyu's death, it is his fate." With that, he turned away. "Let us go." Meanwhile, in the external plaza, silence reigned. "He truly died." Elder Tuo stared wide-eyed, seemingly unable to fathom the events that transpired in the secret realm. With Fu Huanyu's formidable prowess, he was undoubtedly a prominent figure in the outside world. Merely over 20 years of age, he was destined to ascend to the immortal realm. Yet, this remarkable being met his demise within the confines of a small world in the secret realm. More terrifying still, it was a similarly youthful prodigy who had slain him. Just how formidable were the top powers of this world? A profound fear welled up within Elder Tuo. Even Ye Suifeng shook her head in lament. What a pity. Such a radiant elder brother. That woman is merciless. She might as well seek out my sister. Elder Tuo quickly turned his head. What foolishness is this? If she truly sought out Fairy Qinyao, it would be disastrous. He widened his eyes, clearly intimidated by Shen Ningyue's strength. Did I end his view? Even Ye Qinyao would find it difficult to contend with her. One could only hope that the two would ultimately cross paths. Elder Tuo glanced at Ye Qinyao, who had now arrived at the very heart of the icy realm. That a small, snow-white beast lay at her feet. That it was the most formidable entity within the ice world, its strength having reached the late stages of tribulation. Yet it could not withstand Ye Qinyao's mastery of melodic principles. Behind the creature stood a high platform crafted of ice and snow. Atop the platform floated a hexagonal ice crystal, radiating a dazzling brilliance. This was the treasure of the secret realm, a transcendent artifact, the only sacred spiritual treasure usable within the confines of the realm. Ye Qinyao gracefully ascended to stand before it. The icy crystal exuded a frigid aura, its profound musical rhythms enveloping it. Ye Qinyao raised an eyebrow, perceiving an odd familiarity about the crystal. She opened her palm, revealing a small character Yi, emanating a faint glow. It was a remnant from the moment they parted ways, inscribed by Ye Suifeng within the palm space. This space contained not only a wealth of resources, but also the most precious treasure of all, the 9-story Tower of Origins. That Ye Qinyao caressed the palm space, and soon, a drop of peculiar liquid was pinched between her fingers. She then infused her understanding of the principles into the liquid. Moments later, The droplet transformed into a hexagonal ice crystal, its essence entirely congruent with the treasure of the secret realm. So that's how it is, Ye Suifeng realized with clarity. The so-called treasure of the secret realm was, in fact, crafted from the rule essence generated by the 8th layer of the Origins Tower. To obtain it was akin to acquiring a rule-based treasure, indeed comparable to a sacred artifact that if all 5 elements were to merge, it would certainly become a remarkable treasure. Chapter 142, Limping's Abandonment. The alliance of the underworld within the 5 elements secret realm, the world of metal. Saint Limping traversed through the violent winds, defeating dozens of iron beasts before finally arriving at the heart of the secret realm. Before him, on a raised platform, a small sword embryo floated in midair. This was the treasure of the world of metal. Limping leapt up. After some contemplation, he cautiously extended his hand toward the sword embryo. Suddenly, a massive sword energy imbued with destructive power surged toward him. The sword embryo had developed sentience, the artifact itself embodying the most potent magical entity within this secret realm. Limping swiftly dodged the sword energy, retaliating with a powerful punch. However, the sword embryo pressed forward without yielding, launching a direct stab. It was a sacred artifact-level presence, and without any protection, Limping dared not meet it head-on, that he swiftly retreated. Yet the sword embryo relentlessly pursued, weaving around him with each pass fraught with peril. That Limping's fists collided, unleashing a tempestuous force that finally sent the sword embryo flying. Subsequently, he swung his hands repeatedly, conjuring a pitch-black orb above his head. The heavy and fearsome power of the laws emanated forth. Limping had grasped a certain law that transcended this world. Sensing the pressure, the sword embryo refrained from making any rash moves. Observing quietly from a distance, moments later, the sword embryo soared into the sky. Suddenly, a colossal sword, akin to a mountain in size, materialized in the heavens. That it stirred an endless tempest of violent winds as it descended. The might of its strike seemed poised to cleave the very heavens in twain. Limping's expression grew grave, the orb above his head spinning wildly as countless forces of law coalesced around him. In an instant, the giant sword descended, crashing down upon the orb atop Limping's head. Bang! The destructive force erupted violently. Even the surrounding winds were forced into a calm zone by the impact. Yet, the orb remained steadfast, its barrier of laws showing not a single crack. Still formidable, someone exclaimed in the outside world. It appears that Saint Limping will indeed acquire the treasure of the secret realm. Given that the giant sword could not breach his defenses, the outcome seemed inevitable. They awaited Limping's next move. However, to their astonishment, Limping stood motionless, a dazed expression on his face, even paling slightly. His gaze dulled as he stared at the distant giant sword, inexplicably sensing a chill. That strike had striking similarities to one delivered by Ye Huang mere days prior. No, it's merely an ordinary magical creature. Limping gritted his teeth, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. Yet the more he attempted to do so, the more that prior strike magnified in his mind, paralyzing him into inaction. Cold sweat began to soak his garments. Observing Limping's immobility, the sword embryo paused momentarily before launching a flurry of slashes, each creating tremendous ripples. The barrier of laws remained impregnable. Yet Limping's cold sweat continued to accumulate, his body trembling slightly. After a long while, he closed his eyes as he comprehended a crucial truth. Ever since that day, the prideful path he had cultivated had shattered, and even his heart of Dao was wounded. In this destined battle, he held no hope of victory. Limping sighed deeply, watching the giant sword descend once more. With a swift motion, he retreated 100 feet, narrowly avoiding the attack. Then, he produced a jade talisman. This was the talisman to exit the secret realm, relinquishing the competition. After a brief moment of contemplation, Limping crushed it. A portal of light appeared before him, and he stepped through, vanishing from the small world. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances. He actually forfeited the competition. Why? He could have claimed the sword embryo. They were perplexed. I said it. He appeared to be in poor form today. Elder Tuo stroked his beard, realizing that with this development, Ye Suifeng had one less opponent. A positive outcome indeed. Ha! Someone will have to take responsibility for this. Ye Xiaoxiao chuckled, turning her gaze toward Yi Huang. Yi Huang glanced back, shrugging helplessly. She had not anticipated that strike would shatter Lin Ping's heart of devoid in the chamber of the Tian Swan's sacred ground. Lin Ping emerged from the portal of light. What on earth happened? An elder demanded in fury. Lin Ping lowered his head, kneeling on one knee. I apologize for disappointing you. You! The elder's face contorted with anger, before he waved his sleeve dismissively. To falter before the battle. We who belong to the Tian Swan's sacred ground have never acted in such a manner. Upon returning, I shall have a serious discussion with the sacred master regarding your identity as a saint. With that, the elder departed, followed by others from the Tian Swan's sacred ground. Yin Tong's expression grew complex. She had intended to approach Lin Ping, but halted upon hearing the elder's words. When Lin Ping is no longer the son of heaven, does he still remain the person he once cherished? At the same time, in the forest realm, Fetty of the god of misfortune has arrived at the very heart of the world. His form has transformed into a towering giant tree, with a twisted visage sprouting from its center. Upon closer inspection, it bears an uncanny resemblance to Fetty himself. The colossal root system serves as his feet, swiftly propelling him forward, sending soil and debris flying. Soon, he comes upon a massive tree stump, atop which hovers a verdant seed, exuding a profound vitality. It is the treasure of the secret realm. Fetty furrows his brow and extends his branches, using them as hands to grasp the seed. Suddenly, a dagger emerges from the shadows, severing the trunk of the giant tree and plunging viciously into the face depicted on the trunk. Instantly, dark green sap splatters everywhere. The shadows of the underworld empire gradually materialize from the gloom. The onlookers outside sigh heavily, realizing that they have been ambushed. Yuz had long since detected Fetty's presence in the same world. Yet he chose to remain concealed in the shadows, biding his time for the perfect moment. Finally, he strikes true. However, there is no joy on Yuz's face. Instead, he furrows his brow. The colossal tree begins to dissolve, transforming into countless viscous dark green liquids that swiftly ascend along the blade of the dagger in his hand. Without hesitation, Yuz releases the dagger and vanishes. When he reappears, he is in a different direction, watching as the eerie liquid consumes his dagger, gradually coalescing into a humanoid form. Fetty has returned to life. The two stand quietly facing each other. I told you, they would undoubtedly come to blows. Elder Tuo strokes his beard, pleased with his astute prediction. Let us join forces, Yuz suddenly proposes. Elder Tuo is momentarily taken aback, pulling out a handful of his beard. Very well. Fetty speaks next, his voice grating like nails on a chalkboard. The two nod in agreement and simultaneously cast their spells towards the seed, enveloping it in a cocoon of black and green. Chapter 143. Battle against misfortune. The alliance between Yuz and Fetty surpasses everyone's expectations. No one anticipated that these solitary figures would unite with merely two sentences that are in stark contrast. Fu Huanyu's fate is dire. After a lengthy monologue, he tragically falls to Shin Ningyue's blade. At this moment, only three parties remain in the secret realm: Yi Qinyao, Shin Ningyue, and the collaborating Yuz and Fetty. Having acquired the treasure of the ice and snow secret realm, Yi Qinyao has also arrived at the initial site of the secret realm, preparing to venture towards the other small worlds. The atmosphere among the external cultivators becomes tense. They hope Yi Qinyao will choose either the golden secret realm or the earth secret realm. As both are devoid of inhabitants, yet treasures remain, which would provide immense assistance upon acquisition. Elder Tuo's expression is equally anxious, wishing he could intervene, guiding Yi Qinyao towards a clear path. Why bother being so conflicted? They will encounter each other eventually. Yi Xiaoxiao remarks nonchalantly. Elder Tuo sighs. Though that may be true, if they meet first and engage in mutual destruction, the odds will increase significantly. Shin Ningyue clearly appears to be a ruthless individual. Yi Xiaoxiao shrugs, unable to refute. Despite their ignorance of the truth, they genuinely support Yi Qinyao. Within the initial site of the secret realm, Yi Qinyao gazes at several portals representing different worlds. After a moment's contemplation, she steps into the portal symbolizing the primordial forest realm. Outside, a chorus of lamentation erupts, for they believe the alliance of Yuz and Fetty poses an even greater threat than Shi Ningyue. The tides of fortune have decidedly turned against them. Moments later, Ye Qingyao finds herself in the primordial forest, where colossal trees obscure the sky and a rich vitality permeates the air. After a moment's thought, she makes her way towards the heart of the secret realm, reasoning that if the inhabitants of this small world have not departed, they must surely be at its center. Swiftly, she dispatches several formidable tree demons. Soon arriving at the colossal stump, the area is in disarray, littered with shattered wood and decaying leaves, alongside a viscous, foul-smelling liquid. The treasure of the secret realm has vanished without a trace from the surface. It appears that the denizens of this world have taken the treasure and departed. Yet, the hearts of the external cultivators race with trepidation, for they have already spotted Ye Qingyao in the scenes involving the other two. Yuz lurks in the shadows, silently observing her, while Fetty has fully merged with the green liquid, every droplet embodying his essence. After deciding to collaborate, they have set this trap, waiting for others to venture in. Ye Qingyao has unwittingly walked into their ambush, seemingly unaware of the peril she faces. She approaches the stump, then descends to examine the strange viscous liquid. Moments later, she shakes her head, preparing to depart. Just then, a gray dagger suddenly emerges from behind her, silently poised to pierce her back. That in a split second, a transparent hexagonal ice crystal materializes behind her. Clang! The dagger strikes the ice crystal, unleashing an overwhelming force that erupts in a storm of ice shards. Rebounding ferociously. Whoosh! The icy shards are terrifying, freezing everything in their path. Yuz's dagger is instantly encased in ice. Had he not fled swiftly, he too would have faced dire consequences. Ye Qingyao turns around, a faint smile gracing her lips. Your concealment skills pale in comparison to my sister's. After spending time with Ye Xiaoxiao, she has become accustomed to such forms of stealth. Moreover, upon her arrival, she had already sensed the unusual aura emanating from the shadowy realm. Cackling. However, in response to Ye Qinyao's taunt, Yuz remains silent, emitting a chilling sound as he melds back into the shadows. Then, a gigantic shadow beast materializes from thin air, hurling a punch towards Ye Qingyao. She draws her ancient zither, elegant melodies flowing from her fingertips, unleashing an invisible force that detonates upon impact with the shadow beast, causing it to split apart. Yet the shadow beast swiftly reconstitutes, transforming into a monstrous entity covered in writhing tentacles that ensnare Ye Qingyao. Begone! Ye Qingyao bellows, her zither's notes exploding forth, obliterating all its tentacles. Even the shattered branches and leaves beneath are swept away. Subsequently, the hexagonal ice crystal materializes before her, resonating fiercely with the zither's music. That a powerful force of law surges forth, sweeping through the surrounding void. Bang! With a resounding crash, a figure is forced out from the shadows. Yuz furrows his brow, clearly unprepared for this formidable woman. She has seamlessly integrated the power of law into her own techniques. Zing! The zither strings quiver once more, and the hexagonal ice crystal radiates with brilliant light, sending forth countless icy beams that arrive before Yuz. In an instant, he vanishes, only to be pursued once again. His expertise lies in stealth and assassination, leaving him at a significant disadvantage in this direct confrontation. Though he remains composed as he evades, he continuously searches for an opportunity. Finally, in a fleeting moment, he discovers a gap in Ye Qinyao's defenses, entering the shadows. He simultaneously employs the power of law, causing the icy beams to lose their target momentarily. When he reemerges, he stands close to Ye Qingyao, another dagger manifesting, aimed at her. Bang! A circle of ice shards envelopes Ye Qingyao. Though the seemingly fragile ice appears weak, it ensnares Yu's dagger, preventing it from advancing further. Yet, Yuz remains unfazed. At the tip of his dagger, a droplet of dark green liquid emanates an eerie glow. Ye Qingyao notices it as well, her brow furrowing slightly. Suddenly, the liquid explodes, dispersing into countless fine particles that envelop Ye Qingyao entirely. Upon closer inspection, these nearly imperceptible particles are revealed to be vile little insects. Writhing frantically as they encircle her, the aura of the curse is suffocatingly potent. I leave this to you. Yu's remarks coolly, then withdraws. Oh no! Elder Tuo slams his thigh in frustration. The particles are Fetty's doing. The combined might of the two chosen ones is overwhelmingly powerful, that Ye Qinyao is in grave danger. Rest assured, rest assured. Ye Xiaoxiao continues to exude a relaxed demeanor, saying languidly, once my sister steps into this small world, this battle will have already reached its conclusion. Elder Tuo furrows his brow, turning to question Ye Xiaoxiao's meaning. So foolish. Ye Xiaoxiao approaches Elder Tuo, pointing at the scene depicting the small world. Have you not noticed the transformation of the wood realm? Elder Tuo, puzzled, glances over, and his pupils constrict in alarm. The once verdant small world is now shrouded in a thin layer of crimson mist, resembling a celestial canopy. The entire realm is enveloped in a scarlet shroud. Chapter 144, Fellow Taoist, please wait in the five elements secret realm. Within the wood world, a faint red aura blankets the entire realm. Is this the extent of Sister Qinyao's abilities? Ye Huang in Huiris Kurisli. Ye Suifeng nods. This girl has surely experienced countless lives within the red dust mirror. Ye Qinyao's path is one of the way of all beings. The more experiences one accumulates, the more pronounced the essence of the mortal realm becomes. The pervasive essence enveloping this miniature world is truly beyond imagination. One cannot fathom the multitude of events she has traversed. Within this confined realm, the two collaborated seamlessly, and a faint smile graced Yu's lips. Suddenly, a cry of alarm erupted from Ye Qinyao's direction. Run, we've fallen into a trap. It was the voice of Fady. Stunned, Yuz beheld as the green venomous creature encasing Ye Qinyao swiftly expanded, only to explode with a thunderous roar. Yet, Ye Qinyao emerged unscathed, the harmonious notes of her melody resonating thereafter. Is this insufficient? Yu's expression shifted as he prepared to retreat into the shadows once more. However, a dark crimson aura had already insidiously permeated the entire world, sealing the void and obstructing his most adept maneuvers. That in a moment of horror, Yuz turned to see Ye Qinyao's attack had already reached him. Boom! Blood splattered forth. Bereft of the shadow's protection, Yuz was merely an ordinary prodigy, struck down by a single blow, akin to a severed kite drifting away. Surrounding venomous creatures and the viscous dark green liquid were entirely ensnared by the essence of the mortal realm. Rendered immobile. I've lost, spare me, echoed Fady's voice from all the venomous creatures. There was no recourse. Their tactics had been thoroughly countered by Ye Qinyao. Once the veil of the mortal realm was established, they had no avenue for resistance. Ye Qinyao remained expressionless, a singular note obliterating the vast majority of the venomous beings. Only then did she relinquish the constraints of the mortal essence. The venomous creatures swiftly reformed into Fady's likeness. His complexion pale, as that last strike had shattered a significant portion of his being, leaving him gravely weakened. Glancing at Yuz, who was now half kneeling and severely injured, both bore expressions of astonishment, unprepared for the formidable prowess of this woman. Ye Qinyao descended gracefully, hovering before them. Thank you, Fady said, bowing his head. With Ye Qinyao's abilities, she could have easily annihilated them before their escape from the secret realm, yet she chose not to. Let us depart, Ye Qinyao stated calmly. The two exchanged glances, then shattered their jade talismans, exiting the miniature world through the luminous portal. Thus, the small secret realm was left with only Ye Qinyao and Shen Yue. Outside, the cultivators held their breath, uncertain of what spectacle would unfold upon their meeting. As Ye Qinyao acquired the treasures of the wood world, Shen Yue entered the gold world, retrieving the sword embryo that Linpeng had failed to carry away. She felt a tinge of disappointment, having encountered no other chosen ones. Subsequently, she returned to the initial location of the secret realm. Coincidentally, Ye Qinyao emerged from the wood world at that very moment. Their encounter transpired with greater speed than anyone had anticipated. That a firebird and a sword embryo materialized beside Shen Yue, while Ye Qinyao manifested a hexagonal ice crystal and a green seed. Shen Yue smiled softly. It seems you have dealt with them all? Likewise, Ye Qinyao replied. Sensing the formidable aura emanating from Shen Yue, Yi Qingyao silently acknowledged that Hun Yuanzi had indeed spoken the truth. She was her most formidable opponent. Shen Ningyue stood poised with her sword. Yi Qingyao, are you prepared to embrace death? Yi Qingyao replied with a faint smile. This is precisely what I wish to convey to you. A glint of cold light flashed in Shen Ningyue's eyes. The battle commenced instantaneously. The four treasures of the secret realm launched their assaults toward one another. Boom! A colossal explosion erupted at the origin of the secret realm. The immense force caused all 5 portals to tremble. Yi Qingyao strummed her guqin, while Shen Ningyue drew her sword, their clash resembling an ultimate confrontation of world-shattering powers. The portal of the miniature world shattered, and the 5 elemental forces surged tumultuously, intertwining chaotically. Shen Ningyue bellowed, unleashing her supreme swordsmanship imbued with the power of the laws. The Yi Qingyao opted to temporarily evade the onslaught, slipping into the wood world. Shen Ningyue relentlessly pursued, determined to vanquish her adversary with unwavering resolve. Both unleashed their utmost strength, each collision resulting in terrifying explosions, inflicting the most severe damage the miniature world had ever endured since its inception. In another fierce exchange, the laws of the wood world crumbled, the barrier shattering. The two had pierced through the wood world, arriving in the earth world. The treasures of the earth world remained intact, teeming with magical beasts that charged forth with ferocious roars. Yet, merely the residual turbulence of their battle obliterated them entirely. The cultivators outside were frozen in awe, some trembling uncontrollably. Should such a battle transpire in the main world, even the Lingyun sect would be reduced to ashes. It was utterly terrifying. Father, Shen Ningyue's strength is quite impressive, said Yi Huang. Ye Suifeng nodded in agreement. If Qingyao does not unleash her true capabilities, she may find it impossible to subdue her. Yi Huang gasped in astonishment. Sister Qingyao possesses even more fearsome techniques. Ye Suifeng stroked his chin thoughtfully. The path of the mortal essence merely represents an external manifestation. The truly formidable aspect lies within the state of mind. Judging from the intensity of Yi Qinyao's essence of the mortal realm, Ye Suifeng discerned that she had become the strongest among the 5 of the Yi family. Suddenly, Ye Suifeng raised an eyebrow, his gaze straying into the distance that a vast consciousness surged forth in the depths of the abyss. At the courtyard entrance, the outside world was engulfed in raging magma. While the courtyard was safeguarded by a powerful formation, 2 groups of individuals converged at the entrance. The eliminated members of the Chongwang Empire and the individuals from the Heavenly Calculation Sacred Land who had abandoned the battle. Both factions, being losers, regarded each other with disdain. 5th Prince, the journey is long. Be careful not to sprain your ankle, the Qing Song Taoist remarked coldly. Perhaps you should worry about your sacred land, which is dwindling in talent, retorted the middle-aged man clad in a dragon robe with a sneer. Qing Song huffed. At least we haven't lost anyone. The 5th Prince narrowed his eyes. At least our Huan Yu fought until the end. Neither would yield, for the remnants of gods and demons created an inherent enmity between them. After a moment, Qing Song sighed softly. Let us cease our squabbling. Based on today's outcome, those factions have firmly established their dominance. This world will inevitably belong to them. The 5th Prince shook his head. Such matters are beyond anyone's control. Do not forget, even now, the Tiangong Valley has yet to be completely eradicated. The two fell silent, the outside world. They appeared as the pinnacle of existence, wielding dominion over the fates of all beings. Yet, unbeknownst to the masses, there were matters beyond their control. Do your best to preserve yourselves, Qing Song advised. The 5th Prince nodded in agreement. Farewell. They then made their way toward the exit. Just then, a tall figure materialized before them, appearing remarkably youthful, with a faint smile adorning his face. Fellow Taoist, please hold on. Chapter 145, Shen Ningyue's Demise. The 5 Elements' secret realm lay in tatters under the relentless bombardment of Yi Qingyao and Shen Ningyue. All miniature worlds had become interconnected. The elemental forces rampaged uncontrollably. Henceforth, this 5 Elements' secret realm would be rendered unusable. Yet the two combatants remained locked in a stalemate. They unleashed their true flames. various Taoist techniques, and secret arts cascading in succession. Shen Ningyue became frenzied, employing a force of law far surpassing that of this realm, relentlessly pressing forward with towering sword energy, each strike aimed at Ye Qinyao. Ye Qinyao's Gu Qin resonated, causing her to evade the onslaught of sword energy, which even she deemed perilous. Shen Ningyue summoned all her might, amalgamating her essence, spirit, and energy into her most formidable strike, simultaneously sealing off all of Ye Qinyao's escape routes. She sought to determine the victor with this singular blow. Sensing the overwhelming power of the laws embedded within that sword energy, Ye Qinyao let out a gentle sigh. The melody of the mortal essence had yet to reach completion, relying solely on that power. She could not withstand the blow. The white Ye Qinyao gazed into the distance, her eyes seemingly piercing through the secret realm to the plaza beyond. I hope I have not disappointed Uncle. The Gu Qin vanished from before her. Then, before the astonished gazes of all, Ye Qinyao opened her arms, embracing Shen Ningyue's ultimate strike with her own body. Puff! The long sword pierced through Ye Qinyao's form in an instant. Blood cascaded down, staining her gown crimson, rendering her even more enchanting. No! Elder Tuo cried out. Beautiful! Laughed the head of Wanbao Pavilion, while the chief steward beside him wore a smile. However, Shin Tianming remained silent. Damn! Dean Jinshuan lamented, while Han Yuanzi's expression grew solemn. It is over. Ye Suifeng smirked, his gaze penetrating the five elements' secret realm, arriving in a realm painted in shades of red. Shen Ningyue found herself in an elegant garden, her expression somewhat dazed, unsure how she had arrived there. Suddenly, two young eunuchs clad in official robes approached her swiftly, their faces twisted in malicious grins. Shen Ningyue frowned slightly, her voice cold. Who are you? Yet the eunuchs offered no reply, swiftly reaching her side and seizing her arms. You're courting death. Shen Ningyue's fury ignited. Never had any man dared to treat her so. She sought to eliminate the two, only to discover her strength had inexplicably waned, rendering her weaker than an ordinary mortal. You are the ones courting death. One of the eunuchs slapped her face, sneering. The Empress Dowager awaits you. You are doomed. As they spoke, they restrained Shen Ningyue and forcibly dragged her away. Moments later, they arrived at a foreboding palace, where Shen Ningyue was thrown to the ground. Beside her stood an old matron, a sinister smile etched across her face. Who gave you the audacity to serve His Majesty? Do you aspire to become a queen? The seemingly absurd words jolted Shen Ningyue into realization. She was trapped within an illusion. The old matron lowered her voice menacingly, continuing, Not going to speak. Do you think your silence leaves me powerless against you? She then opened a small cloth pouch, revealing a collection of slender steel needles. Will you speak, or will you not? With that, she seized one of the needles and, gripping Shen Ningyue's finger, plunged it towards her nail. A chilling pain pierced through Shen Ningyue. Yet as a cultivator, she had long grown accustomed to such torment that it was utterly impossible for her to, The excruciating agony forced a scream from Shen Ningyue's lips. She had overlooked a crucial fact. Here, she was but a frail mortal. Her piercing cry echoed throughout the palace. The queen, too, emerged from the shadows, her appearance identical to that of Ye Qinyao. The sting of the needle brought Shen Ningyue immense suffering, but she resolutely endured. Suddenly, the voices around her faded into silence. Shen Ningyue opened her eyes, only to find herself transformed into a village girl wandering through a desolate wilderness. She extended her hand, her fingers now appearing unscathed. Damn it! Observing her attire, she understood that the illusion had yet to be dispelled. Benefactor, a figure suddenly approached from the front. Shen Ningyue looked up to see a monk accompanied by two oddly featured disciples, standing within a glowing circle. The monk's face was that of Ye Qinyao. You must leave quickly. That monkey is coming, the monk urged. Go to hell. Shen Ningyue's fury ignited, and she charged forward, realizing she possessed certain magical abilities in this realm. However, just as she drew near, a massive iron rod struck towards her. Halt! You demon! How dare you harm my master? Bah! Blood splattered. Similar scenes unfolded continuously within the mortal realm in the blink of an eye. Thousands of fragments flashed by in each fragment. Shun Ningyue endured relentless torment. Outside, the onlookers wore expressions of bewilderment. After Shin pierced Yi Qingyao with her sword, the two inexplicably froze, suspended in the void. Utterly motionless, the laughter of the pavilion master ceased. What is happening? The Grand Steward's expression grew grave, for he sensed Shin Ningyue's life force waning. Suddenly, Shin Ningyue stirred. Gazing at Yi Qingyao before her, her eyes filled with boundless terror. Then, with a heart-wrenching scream, she released the sword's hilt, her body plummeting like a kite with severed strings. As she descended, countless wounds gradually emerged upon her body. Blood cascaded down. Life ebbed away rapidly, ultimately vanishing in the boundless void of unseen forces. No! Shin Tianming howled, collapsing to the ground, tears blurring his vision. All present were left stunned, unable to comprehend what had transpired. Clearly, Shin Ningyue had pierced Yi Qingyao, yet why was it Shun Ningyue who fell in the end? What has happened? Jin Xian's expression mirrored his astonishment. Han Shuzi let out a long sigh of relief. We have won. The battle of destiny concluded with Shun Ningyue's fall. The five elements secret realm, designated for combat, was utterly destroyed and would soon vanish completely. Moments later, Yi Qingyao returned to her chamber, her lips slightly pale. Shin Ningyue's strength was undeniably formidable. That strike had inflicted significant injury upon her. I knew I wasn't mistaken about you. Han Shuzi entered, followed by Zhun Xian and the elder of Lingyun's sect. Yi Qingyao sat down in silence. I shall fulfill my promise. All that you have done previously will be wiped clean. Han Shuzi smiled. Come back to the main institute with me, and you must present the treasures obtained from the secret realm, as I promised to leave them for Lingyun's sect. The treasures of the secret realm, crafted from the essence of the 8th layer of the origin tower, were indeed treasures for ordinary individuals. However, at this moment, Yi Qingyao had no inclination to discuss them. I shall not accompany you anywhere. Han Shuzi, I advise you to temper your lofty demeanor. Instantly, Han Shuzi's smile faded. Yi Qingyao, I have been sufficiently lenient with you. To allow you to go to the main institute is a rare opportunity. Yi Qingyao shook her head. Spare me. My clan's elders have already arrived. Han Shuzi furrowed his brow, his authority palpable. Then you should further temper your brilliance, lest you bring disaster upon your kin. Just then, a delicate hand emerged from the void behind Han Shuzi. Bang! A loud noise echoed as it struck his head. Ha! I've finally succeeded. A clear laugh resonated within the room. Han Shuzi's mind buzzed as he whirled around, only to find a tall man standing behind him, flanked by a group of unusually powerful youths, along with a beautiful young girl who giggled at him. Who are you? Han Shuzi's heart trembled. Ye Suifeng smiled slightly. Qinyao's kin. What did you just say you would do? Chapter 146. The target is set. Han Shuzi was dumbfounded, completely taken aback by the inexplicable group that had materialized behind him, utterly unaware of their presence. Even more humiliatingly, he had just been struck on the head by a mere child. This was undoubtedly the greatest disgrace of his life. Who are you all? Hun Xushi bellowed furiously. I told you, we are elders from my clan. Yi Qingyao approached, kneeling on one knee. Niece Yi Qingyao pays her respects to the clan head. Ye Suifeng smiled and nodded, that he gently raised his hand, lifting Yi Qingyao to her feet. You have done well. As he spoke, a rich aura of life enveloped her, instantly healing her injuries. Yi Qingyao beamed with joy. Her uncle's words were the greatest affirmation of her efforts over the years. Witnessing this scene, Han Shuzi's pupils constricted. The ability to heal injuries with a mere wave of the hand was not something just anyone could achieve. You are the head of the Yi family from Yunshao City, the esteemed Yi Sheng. Jin Xian exclaimed in realization. He had once considered abducting this so-called Yi Sheng when Yi Qingyao was uncooperative. Indeed, that is what everyone calls me. Ye Suifeng replied with a hearty laugh. Han Shuzi lowered his eyelids, speaking in a grave tone. To invade without prior notice. Do you intend to make an enemy of my Tianfu Academy? As he spoke, his hand rested upon a jade talisman adorned with black markings. Ye Suifeng shook his head, spare me the theatrics." No sooner had he spoken than Han Shuzi roared, launching an attack. Countless black tendrils erupted, shattering the void as they surged towards Ye Suifeng. Han Shuzi sneered. Those were laws derived from divine artifacts. Unless Ye Suifeng also wielded a divine artifact, he would undoubtedly be no match for him. This was also the reason Han Shuzi never regarded Ye Qinyao as a threat. Only those who had witnessed divine artifacts would comprehend their true terror. The black tendrils swiftly approached Ye Suifeng. "You brought this upon yourself," Han Shuzi declared coldly. However, Ye Suifeng merely shook his head and smiled. The heavenly Dao ring emitted a faint glow that a layer of gray ripples enveloped Ye Qinyao and the others. The black tendrils, capable of piercing the void, merely stirred shallow ripples upon contact with the gray waves. Han Shuzi's eyes widened in disbelief. "How is this possible?" Ye Qinyao softly remarked. "I have already told you. Do not remain so high and mighty. The times have changed." Ye Suifeng chuckled lightly. "Indeed, it is time for a change." With that, he reached out his hand. Countless black tendrils, along with the jade talisman in Han Shuzi's grasp, flew into Ye Suifeng's palm, that in an instant, they coiled together, trembling in fear. Han Shuzi was stunned. The very items he relied upon and revered were now quaking in Ye Suifeng's hands like mice before a cat. His world crumbled before him. No! How could this be? Han Shuzi's expression turned frantic as he collapsed to the ground. Unable to fathom the events unfolding before his eyes, Ye Suifeng pinched his fingers, causing the black markings to shatter into a cloud of black powder. He opened the world of the moment, casting the powder inside. To the enlightenment tree, it would serve as nourishment. "All right, I shall leave this to you for now. I am heading to the Wanbao Pavilion." With that, Ye Suifeng's figure vanished without a trace. In the Wanbao Pavilion's chambers, an eerie silence prevailed, and one had anticipated that Shen Ningyue would be defeated by Ye Qinyao, even meeting her demise on the spot. Has Tianfu Academy grown this powerful? The pavilion master's expression was awkward. He had believed Shen Ningyue would undoubtedly triumph. At that moment, Shen Tianming suddenly turned, his eyes filled with bloodshot fury, roaring like a beast. "She is not from the academy. She is from the Yi family of Yinshao City. I have long warned you to abandon the battle of destiny. Yet you refuse to listen. Now, my sister is dead." Shen Tianming bellowed, ready to charge at the pavilion master in a fit of rage, that a beam of light descended upon his head, restraining his movements. "Shen Tianming, calm yourself." The chief steward intervened, his expression far from pleasant as he spoke. "None of us wished for the demise of Ningyue." Shen Tianming unleashed a barrage of punches, yet he found himself unable to break free from the chief steward's confinement. With a mournful roar, he sank to his knees, his hands falling limply to the ground. After a moment's pause, the chief steward spoke softly. "Did you just say that Ye Qinyao is from Yinshao City?" His expression shifted. "It seems we truly must venture north." "No need for that. We have already arrived." Suddenly, a voice echoed, accompanied by swirling patterns of laws. Ye Suifeng appeared slowly. Shen Tianming, the master of the Feng, and the chief steward were all bound in place by the power of these laws. Unable to move an inch, that a jade vial flew from the chief steward's grasp and landed in Ye Suifeng's hand. The vial emanated a terrifying aura of law, identical to the water law that Shen Ningyue had wielded previously. "Ye clan head?" Shen Tianming was taken aback. The chief steward felt a chill of shock. This person was indeed the head of the Yi family. His power was astonishing. It was no wonder Shen Tianming had been so insistent, even going so far as to relinquish the Origin Tower and forego the Heavenly Fate battle. This individual truly possessed the ability to challenge supreme, divine artifacts. At that moment, he regretted not heeding Shen Tianming's words. "Long time no see." Ye Suifeng greeted Shen Tianming with a casual nod. The two were somewhat acquainted, both being figures from the 9 cities. Shen Tianming, overwhelmed by emotion, suddenly knelt and fervently prostrated himself. "Ye clan head, I implore you, please save my sister. I know with your strength, you can surely do it. I beg you, I beg you." He continued to bow, his forehead striking the hard ground until blood streamed forth. Ye Suifeng sighed softly, raising him with a wave of his hand. "Rescue is beyond my means. I can only assist you in retrieving her body. He was not one to save just anyone. However, he bore no ill will toward Shen Tianming and decided to help by bringing back his sister, that I in no time. Shen Ningyue's body appeared in the room. Shen Tianming gazed at his sister's pale visage, then deeply bowed to Ye Suifeng. Moments later, in a large chamber, the sole Void Master, the chief steward, members of the Calamity God cult, the people of the Dark Empire, and those from the Heavenly Calculations Sacred Land who had been unable to leave, along with the Chongguang Empire, all stood together to in the outside world. They were all top-tier powerhouses, but now they sat on the ground, their faces shadowed, awaiting the judgment of the clan head. That Ye Suifeng sat nearby. Before him lay 5 distinct items: a small porcelain vial belonging to the Wanbao Pavilion, a calculating device from the Heavenly Calculations Sacred Land, a glowing crystal orb from the Chongguang Empire, a shadow worm from the Dark Empire, and a piece of decaying flesh from the Calamity God cult. These were remnants of divine and demonic entities possessed by these factions, giving rise to rule-bound objects. As for the Tianfu Academy's relics, Ye Suifeng had already seen them. They had transformed into fertilizer for the Enlightenment Tree. The other 5 items varied in strength. Among them, the divine artifact from the Wanbao Pavilion contained the most potent level of law, far surpassing those of this world and other divine artifacts, even rivaling the laws on the gate to the celestial realm. This piqued Ye Suifeng's curiosity about its origins. Soon, he located it on the heavenly calculation disk. It was a crystal of ice, occupying nearly 1/5 of the disk, ranking second. This indicated that its degree of world corruption had reached a remarkably alarming level. There were 4 others similarly powerful. It appeared that these 5 factions represented the strongest forces in the current world, that as long as they were eradicated, the remaining so-called remnants of divine and demonic entities would be mere trifles, and the Enlightenment Tree would be sufficient to eliminate them all. Thus, the next step was to confront them directly. Chapter 147. Commencing the planting in the room, a group of individuals sat in disheveled disarray. Who would have thought that any one of them, if placed in the outside world, would be a dominant force? Yet now, they trembled before this man. With a mere flick of his hand, Ye Suifeng had shattered the very laws upon which these individuals relied, undermining their psychological defenses. Why did such terrifying beings exist in this world? I offer you but 2 choices, Ye Suifeng began. First, lead me to your lair and present the remnants of divine and demonic entities. After speaking, Ye Suifeng observed their reactions. Moments later, the 5th prince of the Chongguang Empire timidly inquired, "What is the second option?" Beside him, the Qingsong Daoist immediately jabbed him in the ribs, whispering urgently, "Are you foolish? The second option is undoubtedly death." Seeing their exchange, Ye Suifeng almost smiled. "Consider your options carefully," he advised. The crowd exchanged glances, and then the sole Void Master took the initiative to speak, esteemed Ye clan head. "Are you certain you wish to proceed with this? I acknowledge your strength, but each of our factions may possess powers beyond your imagination." The others fell silent. The sole Void Master's words served as both a reminder and a warning. However, Ye Suifeng remained unfazed. "You need only make a choice. Do not concern yourselves with anything else." He stood with his hands clasped behind his back. "Very well. I grant you but the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Do not test my patience." In truth, Ye Suifeng could easily eliminate them and directly invade their stronghold through supreme means. However, that would be too troublesome, given that there were at least 100 such factions. Moreover, he was currently disinclined towards bloodshed. A little cooperation would be far preferable. As time passed, at last, someone responded. The chief steward of the Wanbao Pavilion stood up. "Since the Yi clan head insists, I shall lead you to the main pavilion." The first to step forward. The others soon followed suit in their decisions. With a glimmer of hope for survival, who would willingly choose death? They still harbored some hope for their own factions, particularly the chief steward and the sole Void Master, whose divine artifacts were powerful enough to defy the heavens. Perhaps they could contend with Ye Suifeng's methods. Once they had all made their choices, Ye Suifeng nodded. "Very well, then wait a moment. Yi Huang, Yi Long, you shall accompany me." Ye Suifeng then called forth Yi Huang and the others. Over the past 6 years, These 5 descendants he had personally nurtured had truly matured. Their strength had reached the pinnacle of the world, and each possessed the capability to stand alone. You have all done remarkably well over these years, Ye Suifeng remarked with a smile. And you, Xiao Xiao, you have excelled. A smile broke across Ye Xiao Xiao's face at the praise. Next, we are to undertake, very noble endeavor, Ye Suifeng declared. I know, Ye Xiao Xiao chimed in. Uncle, we're going to plant trees everywhere to save the world, right? Ye Suifeng nodded. Indeed. This world is indeed on the brink of peril. I need each of you to plant the seedlings of the enlightenment tree at every Dao node throughout the world. Upon finishing, Ye Suifeng waved his hand, and a vision filled with magnetic fields appeared in their minds. Instantly, the 5 understood the concept of Dao nodes. I will allocate 1,500 seedlings to each of you. Choose a direction and plant them all. Along the way, eliminate all factions that possess remnants of divine and demonic entities. They are all nourishment for the enlightenment tree, Ye Suifeng commanded. Uncle, do I get to go this time? Ye Xiao Xiao asked, her voice tinged with reluctance. Over the years, she had grown accustomed to being by Ye Suifeng's side. That why Ye Suifeng chuckled and ruffled her hair. You have grown up. It is time for you to lead your own life. Ye Shou Jiao nodded. All right, rest assured. I shall complete the task beautifully. At that moment, Yi Huang also spoke. Father, will you not accompany us this time? Ye Suifeng nodded. There are 5 factions that are both powerful and mysterious. I must see for myself. Moreover, I still have a promise to fulfill. 6 years prior, upon leaving Yunshao City, he had vowed to Yi Jinzong to find the true culprit behind Yi Jinguang's death. Later, he had been manipulated within the river of time, and that individual was likely from the celestial realm. This matter had been set aside for the time being. However, upon reflection, it seemed that the one who orchestrated the schemes within the river of time may not have been the same as the one who murdered Yi Jinguang. The reason was simple. That individual, capable of manipulating the river of time, had powers that far exceeded those of this world, much like Ye Suifeng himself, making it impossible for them to enter easily. Thus, the true culprit behind Yi Jinguang's death was likely among those so-called entities above the ceiling. Utilizing the remnants of divine and demonic entities, they indeed possessed the capability to erase time's imprint. The 5 most powerful factions were the prime suspects. Therefore, he needed to personally confront them to fulfill this promise. Choose your directions. You shall represent the Yi family and expand our territory to every corner of the world, Ye Suifeng instructed. The group fell silent for a moment, and Yi Long was the first to speak. I will head west. I'm more familiar with that area. Yi Huang smiled as she added, in that case, I shall go east, just like 6 years ago. I'll venture south. I have no desire to face the icy northern terrain, and I hear there is an abundance of delicious food in the south. Ye Shou Jiao exclaimed it. Yi Qian shrugged. Then I suppose I am left with the north. That's fine. I didn't want to stray too far from the Tianxia Academy anyway. The 4 quickly settled on their directions, leaving only Yi Qinyao to decide. You should accompany Xiao Xiao, Ye Suifeng suggested. If we consider this place our starting point, the vast expanse to the south is still largely unexplored. We have yet to approach the central state region. Thus, the task is quite formidable. Having 2 individuals together allows for mutual support. His primary concern was Xiao Zhao's propensity for mischief, which could lead to chaos in the south. No problem, Yi Qinyao replied with a smile. At this point, all 5 had chosen their paths. That Ye Suifeng was confident that the Yi family's name would soon resonate throughout the world. The group then deliberated on specific details that Yi Huang would travel with representatives from the 2 major empires. As they were conveniently headed southeast, Yi Huang's first destination, that Yi Long would first venture to the evil god sect, that Yi Qinyao and Xiao Xiao would lead members from the heavenly calculations sacred land southward. Yi Qian would return to Yunshao City, and once prepared, would cross the Qinggu Highlands toward the northern snowfields to AS for the Tianfu Academy and the Wanbao Pavilion. Their stronghold was in the central state. Not far away, that Ye Suifeng decided not to delay any further and would proceed with them directly to witness the grandeur of the central state. This mission may span several decades, Ye Suifeng remarked. You all have your own journeys now. I reiterate, wherever you go, do not forget that your roots lie in Yunshao City with the Yi family. The five knelt on one knee, their hearts clear and sincere. To Ye Suifeng nodded, granting them permission to rise. Extend your hands. Just as 5 years prior, 5 hands rested before Ye Suifeng. The difference now was their growth. Except for Xiao Xiao, the palms of the others bore the character Yi, radiating a gentle glow. This was the palm world bestowed upon them by Ye Suifeng. The journey is perilous. Should you encounter insurmountable divine beings, utilize it. Upon concluding, Ye Suifeng infused 5 strands of will into the character Yi. At this moment, the character had acquired the power to overpower divine and demonic laws. Xiao Xiao was exhilarated. She finally possessed her own palm world. Subsequently, Ye Suifeng produced a seedling of the Enlightenment Tree and a 10-fold origin tower, placing them all within their palm worlds. All right, let us begin planting. Chapter 148. The Tianfu Academy, Yuan City. The geothermal flames of the abyssal valley raged on. Yet, certain formidable entities had begun to notice that the energy of the geothermal flames was gradually diminishing. The reasons remained unclear. Outside Yuan City, a group of terrifying presences stood atop a high platform. Ye Suifeng and his company, along with the temporarily captured powerhouses. Let us depart. Ye Suifeng instructed Yi Huang and the others. Do not even think about returning to Yunshao City until all the enlightenment trees are planted. The group chuckled in response. Rest assured, Uncle, we will certainly accomplish the task. Ye Suifeng nodded. They had now acquired the capability to stand on their own, that he did not wish to linger, preparing to take Soul Void and the Grand Steward of the Wanbao Pavilion directly to the Central State. Suddenly, a small figure leapt in front of him. Xiao Xiao extended a hand. Uncle, we agreed that if I successfully completed this task, you would gift me something. You haven't forgotten, have you? Ye Suifeng said, then smiled. Of course not. In truth, he had forgotten, but he had mentioned it to Yi Qian upon his arrival. Yi Qian, give the gift to Xiao Xiao. Well, I shall not delay any further. Farewell, everyone. With that, Ye Suifeng waved his hand, and he, along with Soul Void, vanished from the high platform. The others were left astonished, while Yi Qian's expression was one of deep conflict, but he glanced at the vast collection of at least several thousand scriptures and over 10,000 assessment papers in his spatial pouch, and his scalp tingled. Yi Qian, what are you doing? Xiao Xiao approached him. Hurry up and give it to me. You aren't thinking of keeping it all to yourself, are you? Yi Qian quickly replied, Haha. How could that be? This is Uncle's intention. I would never intercept it halfway. After a moment of thought, he added, Truly, this is a gift specially prepared by Uncle for you, simply stored with me for the time being. Xiao Xiao looked puzzled. Sensing that Yi Qian was trying hard to distance himself from the matter, Yi Qian then produced a storage ring and handed it to Xiao Xiao. Well, I shan't take up more of your time. Until we meet again. With that, Yi Qian took Xiao Yi and departed swiftly without looking back. Xiao Xiao was left even more bewildered. So confusing. She shook her head and eagerly opened the storage ring. Moments later, an indignant voice echoed from the high platform. Ye Yin. Just wait. In the Central State 5th Celestial Domain, Tianfu City. The city was built against the mountains and was immensely vast. Towering pavilions rose to great heights, piercing the clouds, a common sight that in the sky. Various powerful beasts and majestic aerial ships filled the air incessantly. Within the city, Yuanian cultivators were abundant, and it was not uncommon to encounter formidable Huashan cultivators. People had grown accustomed to it, that in comparison to Tianfu City, the Nine-City Alliance seemed like a remote and impoverished region. It was no wonder that Soul Void scoffed upon hearing of the Yunshao sacred land. However, this would be his greatest regret in life. Had he not dismissed Yunshao City then and taken the initiative to investigate, he would not have become Ye Suifeng's captive, nor would he have been personally brought back. The main campus of the Tianfu Academy lay within the mountain range behind Tianfu City, the most powerful entity in the 5th Celestial Domain. The Supreme Authority. Suddenly, 3 figures materialized from the void above the Grand Mountain Gate. They were Ye Suifeng, Soul Void, and the Grand Steward of the Wanbao Pavilion, Danyuan Daoist. This time, Ye Suifeng had come alone. Having sent Gu Yulan back to Yunshao City, for he did not intend to spend too much time on this matter. Head of the Ye family, this is our main campus, Soul Void stated. Ye Suifeng nodded and gazed at the vast mountains below. Through the lens of the heavenly path, countless black tendrils were deeply embedded in the laws of the heavenly path, resembling a dense black spiderweb. These tendrils, controlling the heavenly path's laws, were slowly siphoning the world's essence from the entire realm. They all converged at the deepest point of the Tianfu Academy, a place shrouded in darkness that Ye Suifeng sighed inwardly. The ninth celestial domain of the central state had already been thoroughly tainted by the divine beings of the Tianfu Academy. The situation in the other celestial domains was not much different. This was akin to inflicting multiple massive wounds upon the world and continuously draining its lifeblood. It was a wonder that the world had not yet perished. Head of the Yi family. The dean should be in the back mountain. Do you wish to proceed now? Soul Void inquired. Suddenly, a grand chime resonated through the air that Ye Suifeng turned to look. It came from a side gate, where an imposing giant cauldron stood, radiating an aura of majesty, the Tao flowing seamlessly around it. He had heard that this was the Academy's Dragon Gate. Every genius newly admitted to the Academy had to pass through the Dragon Gate, which determined their allocation to different faculties. That Ye Qinyao had entered the Heavenly Tao Academy after ringing the bell 9 times. However, the main campus's Dragon Gate was even more stringent, admitting only those who were destined to one day wield dominion over heaven and earth. Zong! The bell tolled 7 times before ceasing. The young people below erupted in excitement. The 7 tolls indicated that an unparalleled genius capable of entering the Starry Sky Academy had emerged. Such individuals were rare, appearing only a few times a year. Ye Suifeng stroked his chin. No rush. This Dragon Gate of yours seems quite interesting. Soul Void was taken aback, incredulous as he asked, Head of the Yi family, do you intend to give it a try? Is that not permissible? Ye Suifeng raised an eyebrow. Soul Void cleared his throat and replied, I mean no offense. However, the main campus's Dragon Gate can only assess the talents of those under 50 years of age. 50 years of age was indeed considered young for a being like Soul Void, who had lived for over 1,000 years. That Ye Suifeng turned back. And what of it? Do I appear to you as someone who is 50? With that, Ye Suifeng soared toward the Dragon Gate below. If calculated by bone age, he was merely in his 30s. He had fathered Yi Huang in his teens. Soul Void and Danyuan Daoist exchanged glances, unable to fathom that the seemingly invincible Ye Suifeng was actually under 50. Doubts crept into their minds regarding their own lengthy cultivation journey. Watching Ye Suifeng approach the Dragon Gate, the two hastily followed suit, not daring to neglect him, especially fearing the ire of this formidable ancestor. Chapter 149. The Dragon Gate explodes at the Tianfu Academy's main campus. Before the Dragon Gate, Ye Suifeng's sudden appearance drew only a few glances from some watching women, failing to create significant waves. Most were still absorbed in discussing the significance of the 7 tolls of the bell. Incredible! Our 5th celestial domain has produced another remarkable individual. Indeed, 7 tolls of the bell indicate a high probability of ascending to immortality. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Meanwhile, numerous individuals in specialized attire, the teachers of the Tianfu Academy, flew into the air, arguing over the recently revealed genius. The Starry Sky Academy seldom accepted many students in a year, and they were not willing to let this opportunity slip away easily. Ye Suifeng ignored them and strode directly toward the Dragon Gate. Does that kid intend to challenge the Dragon Gate? His actions ultimately drew the attention of the crowd. I remarked, My friend, perhaps you should return tomorrow. Today, with extraordinary beings present, no one will pay heed to you. It simply isn't worth it. A round-faced cultivator advised that Ye Suifeng halted his steps, surveying the myriad expressions around him, and suddenly felt a pang of sentimentality. Ever since arriving in this world, he had been either nurturing his family or mentoring the younger generation, and now he found himself on a path to save the world. In truth, he had scarcely experienced the vibrant and diverse tapestry of the ordinary cultivation realm. Prolonged elevation often blinds one to the subtleties of life. Had he unknowingly embarked on this path himself? Ye Suifeng chuckled. It seemed he would need to occasionally set aside his identity and regard himself as an ordinary cultivator, traversing the mundane world. "Thank you for your reminder, my friend," Ye Suifeng said with a smile, performing a respectful bow. Just then, Han Shuzi and Dong Yuan arrived at the scene. Upon witnessing Ye Suifeng's courteous demeanor towards a young man of ordinary cultivation, they were rendered speechless. Could this truly be the formidable figure who effortlessly annihilated divine entities with a mere wave of his hand? Ye Suifeng exchanged a few words with the cultivator before continuing his journey towards the Dragon Gate. The young cultivator wore an encouraging expression, which left Han Shuzi and Dong Yuan in a state of bewilderment. Before long, Ye Suifeng stepped into the Dragon Gate. Inside lay a peculiar space, shimmering with lights. As if he had entered another world, the lights danced around him. Ye Suifeng immediately perceived the essence of the Dragon Gate. It turned out that the massive bell was an exceptionally rare treasure. It intertwined with the laws of heaven and earth. When an individual entered the Dragon Gate, the bell would emanate the laws, sweeping over the person's body, probing into their soul, the source of life, and other aspects that represented their cultivation aptitude. Subsequently, it would return the gathered information back to the bell. The more potent the individual's talent, the more resonant the bell would sound. Soon, a stream of light surged towards Ye Suifeng. He did not resist it, allowing it to enter his body. However, as the light penetrated him, it began to tremble violently, as if encountering some ancient, ferocious beast, before swiftly retreating back into the bell. Instantly, the entire bell began to quiver. Ye Suifeng thought to himself, "This is bad." Outside, a resounding dong rang out, capturing everyone's attention. "Oh, has someone else entered?" "How audacious," someone queried, perplexed. "The sound of 7 bell tolls has just occurred, and now another has entered. They must either be seeking attention or inviting humiliation upon themselves," another remarked with a cold laugh. "Nonsense. He possesses confidence in himself," retorted the round-faced cultivator who had spoken with Ye Suifeng. The other person chuckled in response. "Does he intend to challenge the 7 bell tolls?" The round-faced cultivator's face darkened, and he refrained from further comment. Others began to speculate. Confidence is admirable, but the 7 bell tolls are indeed exceedingly challenging. "I fear it may be over. It has taken so long for just one toll. If talent were indeed greater, the intervals between the tolls would be shorter." Just as he finished speaking, a rapid series of bell tolls reverberated through the air. Dong, 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 dong. The sound was so loud and the frequency so swift that it momentarily rendered everyone deaf. The crowd was left dumbfounded. The bell seemed to have gone into a frenzy, tolling incessantly. 0.9 tolls. In mere breaths, it had likely reached 900. The entire Tianfu Academy, including Tianfu City below, was stunned by the ferocious sound of the bell. What was happening? Could the Dragon Gate bell resonate so powerfully? Han Shuzi and Dong Yuan felt beads of sweat form on their foreheads. This ancestor truly knew how to make a spectacle. The tolling grew increasingly rapid, and no one could ascertain the total number of tolls. When it reached a certain threshold, a rumble echoed. Accompanied by a tremendous force, the Dragon Gate bell erupted. The gate below was obliterated, and even the mountains beneath trembled, creating a massive chasm. A figure slowly emerged, leaving the onlookers in shock. What kind of talent could cause the Dragon Gate bell to explode? They could scarcely fathom it. Ye Suifeng glanced at Han Shuzi outside and shrugged. "I hadn't anticipated it to be so timid and feeble." Han Shuzi's eyelid twitched as he desperately consoled himself. "And no matter what, as long as you are not angry, and as long as no one provokes you, it will be fine. Ha ha!" Suddenly, a boisterous laugh erupted, causing Han Shuzi's heart to leap in alarm. "Oh no, trouble is coming. The Dragon Gate bell has exploded. What a once-in-a-millennium spectacle. This disciple is not to be contended with by anyone." Accompanied by raucous laughter, a burly man with a scruffy beard appeared above the Dragon Gate. "Vice President." The Academy's members immediately bowed in respect. He surveyed the ruins below with no hint of anger on his face. Instead, he bore a look of excitement. "Ha!" The Vice President laughed again. "Truly, heaven has favored our Academy, bringing us a once-in-a-millennium prodigy." He turned to Ye Suifeng and proclaimed, "Young man, join my ranks. and I shall reveal to you the unparalleled wonders of the world." Ye Suifeng looked over. But before he could respond, Han Shuzi exploded. "Hong Jiao, get back this instant!" he bellowed, appearing before Hong Jiao in a flash. "What are you doing here flaunting about? Get lost!" Han Shuzi's forehead glistened with cold sweat. This oblivious braggart dared to recruit Ye Suifeng as his disciple. Did he not realize that Ye Suifeng was there to challenge the academy? Yet Hong Jiao was unaware, casting a sidelong glance at Han Shuzi. "Old Hun, are you trying to compete with me?" Han Shuzi ground his teeth, wishing to strangle this rough old man. How could he not see that Ye Suifeng was far from an ordinary cultivator? "Enough of your nonsense. Go back." Hung Sushi stempels trobet Hong Yao stepped closer, his eyes wide with confusion. "Old Hun, why are you acting like you've lost your father today? Why so irritable? If you want him, take him, no need to be angry." As he spoke, he casually patted Han Shuzi's shoulder. Han Shuzi was on the brink of madness. If this continued, it would surely spell disaster, and he swiftly moved to Ye Suifeng's side and lowered his voice. "Head of the Ye family, I just contacted the dean. He is at the back mountain, and I will take you there immediately. Moreover, that man is quite mad. Please pay him no mind." Ye Suifeng found it amusing, but it was indeed unnecessary to linger there any longer. That he nodded. "Then let us proceed." Chapter 150. The astonished Dean Tianfu Academy was exceptionally lively today. First, a prodigy capable of achieving 7 bell tolls appeared, gaining admission to the Starry Sky Academy, inciting fierce competition among the instructors. Following that, another individual of immense talent directly detonated the Dragon Gate, prompting even the vice president to appear personally to recruit disciples. However, he was met with a torrent of harsh words from an elder and ended up with nothing. Some recognized that the elder was none other than a figure from the ancient teachings of the academy, akin to a supreme elder of a sect, a presence seldom seen. Subsequently, the ancient elder took the young man to the back mountain. Observers noted that this esteemed elder appeared to be treating the young man with utmost deference, which was utterly astonishing. That in a refined villa on the back mountain of the academy sat an elder with hair and beard as white as snow, exuding a warm demeanor from his position of authority. This was the dean of Tianfu Academy. Qing Xinzi Ye Suifeng and Han Shuzi were seated together. Given the sanctity of the academy, Dong Yuan remained outside to enjoy the cool air. "Han Shuzi, your return was quite abrupt. You didn't even give a heads up," Qing Xuanzi remarked with a smile. Han Shuzi appeared somewhat awkward. He wished to greet him, but in the presence of Ye Suifeng, he dared not. "What news regarding the Battle of Destiny?" Qing Xuanzi continued, turning his gaze to Ye Suifeng. "Is he the chosen one for our Battle of Destiny?" Quite impressive. You have brought back another rare talent for our academy." Han Shuzi's eye twitched as he hastily interjected. Not at all. Not at all." He was internally conflicted, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. He couldn't very well admit that the person he had brought back was not merely a genius, but a formidable figure at that moment. A hand rested upon his shoulder. Ye Suifeng smiled. "Allow me to speak." Qing Xuanzi's expression reflected surprise. It seemed the relationship between this young man and Han Shuzi was not as he had envisioned. "You are not the actual leader of Tianfu Academy, are you?" Ye Suifeng stated directly. Upon entering, he had already discerned that Qing Xuanzi was merely an ordinary peak tribulation stage cultivator, possessing only a fraction of the divine laws, not dissimilar to Han Shuzi. In response to this assertion, Qing Xuanzi furrowed his brow. Such a manner of speaking did not resemble that of a typical young genius. Fearing he might inadvertently offend Ye Suifeng, Han Shuzi interjected, "Qing Xian. He is a senior." Qing Xuanzi was instantly taken aback. Only those under 50 years of age could enter the Dragon Gate, thus he could not be very old. Yet Han Shuzi had referred to him as a senior. Though both he and Han Shuzi were peak tribulation stage cultivators, they differed from the ordinary tribulation stage cultivators outside. They had forsaken ascension to dedicate themselves to a greater cause. To be called a senior by Han Shuzi suggested that this young man was among the rare few in the world, likely possessing mastery over divine artifacts. Could it be that this young man was also a master of divine artifacts? "What do you mean?" "Esteemed guest." The tone of Qing Suzi shifted. If he were indeed the master of divine artifacts, then it warranted a serious approach. I shall not beat around the bush any longer. Ye Suifeng stated directly. You are familiar with Tianji Valley, I presume? Qing Suzi furrowed his brows, well aware of Tianji Valley, a faction dedicated to eradicating all divine artifacts from the world, though it had become reclusive due to its weakened state. Some even claimed that Tianji Valley had perished. A few years ago, I encountered them. A fellow known as the Old Man of Tianji informed me that this world is on the brink of destruction. Ye Suifeng continued, upon my investigation, I found this to be true. I do not wish to see the land of my homeland descend into utter void. Thus, Ye Suifeng turned his gaze towards Qing Suzi. I intend to purge all foreign entities from this world, what you refer to as divine artifacts. Therefore, I require an audience with the true master of Tianfu Academy, the one who wields that foreign artifact. Upon finishing his declaration, Qing Suzi was left in a state of shock. He glanced at the silent Hun Suzi and then back at Ye Suifeng, momentarily struggling to digest this information. What is the situation? Initially, he believed Ye Suifeng to be a newly admitted genius of the academy, only to discover otherwise. Not only was he not that, but he also boldly sought out the most central and highest authority within the academy. Moreover, he explicitly stated his intent to eliminate it. This is far too straightforward. Such a matter, crucial to the fate of the world, should not one meticulously scheme and plot over millennia before gradually executing it? Who approaches so brazenly, armed only with their resolve? Qing Suzi found himself momentarily disoriented. You cannot be serious, can you? He still struggled to believe Ye Suifeng's words. I am quite serious. Ye Suifeng raised his hand, causing the heavenly Dao ring to glow, unleashing a cacophony of heavenly laws. Within the realm of those laws, Qing Suzi witnessed the divine artifact laws of this courtyard being instantly shattered. I am not one for bloodshed, Ye Suifeng remarked as he stored the heavenly Dao ring, so do not attempt any underhanded tricks with me. Take me to your secret realm, and if all goes smoothly, perhaps we shall avoid any bloody incidents. Qing Suzi appeared somewhat dazed. Perhaps it was his first encounter with someone so forthright, and he found himself unaccustomed to it. Qing Su, sensing his turmoil. Hun Suzi spoke. This matter is beyond our control. Let us seek out the elder. Qing Suzi fell silent for a moment. Very well. His expression grew solemn. Since you insist, let us proceed together. The consensus was reached. Moments later, they arrived at the depths of the back mountain, within a tranquil peach and plum garden. From the outside, the garden appeared unremarkable, and even upon entering, one would find nothing out of the ordinary. However, upon Qing Suzi producing a token, subtle ripples of an array materialized. The group stepped inside, and a small thatched cottage came into view. What brings you here? A voice filled with authority echoed through the peach and plum garden. Qing Suzi bowed. My lord, a senior has come to visit. The figure did not respond. Suddenly, a terrifying divine consciousness swept forth, enveloping the three of them. Ye Suifeng raised an eyebrow. This divine consciousness was overwhelmingly potent, nearly a millionth of his own. It was reminiscent of the divine consciousness that had fused with the northern snowy plains that transcended the limits of the world, embodying what is known as the pinnacle. Ye Suifeng slightly elevated the heavenly Dao ring, and the aura of the laws surged forth in response. Please enter. The figure's divine consciousness retracted to Ye Suifeng nodded, and then stepped into the thatched cottage. Inside the thatched cottage, a young man clad in white sat cross-legged beside a table. His long hair flowed freely, and on the table lay ancient writing implements and a painting. The artwork depicted peach and plum blossoms, each vying for beauty, yet both exuding elegance that a mere glance instilled a sense of tranquility in the heart. Ye Suifeng entered. Honored guest, please take a seat. The young man greeted him with a warm smile, and a chair crafted from peach and plum would materialize before him. Ye Suifeng sat down, observing the man in front of him, remaining silent. The young man chuckled lightly. May I inquire your esteemed name? Ye Suifeng, he replied. I am Su Mu, the young man stated. I can sense that you are also one favored by divine artifacts. Ye Suifeng sighed softly and shook his head. I can also perceive that you are not truly Su Mu. Are you? His peculiar words caused Su Mu to instantly change his expression. His brow shot up, and his eyes darkened like ink. Immediately, tangible black laws emanated from around the chair, enveloping Ye Suifeng entirely. A sinister whisper echoed within the thatched cottage. He, the heavenly Tao laws delivered right to my doorstep. What a feast! The brush on the table soared into the air, its bristles exploding outward, hovering above Ye Suifeng's head with an overwhelming force. Just as it believed it had succeeded, a soft sigh escaped Ye Suifeng's lips. Gray ripples emanated from his position, dispersing the surrounding black laws. Even the brush above his head suffered a violent backlash. Countless bristles snapped, turning to fine powder, scattering through the air. How is this possible? Su Mu stared in astonishment at the unfolding events, while Ye Suifeng maintained his composure. In truth, upon entering, he had already discerned that this young man bore no essence of a human. He was merely the consciousness of that brush. You cannot hold me back. Speak, where is the true Su Mu? Ye Suifeng inquired. However, Su Mu seemed unwilling to relent. His expression twisted into a grimace as he roared. This is not over. With that, the surroundings darkened suddenly, in an instant. Ye Suifeng found himself in an unfamiliar world. This realm was composed entirely of ink and wash, the intertwining laws of heaven and earth forming a terrifying celestial prison from which even a great ascension cultivator would find it nearly impossible to escape. Do you truly not wish to converse amicably? Yet, Ye Suifeng remained unfazed. Only a chilling laughter responded to him. In the distance, the ink-washed mountains began to writhe like colossal serpents. Beneath Ye Suifeng's feet, the ground transformed into an ocean of ink, eroding all in its path. Prepare for endless suffering. The voice of the brush spirit echoed throughout the realm. Ye Suifeng's patience waned. If so, then perish. His demeanor turned icy as he extended his palm. Fingers curling in the void. In an instant, a terrifying power erupted. The grand ink-wash world began to crack rapidly under that grasp. Crack, crack, as its limits were reached in the blink of an eye. Crash! With a resounding noise, Ye Suifeng found himself back in the thatched cottage, clutching the brush. Su Mu appeared panic-stricken, disbelief evident in his eyes. As senior, let us speak properly. Ye Suifeng smiled, applying gentle pressure with his palm. Crack! The brush shattered instantly. Torrential black laws surged forth, threatening to ascend into the heavens. However, the heavenly Tao ring shimmered, and gray ripples formed a net, ensnaring all the black laws. Subsequently, they rapidly compressed. No! The brush spirit wailed in anguish. Yet, Ye Suifeng would not grant it another chance. The otherworldly brush began to dissolve, gradually transforming into a black stone under the compression of the heavenly Tao ring, landing in Ye Suifeng's palm. Before him, Su Mu visibly aged at an observable rate. His once fair fingers withered, and wrinkles began to mar his face. His flowing hair turned entirely white. After a long moment, he slowly lifted his gaze. Now his countenance was that of an elderly man, as if all vitality had been drained, his eyes cast downward, devoid of spirit. Yet, Ye Suifeng sensed the true Su Mu had returned. Thank you so much. His voice frail and weak. Ye Suifeng resumed his seat, tossing the stone of laws into a miniature world, and spoke. Now tell me, what is truly happening? Su Mu spoke slowly, beginning his tale. Everything traced back to 4,000 years prior. At that time, he was merely a lowly disciple of a minor sect, possessing poor cultivation talent. Endlessly performing tedious chores day and night. One day, Su Mu incurred the wrath of an inner sect disciple, who pursued him relentlessly until he fell from a cliff. Yet, as the saying goes, misfortune may lead to fortune. Su Mu plummeted into a cave, where the spiritual fruits healed his injuries, and he obtained a treasured artifact, the Tsang Sheng Bai. That artifact claimed such a title for itself. With the Tsang Sheng Bai's assistance, Su Mu returned to his sect and soared to new heights in his cultivation journey. The inner sect disciple who had tormented him ultimately met his demise at Su Mu's hands. From that point onward, Su Mu's life seemed to be on a trajectory of extraordinary success, rapidly ascending that he triumphed over all, nearing the pinnacle of ascension to the celestial realm. However, the Tsang Sheng Bai intervened, warning Su Mu of the vastness and multitude of prodigies in the celestial realm, asserting that he could not contend with those blessed by destiny. Instead, in this world, he could acquire something exceedingly unique to enhance his cultivation foundation. Thus, upon ascending to the celestial realm, he could still reign supreme at Su Mu, having once endured the scorn of others due to his perceived lack of talent, and later basked in the reverent gazes of those who admired him during his ascent, was resolute in his desire not to revert to his former self. Thus, he heeded the counsel of the Tsangxing Pian, and Su Mu forcibly suppressed his cultivation, opting not to undergo the tribulation, and instead, under the guidance of the Tsangxing Pian, established the Tianfu Academy, welcoming talented individuals and expanding his territory that as they reached a certain scale, Su Mu began to extend the principles of the Tsangxing Pian to every corner of his domain. He then commenced the process of drawing the so-called foundation of cultivation from the world itself. This endeavor lasted a full 2 millennia. The cultivation foundation proved to be extraordinary, representing an exceedingly pure source of power. Under its nurturing, Su Mu felt his innate talent and physique evolving continuously, and even his cultivation level broke through the world's limits without having undergone the tribulation to that time. He became addicted, vowing to perfect his talent and physique before contemplating ascension to the immortal realm. However, after more than 2,000 years had passed, Su Mu gradually realized that matters were not as simple as he had envisioned. Chapter 152. The Master of Zhongzhou Senior Tsangxing. Why do I always feel that I am just one step away? After refining the foundation, once more, Su Mu inquired of the Tsangxing Pian. Over the span of 2 millennia, he had indeed felt his talent and physique making rapid advancements in the early stages of refinement. Yet as time progressed, this advancement became increasingly sluggish, and particularly in the last few centuries, he sensed almost no changes whatsoever. Su Mu suspected that there was something amiss with his methodology. Without accumulating small steps, one cannot reach 1,000 miles. The voice of the Tsangxing Pian resonated within his mind. You have already taken 99 steps. Just hold on a little longer, and you will achieve completeness. Su Mu did not respond, but gazed skyward. After a long while, he sighed softly. Senior, let us go to the immortal realm. I believe that the current accumulation is sufficient. After 2,000 years, I fear that even if I ultimately reach completeness, I will have long since lost the desire to compete. What good, then, is completeness? Su Mu wished to depart. The Tsangxing Pian remained silent for a long time before finally speaking. Then let us do this. You will merge your soul with the Tsangxing Pian, and we shall make one final attempt. If that does not suffice, then we shall go to the immortal realm. The cultivation world was fraught with peril, and human hearts were inscrutable. Yet, the Tsangxing Pian had accompanied Su Mu throughout his life and was the starting point of his ascent to greatness. Therefore, Su Mu harbored no doubts regarding its words that he released his entire soul into the ink and wash world of the Tsangxing Pian. However, upon entry, he discerned the true essence of the so-called foundation. It was, in fact, the source power of this world. This power possessed tremendous, transformative abilities, capable of fundamentally enhancing a person's cultivation aptitude. Moreover, he discovered that throughout these 2 millennia, only 1% of the world's source power obtained through the Tsangxing Pian had been applied to himself, while the vast majority had been siphoned off by the Tsangxing Pian. From the very beginning, all events had been part of a conspiracy. The Tsangxing Pian merely sought to use him as a means to root itself in the world and draw sustenance. Su Mu saw through the truth, but it was too late. Now, the power of the Tsangxing Pian surpassed his own. Most critically, having entered the ink and wash space, he was entirely under the Tsangxing Pian's control. Regret had come too late. Since you do not wish to remain in this world, then reside within the ink and wash world, the Tsangxing Pian spoke coldly. In light of our thousands of years of friendship, I shall spare your life. Once I achieve transformation, I will show you what true strength is. Thus, Su Mu's soul was trapped within the ink and wash world, deprived of sight of the heavens and earth for countless days. Another 1,000 years passed until the arrival of Ye Suifeng, the destruction of the Tsangxing Pian, and his eventual release. Yet now, he was but a shadow of his former self upon hearing Su Mu's tale. Ye Suifeng felt a profound sense of reflection. This man's early life was indeed a quintessential protagonist template. With abysmal talent, he was bullied by disciples of the sect, only to gain a golden finger and soar to great heights. Such a familiar rhythm. Unfortunately, Su Mu's golden finger was far from the simplistic one found in novels. It was a powerful entity with its own ulterior motives. Thus, when he sought to ascend to the immortal realm, his fate was already sealed. "Senior, are you another master of divine artifacts?" Su Mu weakly inquired. The Ye Suifeng did not answer directly, but instead produced a vibrant green seedling. The enlightenment tree swayed gently, its verdant aura instantly invigorating Su Mu. "So, you are from the Tiangue Valley." Su Mu recognized him as a former master of divine artifacts. He possessed a profound understanding of the Tiangue Valley and the enlightenment tree at that time. The Songxing Pen had warned him that the Tiangue Valley sought to annihilate the world, and he must do everything in his power to eradicate them. It was a bitter irony in retrospect. "I merely agreed to cleanse the world," Ye Suifeng stated. "Your story is fascinating, but to be honest, I am not particularly interested. Currently, I am preparing to plant the enlightenment tree in every corner of the world." So, Ye Suifeng looked at him. "You can either cooperate with me in this endeavor, or you can find someone else to assist me. Those are the only two options. I will give you time to consider." After speaking, Ye Suifeng quietly awaited the outcome. Su Mu lowered his head, remaining silent for quite some time. In the end, he smiled. "Though I am on the brink of the grave, I still hold considerable influence in this fifth heavenly domain. Speak. What should be done? I shall exert my utmost effort. Let this be my atonement for the sins I have committed in the past." Ye Suifeng nodded. In truth, this outcome was somewhat unexpected, for he had not anticipated that the one controlling the Tianfu Academy would be a divine artifact itself. "How many others like you are there?" Ye Suifeng inquired. He pondered that if these divine artifacts possess consciousness, many might share a similar situation to Su Mu's. However, Su Mu shook his head. "Very few," he replied. "Before I was imprisoned by the Songxing Pen, I had encountered several other masters of divine artifacts. Most of them sought the world's source power. Some individuals, possessing immense strength, managed to control the divine artifacts themselves. For instance, the Hall of the Great Path and the Wanbao Pavilion." Ye Suifeng furrowed his brow slightly. He was familiar with the Wanbao Pavilion. But what was this Hall of the Great Path? "Speak of all the divine artifacts you know." Ye Suifeng instructed. Su Mu nodded in agreement and began to recount. Masters of divine artifacts were scattered across the world. However, overall, the 9 heavenly domains of Zhongzhou boasted the most formidable combined strength. The Tianfu Academy, which controlled the entire 5th heavenly domain, ranked only 3rd. Above it lay the true master of the 3rd heavenly domain, the Wanbao Pavilion, and the tyrant of the 1st heavenly domain, the Hall of the Great Path. That was a genuinely terrifying existence. The so-called Holy Lands could only tremble and bow before the Hall of the Great Path. "Senior, if you truly wish to cleanse the world, you must prepare meticulously for powers like the Hall of the Great Path and the Wanbao Pavilion," Su Mu said gravely. Even he held deep apprehension toward these two forces. "You need not concern yourself with that. I have my own plans." Ye Suifeng waved his hand. "So, this Hall of the Great Path is effectively the master of Zhongzhou." Su Mu nodded. In the absence of the Wanbao Pavilion's emergence, Zhongzhou indeed reveres the Hall of the Great Path. "Very well." Ye Suifeng silently nodded. This made things much easier. As long as they could take them down, the entire Zhongzhou would essentially fall into place. As for those unruly holy lands, they could be left to the younger generation to handle gradually, serving as a form of tempering for them. "All right, then go and notify them. The 5th heavenly domain of Zhongzhou shall henceforth be governed by the Yi family." Chapter 153. Seizing the 5th heavenly domain in the Peach and Plum Garden. Han Shuzi and Qing Xian anxiously awaited outside the thatched cottage. Although they appeared to be the most formidable power in the world, they both understood that above them loomed an even more terrifying group of individuals, such as Su Mu, the creator of the Tianfu Academy, and Ye Suifeng, The outcome of their confrontation could very well determine the future of the Tianfu Academy. They waited with bated breath. At long last, two figures emerged from the thatched cottage. Qing Xian exhaled in relief. Thank goodness, at least these two esteemed figures had not turned against one another. Disciple pays respects to the master. Qing Xian knelt on the ground and deeply bowed to Su Mu, while Han Shuzi did the same. They had both been personally guided by Su Mu in the past. Rise, Su Mu said slowly. The two stood, gazing at the aged Su Mu and the nearby Ye Suifeng, uncertain of the outcome of their confrontation. You both know Senior Yi, do you not? Su Mu began. Qing Xian's heart raced at this statement. It was a signal that if even Su Mu referred to Ye Suifeng as a senior, it indicated that he had fully submitted to Ye Suifeng. Yes, Senior Yi came here alongside the disciple, Qing Xian replied, lowering his head. You have done well, Su Mu said with a smile. Had it not been for Senior Ye's assistance, I might never have seen the light of day again. Qing Xian and Han Shuzi were taken aback, unable to comprehend the meaning behind Su Mu's words. However, they held Ye Suifeng in even greater respect. How powerful must one be to trap their master? And how terrifying must Ye Suifeng, who could save their master, be? They could hardly fathom it. Enough, Su Mu said. Let us proceed. I have an announcement to make. It is time for this realm to return to the right path. With that, the group made their way outside. Outside the peach and plum garden, two figures appeared. One was a burly man, peering cautiously, occasionally glancing inside. He was none other than Vice Dean Hong Jiao. The other was a handsome young man, exuding an aura of arrogance. Teacher, is it true that someone detonated Longmen? I can't believe it, the young man exclaimed. That is why I brought you here, to test his mettle. Hong Jiao's voice boomed. That damned old soul dares to embarrass me in public. I intend to see whether your disciple is stronger or mine. The young man's expression was one of pride. Teacher, do not worry. I will certainly give that newcomer a thorough lesson. He brimmed with confidence to that moment. A ripple suddenly surged through the void. Several figures slowly emerged from the peach and plum garden. Old soul, blocking their path. You. The dean? What the heck, teacher? Upon recognizing the faces of the others, Hong Jiao's mind was momentarily overwhelmed. It was one thing to see the dean's familiar face from time to time, but to see his teacher, whom he hadn't encountered in centuries, was astonishing. This old soul had actually summoned his teacher. While he was still in shock, the young man had followed suit, instantly locking his gaze on the youngest-looking Ye Suifeng. You must be the one who detonated Longmen. The young man unleashed a powerful aura, extending a hand and coldly stating, Come, let me witness your capabilities. Ye Suifeng remained silent before he could respond. Han Shuzi exploded with rage. You dare to challenge my mother? Han Shuzi charged forward, delivering a kick that sent the young man flying several dozen meters that he then swiftly moved to Hong Jiao's side, his massive hand descending upon him with force. I told you to behave, yet you come here causing trouble. I'll discipline you properly for the teacher. Han Shuzi was so enraged that he began to curse, relentlessly striking Hong Jiao. Still stunned from seeing Su Mu, Hong Jiao had no inclination to retaliate and cried out in pain. Observing the scene, Su Mu shook his head and apologetically said, Senior Yi, I apologize for this. My little disciple has always been this way, unrestrained in his speech. I will certainly teach him a lesson. Ye Suifeng smiled and replied, No harm done. If the world were filled with rigid and unyielding individuals, would it not be utterly dull? Let us depart, Su Mu chuckled, extending his hand. After you. The two then left, with Dean Qing Xian Zi trailing behind, while Han Shuzi continued to vent his anger on Hong Jiao. Once they had departed, Hong Jiao finally resisted, seizing Han Shuzi's hand. His eyes brimmed with incredulity as he whispered, Old soul, did I hear incorrectly? Teacher actually referred to that young man as senior. Han Shuzi shook off his grip. Do you truly believe he is my disciple? If we provoke him and he becomes displeased, our academy will be utterly doomed. Do you understand? Han Shuzi scolded angrily, genuinely astonished that Hong Jiao would engage in such a foolish challenge. My goodness! Hong Jiao was still reeling, unable to comprehend that someone who could enter Longmen was a superpower that surpassed their master. Fortunately, this powerful being had a relatively good temperament. In the Tianfu Academy, Ye Suifeng and Su Mu ascended to a high platform at the pinnacle of the academy. Here a grand bell floated suspended between heaven and earth. Qing Xian, ring the Tianzhong, Su Mu instructed slowly. Yes, teacher. Qing Xianzi bowed and flew up to the bell, striking it forcefully. Dong! Dong! The resounding chimes echoed magnificently. Ye Suifeng looked up. The celestial bell subtly resonated with the laws of the universe, its sound having already spread throughout the fifth heaven domain. Moments later, dozens of formidable auras surged in from all directions. Each individual possessed strength comparable to Han Shuzi. Clearly, they were the elite powers of Tianfu Academy. Upon seeing Su Mu, dozens of them immediately knelt. We pay our respects to the old dean. Their expressions were filled with excitement. It had been many years since they had seen him. At this moment, Han Shuzi and Hong Jiao also arrived. After Qing Xianzi rang the bell, he descended. The others joined the newly arrived elite in kneeling, leaving only Su Mu and Ye Suifeng standing. Aside from Han Shuzi and the others, everyone else was puzzled, wondering who Ye Suifeng truly was. That Su Mu observed them and suddenly produced a dragon-headed staff, striking it forcefully against the ground. Thud! The overwhelming presence compelled the crowd to bow their heads. Today, I announce a matter. Su Mu, though hunched, exuded an air of authority that commanded respect. Tianfu Academy has severed ties with the control of divine artifacts. From this day forth, we shall be guided by the master of the Tao of heaven, leading us toward a brighter future. He is. Su Mu turned to Ye Suifeng and slowly bowed. The head of the Yejia from Yunshao, Sacred Land. Ye Suifeng. Chapter 154. Arrival at the main pavilion. A towering tree rose from the back mountain of Tianfu Academy, shading the sky. Before leaving the thatched cottage, Ye Suifeng had planted an enlightenment tree in the peach and plum forest and transformed the remnants of the Zhangxing brush into nourishment for it. At this moment, the enlightenment tree had absorbed all the nutrients. Its verdant branches and leaves trembled gently, gradually altering the land and returning it to its origins. The matters at Tianfu Academy proceeded smoothly. Ye Suifeng did not intend to linger, preparing to take Dong Yuan with him to Wanbao Pavilion, one of the 5 premier forces in this world located in the third heaven domain. Senior Yi, are you truly not going to prepare anything? Su Mu reminded him once more as he bid farewell. No need. Ye Suifeng waved his hand. I do not wish to prolong this matter any further. Su Mu bowed. Then I wish you all the best. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to speak. If you eradicate the evil, you will be the greatest existence in our world. Ye Suifeng remained silent. He did not care for greatness. He merely wished to prevent his homeland from being destroyed. After their farewells, Ye Suifeng called over the sufficiently cooled Dong Yuan Taoist, and together they made their way toward the third heaven domain. The third heaven domain of Zhongzhou, renowned as the most prosperous area in the world. Here commerce thrived, daily generating immense wealth. The primary reason was Wanbao Pavilion, the top-tier force that conducted business across the globe. Crystal City was the location of Wanbao Pavilion's main pavilion. Head of the Yi family. Along the way, Dong Yuan Taoist spoke. If you are here for the divine artifacts, I suggest we head directly to Xiandao Mountain. That is where the upper echelons of Wanbao Pavilion reside, and the divine artifacts are within the secret realm of Xiandao Mountain. Perhaps due to the peaceful resolution regarding the divine artifacts between Ye Suifeng and Tianfu Academy, Dong Yuan proactively disclosed the location of the divine artifacts to Ye Suifeng. Very well. Ye Suifeng nodded, eager to expedite this matter. The two identified their direction, and after some time, arrived above a gently undulating mountain range. The spiritual energy here was exceptionally abundant, with clouds in the sky formed from spiritual liquid, pavilions and towers surrounded by bird song and fragrant flowers, resembling a paradise that rivaled the current Yunshao city. Head of the Yi family. The divine artifacts of Wanbao Pavilion are in our great treasure master. He has always remained within the secret realm. However, to enter the secret realm, one must first obtain the consent of the upper echelons of the trading association. What do you think? Should we descend first? I can convene a meeting with the upper echelons, Dong Yuan suggested. However, Ye Suifeng did not respond, and he frowned slightly, gazing down at Xiandao Mountain. Sensing an unusual aura, it surpassed that of this world, but was fundamentally different from other remnants of gods and demons. After careful discernment, Ye Suifeng confirmed that this was the aura of the celestial realm. Could it be that the divine artifacts of Wanbao Pavilion are related to the celestial realm? That is acceptable, but you had best persuade your higher-ups in advance. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that Xiandao Mountain will continue to exist after today, Ye Suifeng stated. Dong Yuan's expression turned awkward. Certainly, certainly. Moments later, Ye Suifeng and Dong Yuan entered Xiandao Mountain. Dong Yuan went to convene the upper echelon meeting, while Ye Suifeng wandered outside. Upon arriving, he discovered that the aura of the celestial realm within Xiandao Mountain was even more pronounced. Under the nourishment of this aura, all living beings within the mountain reaped immense benefits. That an ordinary loach surprisingly possessed the strength of the harmonization realm. It was known that the carp in the Yi family's mirror lake thrived in the essence nourished by 10,000 origin towers, allowing them to break through their limits and reach incredible realms. Yet Xiandao Mountain could achieve similar results merely from a wisp of celestial realm aura. That is indeed terrifying. Yet Ye Suifeng felt a flicker of confusion. The divine artifact from Wanbage, could it truly originate from the celestial realm? Such artifacts are not mere trifles. They embody a fusion of the very laws of existence, even in their native worlds. They are exceedingly rare and precious treasures. What kind of person would bring a treasure from the celestial realm into this desolate world? What could their intentions possibly be? Ye Suifeng sensed that he might be on the brink of uncovering the ultimate truth of this world. Master Yi? Suddenly, a familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. That Ye Suifeng turned to see Shin Ming, the man who had departed from the abyss ahead of time. His hair fell loosely around him, and he held a wine gourd in hand, appearing somewhat disheveled and despondent. You have returned here, Shin Ming said, stepping forward and taking a swig of alcohol. Does this mean that the Celestial Path Mountain is soon to meet its end? He chuckled as he drank. His emotions obscured at Ye Suifeng responded. If all goes smoothly, there should not be too many changes. Shin Ming smiled and settled himself on a green stone by the lake. After another sip of strong liquor, he spoke softly. I truly envy people like you, who, through immense strength, can dictate their own fate and effortlessly determine the fates of others. Ye Suifeng frowned slightly. This remark felt somewhat offensive, yet Shin Ming appeared unconcerned, as if he had let go of certain burdens. Are you harboring resentment towards me because of Shin Mingyue's death? Ye Suifeng inquired. Shin Ming shook his head. No, although my sister perished at the hands of Yi Qinyao. That was a battle of destiny. It was her own choice, and I bear no grudge against anyone. If there is any resentment, it is directed at my own lack of strength to protect my loved ones, he continued, his gaze distant, as he continued to drink, looking as though he had lost all hope. That Ye Suifeng fell silent. Some matters and conflicts are irreconcilable. Shin Mingyue sought to kill Yi Qinyao, and Yi Qinyao could not simply stand by and await capture. Wanbage aimed to destroy this world. He could not passively watch his homeland fracture and crumble. Shin Ming's words rang true. Only through sufficient strength can one dictate their own destiny. After a while, a figure approached from afar. Master Yi. It was Taoist Dong Yuan. That he spoke respectfully. The high-level meeting has commenced. We may proceed now. Rest assured, I have already communicated with them in advance. Ye Suifeng nodded. Observing Shin Ming, who was still drinking, he extended his fingers and produced a green leaf, placing it upon his shoulder. This world still requires forces like Wanbage. If you have come to a resolution, return to Jiuqing. With that, he departed the lakeside alongside Taoist Dong Yuan. Shin Ming removed the leaf from his shoulder. The vibrant green shimmered, the essence of the Tao flickering. That it was a symbol of great power. Heh! Shin Ming's eyes gradually reddened. And suddenly, he hurled the leaf into the lake that he yearned for strength, yet despised it simultaneously. The leaf sank swiftly beneath the surface, but moments later, with a splash, he dove into the water, soaked, retrieving the leaf and carefully storing it in his spatial storage. Yes, he loathed strength, yet his desire for it was even stronger. Chapter 155. The Artifact Master has escaped at Celestial Path Mountain, the highest council chamber. A dozen figures sat in solemnity. Each exuded a terrifying aura. Their identities in the outside world capable of instilling fear in anyone. It is no exaggeration to say that a mere stomp of their feet could shake the entire world. Yet now, they sat upright, intently gazing at the young man at the forefront. Everyone, this is the holy master of Yunyao Sacred Land, the head of the Ye family, Ye Suifeng. Taoist Dongyuan rose. As I mentioned earlier, 4 hours ago, Holy Master Yi visited the headquarters of Tianfu Academy. 3 hours ago, the entire 5th celestial domain has completely come under Holy Master Ye's command. Taoist Dongyuan surveyed the room, his eyes bearing a warning. The individuals present were not foolish. They stood at the pinnacle of the world and understood the formidable might of Tianfu Academy. To subjugate the entire academy in a single hour was an unimaginable feat. Honestly reflecting, even with 10 Wanbage, it would be impossible to achieve such a level. Of course, some harbored doubts about Dongyuan, believing him to be exaggerating. However, upon verifying through their own channels within the 5th celestial domain, they discovered that what seemed like an absurd tale was indeed true. Subsequently, the high-ranking members of Wanbage fell into silence, realizing that this matter was beyond their capacity to handle. Atio engaged in a futile struggle when one knew defeat was imminent was not courage. It was sheer folly. Holy Master Yi, may I inquire why you seek our great artifact master? A striking woman asked, arms crossed. Bang! Taoist Dongyuan slammed the table, his voice low. Shunmi, did I not inform you that Holy Master Yi has come for the divine artifact? He feared these individuals might provoke Ye Suifeng's ire. Shunmi raised her hands in innocence. Taoist, our great artifact master is often unaware of worldly matters. We are the actual controllers of Wanbage. How many people depend on us for sustenance? Should we not be concerned about Wanbage's future? Dongyuan's expression darkened, that he had not anticipated that despite his prior warnings, such a situation would arise. Ye Suifeng raised his hand, gesturing for Dongyuan to sit down. You make a valid point, and it is quite responsible. I shall not conceal my intentions. I have come primarily to retrieve and destroy your divine artifacts. As these words fell, the room erupted into murmurs. Shunmi frowned slightly, saying, Holy Master Yi, I mean no offense. The divine artifacts are the foundation of our strength in WBA. To destroy them is akin to demolishing our very foundation. It is no different from declaring war. Ye Suifeng smiled. Without the so-called divine artifacts, would Wanbage collapse into ruin? Surely not, Shunmi quickly replied. While the divine artifacts are indeed powerful, without us, they lack the necessary energy. But I believe you understand that currently the pinnacle of this world is occupied by those who possess and control the divine artifacts. If Wanbage loses its divine artifacts, other factions will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to take advantage of us. Ye Suifeng nodded. You speak quite prudently. However, it will not be long before all divine artifacts in this world vanish entirely. I shall visit each one in turn. With that, a flurry of discussion erupted in the room. The individuals present were all at the peak of the world. They quickly concluded that if what Ye Suifeng claimed were true, and everyone lost their divine artifacts, Wanbage would actually be the least affected. Though their scale was immense, they primarily engaged in commerce, remaining aloof from worldly conflicts. The pressure was almost non-existent. Soon, a consensus was reached, since they could not overpower him. And with Ye Suifeng's declaration, this matter would be entirely entrusted to the great artifact master to handle. Regardless of the outcome, at least they had clarity in their hearts. Holy Master Yi, may I ask one more question? Shunmi inquired with a smile. Why do you wish to destroy all divine artifacts in the world? Ye Suifeng, showing no inclination to hide his intentions, replied plainly, because the divine artifacts you speak of are, in essence, a means of siphoning the world's origin that if left unresolved, this world will inevitably face collapse and annihilation. Shimi was taken aback, awkwardly chuckling. That sounds like a plot written by a 3-year-old. Ye Suifeng chuckled, indeed. But that is the reality. Shinmi also laughed, then rose, saying, if that is the case, I support opening the secret realm for Holy Master Yi to meet with the great artifact master directly. What about you all? She raised her hand first. Soon, Taoist Dongyuan followed suit, and then the other leaders raised their hands in turn. None were children anymore. They had long surpassed the age of impulsive rivalry, knowing that a course of action was unfeasible. There was no need to force the issue. Each person had families to care for. Preserving oneself amidst the upheaval was of utmost importance. After unanimous approval, Shinmi lowered her hand. Then, let us open the secret realm. Momenslate. The group arrived in a tranquil forest. The scenery here was picturesque, imbued with an ethereal aura, to the unknowing. It might seem they had truly entered the celestial realm. The 8 principal figures of Wanbage each produced a white jade tablet, upon which the essence of the Tao coursed. They positioned themselves strategically, forming an octagonal formation. Simultaneously, they infused their spiritual energy into the jade tablets that a powerful wave of formation energy erupted before them. Ye Suifeng observed as the space around them began to shift gradually. The group appeared to remain in place, yet they were subtly drifting away from the main world. After approximately the duration of a tea break, the 8 leaders came to a halt. They had now entered a newly established primary realm. Holy Master Yi, the secret realm is now open. The great artifact master is inside, Shinmi announced. If you would like, you may come with me. I can serve as a bridge for your communication. After all, we do not wish for the millennia-long foundation of Wanbage to be destroyed in an instant. Ye Suifeng nodded. Then, let us proceed. Following this, Ye Suifeng, Shinmi, and Taoist Dongyuan ventured deeper into the woods that lie in this diminutive world. Ye Suifeng perceived everything with enhanced clarity. The entire realm was intricately woven from the laws of the celestial realm. And if he was not mistaken, it was the very essence of the water principle. This was entirely congruent with the laws wielded by Shin Ningyu. The trio hastened onward, arriving before a magnificent waterfall. Towering 1,000 feet high, the cascade gushed forth, creating a mist of white spray. The great treasure master resides within the cave behind the waterfall, Shinmi remarked. There is a formidable array outside the waterfall to avert any conflict. I shall first communicate with the great treasure master. However, this time, Ye Suifeng declined her offer. No need. Before either could react, Ye Suifeng activated the Heavenly Tao Ring, unleashing a formidable surge of Heavenly Tao laws that crashed into the waterfall. With a resounding roar, the entire waterfall was thrust backward, and the external array shattered instantaneously that a vast cave emerged before them. Yi Shengyu, Shinmi gasped in astonishment. Yet, Ye Suifeng paid her no heed and flew directly into the cave. Shinmi and Dongyuan exchanged glances before hastily following suit. The cave was modest in size, and its furnishings were remarkably simple. However, upon entering, Shinmi and Dongyuan were left utterly dumbfounded. For the cave was entirely empty. Ye Suifeng surveyed the surroundings and remarked nonchalantly, "Your great treasure master has fled." Chapter 156. The submission of the 10,000 treasures pavilion in the mysterious realm of the immortal Tao Mountain. Behind the waterfall, Dongyuan and Shinmi wore grim expressions as they confronted the desolate cave. Perhaps the great treasure master has gone elsewhere, Dongyuan suggested. Impossible. Shinmi interjected vehemently. For millennia, the great treasure master has been here, safeguarding the divine artifact. The artifact is deeply rooted here. It cannot simply vanish. Her words brimmed with ire, as she had never anticipated that the great treasure master would abandon them and flee. Dongyuan sighed, aware of the underlying concern that Ye Suifeng might become enraged. Yi Sheng this, he stammered that Ye Suifeng remained silent, stepping forward. Before him lay a circular stone platform, where all the laws of the celestial realm converged, serving as the wellspring of the world's essence. However, above the stone platform was an empty void, indicating that someone had taken the divine artifact with them. Standing before the stone platform, Ye Suifeng's eyes sparkled with starlight as he began to reverse time, tracing back to the source. Yet upon reaching yesterday, he encountered a temporal black hole, reminiscent of the time he sought the murderer of Ye Suifeng. This great treasure master possessed the ability to sever time and obliterate causality. Nevertheless, this cave was his abode for millennia, and some traces were not easily erased that Ye Suifeng extended his hand, revealing a delicate array disc in his palm. During his time in the eternal winter realm, he had mastered all the secret arts of the heavenly mechanism valley, including a technique called Dao Yun Sun Yuan, which allowed him to sense the faintest resonance in the void. Soon, he activated the array disc, initiating the Dao Yun Sun Yuan. Mysterious waves of the array swept across every corner of the cave repeatedly. Each grain of sand within transformed into a medium for storing information, relaying back what Ye Suifeng sought. After a while, a distinct aura gradually coalesced above the array disc. "It is the aura of the great treasure master," Shunmi exclaimed in astonishment. Her eyes widened, clearly taken aback by Ye Suifeng's method. Ye Suifeng's lips curled into a peculiar smile. "So it is you." Indeed, this aura was familiar to him, that he had encountered it during his first foray into the void space, while preparing the ancient arena for Ye Long. At that time, he had traversed the river of time and inadvertently discovered a colossal tortoise, as vast as a world, resting quietly within the void space, seemingly in slumber. When Ye Suifeng attempted to explore the tortoise's spiritual realm, he was suddenly beset by 5 immensely powerful consciousnesses that surged forth. They had left their mark on the tortoise, ensuring that anyone approaching would trigger a response, summoning them to that location. At that moment, 5 entities had arrived, one of whom was the formidable being from the northern snow plains, and another was none other than the great treasure master of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. Ye Suifeng had only recently arrived in this world and was preoccupied with nurturing Ye Long and the others. Hence he had not engaged with them, intending to discuss matters of trade upon their next encounter. Little did he know that he would now find himself confronting a fleeing opponent. How intriguing! There are indeed 5. Ye Suifeng mused, stroking his chin to eye the void space. There were 5 consciousnesses, and the most powerful factions in this world also amounted to 5. What a remarkable coincidence! One could not help but wonder if it was a deliberate arrangement by an unsuspecting fool. After some contemplation, Ye Suifeng decided against making any hasty judgments. His next objective was the Grand Dao Temple within the First Heaven Domain, the dominion of the world as sovereigns, that if that entity was indeed one of the 5, it would confirm that the individual from the void space was undoubtedly tied to these 5 powers. Additionally, the tortoise likely bore a profound connection to the world's essence. Reflecting on this, Ye Suifeng recalled inadvertently shattering half of the void space that he wondered if it had affected the ancient tortoise. He resolved to verify this after visiting the Grand Dao Temple. Consequently, Ye Suifeng retracted the arrayed disc and returned. Yi Sheng, Shinmi, and Dong Yuan bore complex expressions. They had initially set out to confront the great treasure master, only to find themselves facing an empty void. The fact that the great treasure master had forsaken them, abandoning the cultivation of the divine artifact, solidified their understanding of Ye Suifeng's terrifying prowess, instilling further dread of his potential wrath directed at them. "It matters not. He has fled," Ye Suifeng stated calmly. "Now, a pressing question arises. What course of action shall the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion undertake in light of the great treasure master's absence?" This statement raised their eyebrows. Both were astute individuals, acutely aware that it was time to make a choice. After a moment of silence, Dong Yuan spoke first. "Yi Sheng, might I inquire if there remains any possibility of the great treasure master returning?" Ye Suifeng replied, "Even if he returns, he shall fully respect your choices." This was a clear implication. Dong Yuan lowered his head and bowed deeply. "I wish to align with the Heavenly Mansion Academy, steering the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion towards a brighter future." He chose submission, or perhaps a temporary allegiance. After all, Ye Suifeng's strength far surpassed their collective might. Resistance would be utterly imprudent at this juncture. Preserving the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion was the most prudent decision. Even if Ye Suifeng were to falter in battle, the great treasure master's eventual return would likely lead to understanding. Do not be so disingenuous. Shunmi, however, held a different perspective, with a hint of resentment. She exclaimed, "For so many years, we have labored tirelessly for the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, pouring our utmost effort into forging the Origin Tower, sacrificing countless kin in the struggle for territory. All for this damned divine artifact." She kicked out in frustration, shattering the high platform within the cave. And now, he casts us aside without so much as a word. What do we mean to him? A pack of dogs? Shunmi's teeth clenched, as they were all apex beings of the world, capable of reshaping the heavens and earth, yet they were treated so callously by the great treasure master, which had ignited her fury. Turning to Ye Suifeng, she implored, "Ye Sheng, please forgive my outburst. From this day forth, my Shen family will completely sever ties with the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. Should you not disdain it, I am willing to devote myself wholly to aiding you in purging all divine artifacts from this world." Shimi raised her head. "All I ask is that after you slay the great treasure master, you allow me to behold his corpse." Her disillusionment with the great treasure master was palpable. "Agreed." Ye Suifeng regarded the female head of the family and stated, "However, there is no need for such a drastic separation from the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. From this moment, you shall become the new great treasure master of the pavilion, that I hope you will manage it better, transforming it into a truly commercial force. In due course, I shall ensure you meet the great treasure master." After Ye Suifeng finished speaking, Shinmi inhaled deeply. Then, clasping her hands, she knelt on one knee. Observing this scene, Dong Yuan privately lamented the loss, for he was originally the one most deserving of this position. "I shall grant you a few days to arrange for the future of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion," Ye Suifeng instructed. "Retain what should be kept, and eliminate what must be eliminated. I trust you know what must be done. Once completed, you shall accompany me to the Grand Dao Temple." Chapter 157. The Grand Dao Stairway in the Central Continent. Within the First Heaven domain, a colossal expanse of black mountain ranges rose sharply into the sky like a sword, piercing the clouds. This place was known as the Divine Mountain, for nestled within these towering peaks was the sole sovereign of the Central Continent, the Grand Dao Temple. The Divine Mountain stood majestic and imposing, surrounded by natural fortifications and fearsome arrays. Most daunting of all was that these arrays were not laid by the Grand Dao Temple, but were naturally formed. Wielding terrifying power, this represented the defiance of both the Grand Dao Temple and the Divine Mountain. For those outside, there was but one path to enter the Grand Dao Temple, known as the Grand Dao Stairway. The stairway comprised a staggering 9,999 steps, leading directly into the temple's heart. To ascend the stairway and enter the temple was to prove oneself worthy of becoming part of the Grand Dao Temple. This was the method by which the temple selected its disciples. However, those who can ascend the heavenly ladder to enter the Divine Temple are undoubtedly unparalleled prodigies with extraordinary talents, or formidable beings who have mastered the laws of heaven and earth. Thus, the number of individuals within the Great Dao Temple is limited, yet it firmly occupies the foremost position in Zhongzhou, commanding obedience wherever its authority extends. At this moment, two figures arrived at a location above the sacred mountain. Beneath their feet lay a majestic black peak, exuding an overwhelming presence. "Master Yi, we have arrived," Shunmi announced. The two individuals were Ye Suifeng and Shunmi, who had just hurried from the Immortal Path Mountain. After confirming that the great treasure master had fled on his own, Shunmi was infuriated and immediately pledged his loyalty to Ye Suifeng. Following this, they exited the secret realm, and Shunmi relayed the events to the higher-ups of the Wanbao Pavilion. As anticipated, the other senior members were equally outraged. They had labored for many years for the sake of Wanbao Pavilion, with many brothers and sisters having perished in the struggle, only for the great treasure master to abandon them at the time of greatest peril. The higher-ups erupted in indignation. Seizing the opportunity, Shunmi raised the banner and declared his intention to defect to the Yi family. This was primarily to ensure the future of Wanbao Pavilion, preventing its immediate collapse, and secondarily to seek revenge against the great treasure master. They were all figures of significant stature, used like mere pawns, thus harboring deep grievances. Immediately, over half of the key decision-makers expressed their willingness to follow Xinmi and change their allegiance. Others, disheartened, relinquished their positions and departed, severing all ties with Wanbao Pavilion that a colossal entity was undergoing a dramatic transformation. After addressing some unstable factors, Ye Suifeng prepared to depart with Xunmi before leaving. He left behind an enlightenment tree to purify the corrupted laws and land. The enlightenment tree loomed large, becoming a prominent symbol of a mortal path mountain from that moment forth. Half an hour later, the two appeared above the sacred mountain. The depths of this sacred mountain are the stronghold of the great Dao Temple, Xunmi said. Ye Suifeng nodded in acknowledgement. Throughout their journey, Xunmi had regaled him with legendary tales of the great Dao Temple, the overlord of Zhongzhou, the gathering place of formidable beings, and the restriction that only extraordinary prodigies may enter. The most frequently mentioned aspect was the formidable array naturally formed within the sacred mountain, considered the best natural defense in the world that Ye Suifeng gazed down below. Nonsense about it being naturally formed. He could discern that the formations were merely derived from divine artifacts. If he was not mistaken, the divine artifact of the great Dao Temple possessed golden attributes. Coincidentally, it also bore a heavy aura reminiscent of the artifacts from Wanbao Pavilion. How intriguing, Ye Suifeng mused, his eyes shimmering with starlight as he surveyed the depths of the sacred mountain, where a grand bronze hall stood in a self-created miniature world. This hall was the convergence point of all laws, and there appeared a significant void. Master Yi, I have an old acquaintance among the elders of the temple, Xunmi remarked. Shall I contact him first to ascertain the hidden location of the temple's master? Ye Suifeng shook his head. No need. He has fled just like your great treasure master. Individuals of their caliber should possess the ability to foresee certain fates, Xunmi exclaimed in disbelief. She could hardly fathom that even the temple's master had fled. The two most powerful forces in the world, transcending all mortal practitioners, dared not even meet Ye Suifeng's gaze. They fled like frightened dogs. Just how powerful was Ye Suifeng? What shall we do now? Xunmi inquired. Ye Suifeng responded with a smile. Let us plant some trees. After planting the trees, I will confirm one matter. Then we shall have a heart-to-heart with them one by one. He still needed to verify whether the master of the great Dao Temple was one of the 5 consciousnesses encountered in the void space. If so, it would be exceedingly convenient to capture them all at once. Xunmi nodded and said, Then let us enter through the great Dao heavenly ladder. The formations outside the sacred mountain are indeed somewhat terrifying. Ye Suifeng rubbed his nose. Very well. He too was curious to see what this so-called great Dao heavenly ladder was all about. Thus, the two flew towards the entrance of the sacred mountain, the entrance of the heavenly ladder. A throng of individuals eagerly awaited their turn. This was not a coincidence, but rather a common occurrence at the sacred mountain. These individuals had come from all corners of the world, drawn by its renown. The great Dao heavenly ladder was not merely a passage for the temple to select disciples. It was also an excellent training ground. The ladder consisted of 10,000 steps, and with each ascent, one would encounter varying circumstances. Naturally, the pressure endured would rise correspondingly. The higher the number of steps ascended, the greater the individual's innate talent was deemed. Thus, even if one could not reach the pinnacle, many ambitious cultivators, brimming with confidence, sought to make an attempt. Some major sects even stationed personnel here year-round, hoping to recruit an exceptionally talented individual, if not for the temple's prohibition against establishing a city at the base of the mountain. It might very well have burgeoned into a colossal entity, surpassing Crystal City. Bah! A young man tumbled down from the heavenly ladder, covered in dirt, his hair disheveled, and his nose askew. Yet his face was alight with joy. Others nearby rushed forward to offer their congratulations. Congratulations! You've ascended to the 500th step. Ha! You've already reached the entry standard for a first-tier sect. The young man beamed with delight. He hailed from a very weak family, and entering a first-tier sect would represent a qualitative leap for them. Just then, a group of individuals clad in azure robes descended from the sky. Zhongzhou, it doesn't appear to be anything extraordinary, sneered the leading young cultivator. Chapter 158. Split open at the entrance of the great Dao, heavenly ladder on Zhongzhou's sacred mountain. A group of seemingly affluent individuals descended. They regarded the nearby cultivators with unabashed disdain. 500 steps, and they take pride in it. Zhongzhou has truly disappointed me. The leading blue-clad youth scoffed. The surrounding cultivators were instantly incensed. Zhongzhou had always held a lofty status, and to be so openly scorned was infuriating. Who are these bumpkins? Our Zhongzhou heroes are not to be casually insulted by you. They voiced their outrage, glaring at the blue-clad youth. The youth remained indifferent, unleashing an overwhelmingly powerful aura that sent the onlookers tumbling back. The young man who had just ascended 500 steps was particularly grievously affected, spitting blood and appearing utterly wretched. The disdain on the blue-clad youth's face deepened. They say there are countless geniuses on the continent, with exceptional talents emerging from Zhongzhou. What a laugh. We are far superior to the overseas islands. Had I known this, I wouldn't have traveled such a distance. The surrounding cultivators were all incensed. Yet they found themselves powerless, as no formidable beings were present today, leaving them to watch the youth's arrogance unfold. That moment. Two figures descended from the sky. Point one landed next to the blue-clad youth and casually placed a hand on his shoulder. You come from overseas? Ye Suifeng inquired with interest. The blue-clad youth was taken aback. Being a late-stage integration cultivator, he was astounded that someone had approached him so stealthily and placed a hand on him. This person was undoubtedly a transcendent being. He attempted to break free, but found himself ensnared by an invisible force that rendered him immobile. Uncle G, the youth gasped. How audacious, an elder beside him barked. Instantly, a powerful aura surged towards Ye Suifeng. The nearby cultivators were alarmed. This truly was a being of great power. Yet at that moment, a woman stepped before the elder. The terrifying strength of the integration stage was effortlessly dissipated by her wave of the hand. How audacious! Shami shook her head. Since when did residents from overseas islands dare to spout such nonsense in Zhongzhou? She retaliated with a swift motion. As if swatting a fly, the overseas integration cultivator and his blue-clad companions were sent flying, spewing blood and crashing to the ground, howling in agony. Their appearance was even more pitiful than that of the young man who had just ascended 500 steps. The surrounding cultivators erupted in laughter, applauding the swift retribution. This group had been excessively arrogant, and their readiness to resort to violence had warranted this response. The previously haughty blue-clad youth was now trembling with fear at the scene before him. He realized that Uncle G was one of the most formidable figures on their island, possibly even capable of ascending to immortality. Yet such an existence had been so easily dispatched by a woman with a single slap. Was this truly the strength of the people of Zhongzhou? Senior, please spare me, he quickly submitted. Ye Suifeng chuckled. Weren't you quite courageous just now? The youth awkwardly smiled, unable to respond. I ask you, did you come from the southern islands? Ye Suifeng inquired. The youth nodded obediently. Yes, senior. The map of this world is incredibly vast, with the southernmost point being a boundless ocean that the vast expanse of the sea. There exist numerous archipelagos, yet their inhabitants are few and their strength relatively weak, rendering them largely overlooked. However, the nodes of celestial pathways are not confined by geographical boundaries. Indeed, many nodes also exist in the southern seas. Are there any divine artifacts in your region? Ye Suifeng inquired once more. The man paused, then replied. Which type of divine artifact do you refer to, esteemed elder? The inner core of a holy beast or perhaps a sacred-grade spiritual tool? It's nothing of concern, Ye Suifeng remarked as he released his arm. This response conveyed everything. The islands were exceedingly remote. Even if divine artifacts had once existed there, they would have long since been transported to the mainland. Let us depart, Ye Suifeng gestured. Upon your return, it would be wise to behave. The mainland is not a place you can provoke at will. Do you understand? The man nodded vigorously, assuring that he would never again defy the authority of the mainland. With that, he hastily led his companions away, escaping into the distance. An amusing episode thus came to a close. Yet this incident drew the attention of the cultivators outside the celestial ladder. all eyes converging upon these two true powerhouses who had upheld the dignity of the central continent. The cultivators were keenly curious. Had they come here to ascend the celestial ladder as well? For great powers to attempt the ascent was an endeavor aimed at the higher echelons of the divine temple. An event that might not transpire for years. Given their esteemed status, should they fail to ascend, it would surely be a source of ridicule. The cultivators gazed expectantly at Ye Suifeng and his companion. Meanwhile, Ye Suifeng had already arrived at the entrance of the celestial ladder. Master Yi, this ladder is indeed a treasure of the great Dao Temple. The formations above are truly extraordinary, Xunmi remarked. When I first came here a century ago, I exerted considerable effort to reach the pinnacle. This statement was not conveyed through telepathy, that Ye Suifeng observed the surrounding cultivators rolling their eyes and twitching their lips upon hearing it. Xunmi, you truly are a master of subtlety, he thought. Let me give it a try. Ye Suifeng declared, stepping forward today as he approached. He felt the overwhelming aura of hundreds of laws enveloping him entirely, reminiscent of the sensation experienced when entering the Dragon Gate of the Academy. However, unlike the Dragon Gate, which sought to gauge the potential of the entrant to assess their talent, the celestial ladder employed formidable power to suppress the ascendant, compelling their potential to emerge. Thus, the ladder also served as a trial. Yet its suppressive power was not limitless. That Ye Suifeng lifted his foot and stepped onto the first tier of the ladder. Boom! A resounding thud suddenly reverberated through the heavens and the earth. An unusual pressure welled in the hearts of all present. As if something extraordinary was unfolding, the mysterious figure tightened his expression, brow furrowed. Crack! Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted. The ground trembled, mountains swayed. The onlookers were bewildered, uncertain of what transpired. Once they regained their composure and turned to Ye Suifeng, their faces drained of color. Deep fissure had formed beneath Ye Suifeng's feet, extending along the celestial ladder and reaching deep into the heart of the divine mountain. They were dumbfounded. The ladder had cracked under the weight of this man's might. Chapter 159. The Change of Guardianship of the Divine Temple. Crack. The celestial ladder, standing for over 10,000 years, the most mysterious and powerful in the central continent, split open before the eyes of all. Every mouth gaped as they gazed at the man. What immense power could cause the ladder to falter? At that moment, a singular question arose in their minds. Who exactly is he? Master Yi, you are truly astonishing, Xunmi exclaimed, deliberately raising her voice. Thus, the name Yisheng took root firmly in the hearts of the cultivators of the central continent. The Ye Suifeng understood her intention and chuckled lightly. Let us proceed. With that, he ascended further up the celestial ladder. The celestial laws that had aimed to suppress Ye Suifeng retreated in submission, clearing a broad path for him. Soon, he and Xunmi reached the pinnacle of the ladder, where a group of extraordinary individuals regarded the deep fissure that extended from the ladder with grave expressions. Who are you? An elder stepped forward, his voice solemn. His entire being was suffused with the aura of celestial laws, indicating he was undoubtedly a high-ranking figure within the divine temple. This is Lord Yi Sheng, the master of the cloud sky sacred land, Xunmi introduced. The elder furrowed his brow slightly. Master Shun of the Wanbao Pavilion. He scrutinized the two, saying, What is this? Have you betrayed your great treasure master and switched allegiances? Xunmi smiled gently. No, it is the great treasure master who has betrayed the Wanbao Pavilion. The Wanbao Pavilion is now under the command of Yi Sheng. The members of the great Dao Temple were left speechless. The news was utterly shocking, far too explosive to comprehend. They had no doubt regarding the authenticity of the information, as it came from Xunmi, one of the most influential figures within the Wanbao Pavilion. Master Shun, you would do well not to jest about such matters, the elder warned, his brow deeply furrowed, unable to fathom the absurdity of the situation. Xunmi shook her head. I would not make such a frivolous jest. The great treasure master has betrayed the Wanbao Pavilion and those who have dedicated their lives to it. And furthermore, if I am not mistaken, your temple master has also betrayed you, fleeing to distant lands. This statement sent shockwaves through the hearts of the members of the great Dao Temple, far more potent than the previous revelation. Nonsense! The elder exploded with fury. The temple master was their very embodiment of faith. Shenmi, I advise you to take your Yi Sheng and leave the great Dao temple at once. As for the celestial ladder, it is open to all. I will not pursue the matter of its fracture. But should you dare to speak further nonsense here, do not blame me for being impolite. With that, several equally potent auras surged forth from the temple, emanating the might of the overlords of the central continent. Shenmi attempted to speak again, but Ye Suifeng halted her. Your temple master has indeed departed. If you do not believe it, we can go and see together, Ye Suifeng stated. Do not force my hand. The divine mountain still holds value. I do not wish to see it destroyed. The elder fixed his gaze on Ye Suifeng, narrowing his eyes. This Yi Sheng possessed an aura that was exceedingly peculiar, concealing his true strength entirely. Yet, who in the great Dao temple would be afraid of anyone? Since you insist, a powerful aura gradually emanated from the elder. He and the great Dao temple behind him became one, as steadfast as Mount Tai. Then I shall have to request your departure. With a wave of his hand, an inexhaustible force of law erupted from the entire temple, crashing down upon Ye Suifeng like the weight of a mountain. Yet, Ye Suifeng's expression remained unchanged as he gently raised a hand, flicking his fingers. The heavenly Dao ring word to life, and the gray laws of the heavenly Dao surged upward. Boom! A violent earthquake erupted deep within the divine mountain. The cultivators outside were alarmed. Had Yi Sheng engaged in combat with the great Dao temple? Some turned pale at the thought, having never witnessed anyone daring to strike against the great Dao temple. It seemed the world was on the verge of transformation. Retreat! Some astute individuals sensed the winds of change and hurriedly led their sect members away from the foot of the divine mountain. Others, possessing considerable strength, remained with solemn expressions, their gazes fixed on the great Dao temple, who would emerge victorious from this confrontation. They strained to peer through the formations outside the divine mountain, hoping to glimpse the true situation within. However, at that moment, the interior of the divine mountain was engulfed in chaos. Enormous clouds of dust soared skyward, and deep ravines marred the landscape, as the great Dao temple, which had stood for millennia, collapsed by more than half. Ye Suifeng and Shunmi stood upon the square, while the elder and the other members of the temple lay sprawled on the ground. The elder coughed blood, his expression one of utter astonishment. He had never anticipated that despite standing atop the world for so long, he could not withstand even a casual strike from this man. The collision had been devastating. The invincible laws of divine artifacts were obliterated in an instant by Ye Suifeng, that a being of this caliber simply should not exist in this realm. Let us go, Ye Suifeng remarked, his demeanor still calm, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task, and he proceeded towards the interior of the temple. Shenmi cast a glance at the severely injured elder, sighing softly. She then followed Ye Suifeng, departing from the grand square. The earlier clash had effectively annihilated the divine laws of the temple, thereby dismantling its very foundation. Thus, their journey was largely unimpeded. Soon, they arrived before a colossal stone tablet. Ye Suifeng snapped his fingers, and a powerful wave of formation energy surged forth. Moments later, an ancient and elegant bronze hall materialized before them. Is this the small world where the temple master resides? Shenmi Madave? Aware that both the great treasure master and the temple master typically dwelled within their own small worlds. This was partly to better utilize divine artifacts and partly due to their overwhelming power, which could provoke backlash if they were to appear in the main world. Indeed. Ye Suifeng nodded, as he had observed. The temple master had fled from this place, but he once again employed the art of heavenly insight to gather the temple master's aura. Then he smiled. How intriguing. Indeed, it is precisely as he surmised. The master of the temple is one of the 5 consciousnesses encountered in the realm of nothingness. These 5 individuals represent the most formidable powers in this world, as well as the owners of the 5 divine artifacts that pose the gravest threat to its integrity. Yi Sheng, what shall we do next? Shun Qian inquired, with both the Grand Master and the Temple Lord having fled. The absence of their capture would remain a persistent peril. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Suifeng replied, You should remain here to manage the ensuing affairs of the Grand Temple. It would be best to preserve this organization akin to the Wanbao Pavilion. I do not wish to instigate excessive turmoil in the mundane realm. The implications of a dominant force like the Grand Temple are extensive and daunting. Should it vanish abruptly, countless souls would be plunged into panic and chaos that Ye Suifeng was reluctant to incite senseless carnage. Understood, Qian affirmed. Being a senior figure in a top-tier power, she possessed the capability to handle such matters adeptly. Ye Suifeng nodded. He had now confirmed that the most powerful possessors of the divine artifacts were indeed those 5 individuals. Therefore, it was unnecessary for him to personally confront the remaining factions, as it could very well lead to futility. From this point forward, if he could locate them and engage in a meaningful conversation, his mission would be deemed accomplished. The ancient turtle in the realm of nothingness would serve as an excellent lead, and he was curious to ascertain what manner of being it truly was. Chapter 160. The truth behind Ye Suifeng's death. A primordial tree, towering and majestic, ascended from the highest peak of the Grand Temple, piercing the sky and casting a shadow over the land. The growth of this tree signified a monumental shift. From this day forth, the Grand Temple had changed hands. Qian summoned several high-ranking members of the Wanbao Pavilion and, through a combination of persuasion and coercion, swiftly took control of the Grand Temple. The temple and its sacred mountain remained intact. For ordinary cultivators, this transition bore little impact. However, the gaping fissure on the heavenly ladder served as a constant reminder of the Grand Temple's upheaval. In the northern snowfields, white dominates the landscape throughout the year. As one ventures further north, the realm becomes increasingly inhospitable, devoid of life. Yet, at the extreme north, on the edge of the world, lies an oasis. Untouched by the biting cold, at the center of this oasis stands a colossal tree, resembling a pillar of the world. Reaching skyward at its apex, a verdant palace rises, reminiscent of a celestial abode. Within this ethereal palace, 5 figures, their auras profoundly obscure, sit cross-legged in meditation. Had Ye Suifeng been present, he would have recognized them as the very individuals he encountered in the realm of nothingness, the Grand Master, the Temple Lord, and the one who merged his consciousness with the vast expanse of the northern snowfields. The sacred mountain is no more, announced a figure clad entirely in black armor. He was the Temple Lord. Alas! In merely 2 days, he has subdued the Tianfu Academy, the Wanbao Pavilion, and the Grand Temple with astonishing speed, lamented a silver-haired elder, the Grand Master of the Wanbao Pavilion. Damn it, is he now targeting my empire? Exclaimed a man in a crimson dragon robe, his temper flaring. Not necessarily. He may also set his sights on my divine court, interjected another, a wiry figure wrapped in tattered cloth. The 5 fell into a contemplative silence. Ha, the Grand Master suddenly chuckled. I never imagined that after contending for millennia, we would ultimately be compelled to forsake all we had established and retreat to this place. The Temple Lord shook his head. In truth, I had long observed that a fog shrouded the wheel of fate. Yet, who could have foreseen that within this fog lurked such a primal beast? Moreover, his ascent has been so rapid that we were unable to react in time. The others nodded in agreement. As the most powerful beings in this realm, how could they have anticipated the emergence of an incomprehensible entity capable of shattering their meticulously crafted plans in an instant? In fact, I detected this anomaly several years ago, spoke the only woman among the 5. She continued, initially, I believed he would pose a threat from the north, prompting me to employ certain measures to eliminate him. The others were taken aback. You have killed him. Then who is this? Inquired the man in the dragon robe. The woman shook her head. No, I killed another. Later, I discovered that individual was the head of a family in a small city on the northern frontier, named Ye Suifeng. And now, the one purging the divine artifacts is named Ye Suifeng. They are father and son. Upon hearing this, the others were rendered speechless, their expressions filled with astonishment. Having known each other for millennia, they were well acquainted with one another's methods. The woman, adept in the art of celestial calculations, should have been incapable of error unless an entity far beyond their understanding obscured the path of destiny, thus skewing the results. But why would that entity act in such a manner? Was it to protect Ye Suifeng? But did Ye Suifeng even require protection? Countless questions swirled in their minds. What transpired back then? The Grand Master inquired. Furrowing his brow, the woman sighed softly. Years ago, while I was utilizing a divine artifact for advancement, I suddenly felt a disturbance in my heart. Consequently, I performed a divination. The results indicated that a gray star had risen in a small area south of the tall ridge. A star that could significantly impact the northern situation. Upon further calculation, the gray star was linked to Ye Suifeng. As she spoke, the woman's expression turned somewhat perplexed. Yet, Ye Suifeng and his entire family exhibited no remarkable traits. They were merely ordinary cultivators. Nevertheless, to err on the side of caution, I subtly orchestrated his demise in the Chingu Tall Ridge. The others frowned. Such actions were commonplace for them, all having undertaken similar measures to eliminate threats in their infancy. At that time, Ye Suifeng was also quite ordinary, the Grand Master asked. Extremely ordinary, the woman confirmed, nodding. His talent for cultivation was abysmal. At 30, he remained in the Qi refinement stage, hardly distinguishable from an untrained mortal. Thus, after I eliminated Ye Suifeng, I ceased to monitor him. The Grand Master nodded. This was a typical course of action. With billions of beings in the world, it was impossible to keep track of a 30-year-old still in the Qi refinement stage. However, merely 6 months after Ye Suifeng's death, circumstances changed again. The woman continued. One day, an extraordinarily unfamiliar and immensely powerful consciousness swept across the northern snowfields. Upon sensing it, I rushed over, but the presence retreated. I gazed into the distance and discerned that a strand of fate lay concealed within the deep fog. Months later, an incident occurred in the realm of nothingness. Yet when we arrived, we discovered nothing amiss. The others nodded. They had all been present during that event. Ultimately, no anomalies were found, leaving them to conclude it was merely an accident. From that day forth, I realized that this matter seemed to have spiraled beyond our control, the woman stated. Therefore, to ensure safety, I severed all fragments of time relating to Ye Suifeng's demise and erased all causality concerning myself. The Grand Master frowned and asked, In other words, you sensed something amiss back then? Indeed, the woman replied, nodding. Now it appears that we have fallen into a far more terrifying conspiracy. Blast it, the man in the dragon robe exclaimed, glaring at her. Why did you not speak of this sooner? The woman regarded him coldly and said, Do not forget that at that time, we were in a competitive and adversarial relationship, and I was at a disadvantage. Moreover, it was only after recent events that I suspected a greater game had enveloped us. After her words, the group fell in a deep silence that the world's most powerful beings. They viewed existence as a grand game, with the universe as their chessboard and all life as mere pieces. They believed themselves to be supreme, controlling the fates of all beings. Yet, they now realized that they themselves were but pawns manipulated by another. Furthermore, it seemed likely that they would soon be removed from the board altogether. Chapter 161. Return to the realm of nothingness. The words of the woman from the northern snowfields left the others in a state of silence. All along, they had stood atop the world, gazing down upon the masses, believing themselves to be the ultimate arbiters of this realm, dictating the fates of all beings and even the course of history. Yet now, first emerged Ye Suifeng, wielding terrifying power that threatened to unravel their millennia-long schemes in an instant. Then they found themselves ensnared in a far more fearsome game. This sudden realization left them feeling somewhat defeated. I am truly going to lose my mind. Why has this fellow suddenly grown so powerful? Even if beings from the celestial realm were to reincarnate in our world, they could not reach such heights in just a few years. The man in the dragon robe tugged at his hair in frustration. Utterly bewildered by Ye Suifeng's strength, the Grand Master spoke solemnly. This situation is indeed exceedingly strange. But the might of Ye Suifeng is an undeniable fact. Moreover, due to our different positions, we are inherently adversaries. At present, the most pressing matter to consider is whether he might locate us. We must be prepared in advance. The man in the dragon robe displayed a look of astonishment and exclaimed, How could he possibly find us? We have severed all causal ties. If he could locate us, he would have already disposed of that wretch. He pointed at the woman from the northern snowfields, causing her expression to darken to that of a soot-covered pot. Do not think that just because we are sitting together now, I would hesitate to strike at you. The man in the dragon robe, feeling somewhat awkward, indicated that he merely spoke out of habit. That moment, the temple master interjected. Let us all rein in our tempers. The current situation does not permit us to engage in conflict. He surveyed the group, stating, the power of Ye Suifeng has surpassed our imagination. We cannot dismiss the possibility that he possesses some formidable means to uncover our location. Thus, the great master is absolutely correct. We must make preparations in advance. The man wrapped in cloth remarked. Then our first task is to ascertain the source of Ye Suifeng's strength. The others nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the great master produced a piece of black soil and placed it before the assembly. This is something I procured from the fifth heaven domain. It was during the time Ye Suifeng obliterated the Sanxing Pin. The great master continued, from the aura emanating from it. It is evident that the techniques employed by Ye Suifeng are very much aligned with the heavenly Dao. The temple master furrowed his brow. Could it be that he has mastered the laws of the heavenly Dao? The group exchanged glances. The man wrapped in cloth remarked, if that were the case, it wouldn't be so dire. Indeed, the man in the dragon robe exclaimed loudly. Then what do we have to fear? It is merely the deceased laws of the heavenly Dao. Which of our divine artifacts is not more powerful than them? The woman from the northern snowfields retorted coldly. What if it is the complete laws of the heavenly Dao? Suddenly, silence enveloped the group. The complete laws of the heavenly Dao are an entirely different matter. Should Ye Suifeng have grasped the complete laws of the heavenly Dao, it would imply that he is, at present, the embodiment of the heavenly Dao itself. The living laws of the heavenly Dao are not easily opposed. Surely, that cannot be. No one could be so monstrous, the man in the dragon robe said. We cannot rule out that possibility, the great master replied. However, even if he were to possess the complete heavenly Dao, we would not be without means to counter it. At that time, we can devise a way to draw him outside the main world. In such a scenario, neither we nor our divine artifacts would be subjected to the constraints of this realm, allowing us to unleash our fullest potential. The temple master nodded. Indeed, and should Ye Suifeng lose the protection of the main world, the power of the heavenly Dao would be significantly diminished. The group exchanged affirming nods. This plan was indeed feasible. After all, they were ancient beings who had lived for millennia, quickly grasping the crux of the issue. They then used this as a foundation to conduct a thorough analysis and arrangement of their subsequent strategies, waiting for Ye Suifeng to fall into the carefully laid trap. I say, if he cannot find us, would our efforts not be in vain? The man in the dragon robe chuckled. The great master shook his head. That would not be the case. Ye Suifeng remains a menace, even if he does not come seeking trouble. We must find a way to eliminate this threat. With only a millennium remaining, we can engulf the entire world. Surely no one wishes to relinquish this opportunity. The others nodded in agreement. After years of effort, how could they simply abandon their pursuits? Eliminating Ye Suifeng would yield the best outcome, that is, for those suspected to have set up an even grander scheme. They could deal with them after swallowing the world. After discussing the preparations ahead, the group finally felt a sense of ease. From where is he most likely to discover our location? After all, we have severed all causal ties, mused the man in the dragon robe. The great master pondered. It is uncertain. However, there is one location where we are unable to sever causal ties. Where? The man in the dragon robe was taken aback. The woman from the snowfields replied coldly, foolish. It is, of course, the ancient turtle in the void space that we have laid so many strategies there for its sake. Do you think we can simply sever ties? The temple master chuckled. That is the void space. The dark side of the world. It is indeed impossible to completely erase causal ties. However, one cannot truly enter in their physical form, so at most, Ye Suifeng can only discover our arrangements there. The group nodded in agreement. The void space is an extraordinarily unique realm. Apart from beings that coexist with the world, other entities cannot appear in their true forms within the void space, unless their cultivation or divine awareness far exceeds the world's capacity. by 1,000-fold or more. But such an occurrence is virtually impossible. The group treated this absurd speculation as a jest. Yet, as they deliberated on how to deal with Ye Suifeng, a figure had just breached the barriers of the world. Arriving in the dark side of the world, the void space that it was none other than Ye Suifeng. "Old friends, I have returned." Ye Suifeng smiled, marking his third visit here. The first time was with Ye Long, fishing from the river of time and constructing the eternal arena. The second time was to uncover the truth behind Ye Jingguang's demise, leading him to probe the river of time, only to be tricked by someone, causing his rapid cultivation to inadvertently shatter the river of time, resulting in the disappearance of all moments prior to that year. This time, he came to investigate what that ancient turtle truly was, and to find those 5 friends who had hidden away for a heartfelt discussion. Chapter 162. The Awakening of the Ancient Turtle in the Void Space. Ye Suifeng floated leisurely. Upon arrival, he released the protective barrier of the heavenly Tao ring, feeling utterly invigorated. Although it was merely a layer of law-s membrane, which did not affect any of his senses, it felt as though he had been ensnared in some confining shell, which was somewhat irksome. Soon, Ye Suifeng beheld the river of time and the massive rift he had shattered. The river of time had gained some length over the years, but all moments prior to Ye Jingguang's attack had vanished entirely. The rift continued to spew forth chaotic mist, nearly occupying half of the void space that Ye Suifeng approached, grasping a handful of chaos. This substance exists in the liminal space between being and non-being, constantly undergoing violent transformation, rife with disorder. It is a primal energy, the most challenging to harness. Only certain miraculous entities can draw power from within the chaos for their own use. The Enlightenment Tree is one such example. Once it reaches a certain stage, its roots can penetrate the chaos, fostering the development and evolution of the entire world. Of course, this is contingent upon the continued existence of the spirit of the heavenly Tao. After a cursory glance, Ye Suifeng departed, following his previous impressions to the location of the ancient turtle. That he moved swiftly, and in no time, he encountered the colossal super turtle, which resembled the world itself. Fortunately, the influx of chaotic energy was still far off. It would require at least another decade or so before it could affect the creature. The ancient turtle floated silently in the void, remaining utterly still. Ye Suifeng easily arrived before its head, its enormous nostrils resembling 2 terrifying celestial openings, periodically unleashing violent gusts of wind. "Let me see what you truly are," Ye Suifeng declared, extending his palm to press against the black armor atop its head. In an instant, boundless, terrifying energy surged forth. Accompanied by an exceedingly dreadful aura of law, it violently rushed toward Ye Suifeng. That kind of power could obliterate even a great ascension cultivator in an instant. The terrifying energy billowed Ye Suifeng's sleeves, but it was all shattered and annihilated by the force emanating from him. It is indeed you 5. Ye Suifeng nodded. That previous instance was, in fact, an attack from a super formation that had been artificially arranged. Judging by the aura of the formation, it was a joint effort by the 5 great powers of the world, likely to prevent anyone from making contact with the ancient turtle. The last time it happened, Ye Suifeng had not been particularly inclined to meet them, so he did not probe further. However, this time, the 5 presences did not come forth. "Do not be timid, my friends." Ye Suifeng shook his head, then extended his formidable consciousness inward. Instantly, 5 enormous super formations came into view. These were 5 similar formations affixed to the surface of the ancient turtle, each forming a passage that extended into the main world. 2 of them led to the central region, specifically to the immortal Tao Mountain and the Great Tao Temple. 1 led to the extreme north of the northern snowfields, which Ye Suifeng had encountered long ago. That was the Law of Wood. The remaining 2 led to the eastern and western parts of the world, corresponding to the laws of fire and earth, respectively. Furthermore, all of these distinct laws were suffused with the aura of the immortal realm. "These are the 5 element laws from the immortal realm." Ye Suifeng furrowed his brow. He realized that the deeper he investigated, the more all signs pointed toward the immortal realm. The simultaneous emergence of the 5 element treasures from the immortal realm in this world had forged 5 supreme forces. Should anyone claim this was mere coincidence, he would certainly go and have a heart-to-heart with them. Additionally, the individual who orchestrated the scheme within the River of Time was likely also from the immortal realm. From the current circumstances, it appears that an existence from the celestial realm harbors intentions to conspire within this world. Yet, what could possibly entice such formidable beings from the celestial realm to intervene here? Could it be the essence of the world itself? Ye Suifeng stroked his chin, contemplating that the primary function of these 5 formations was to extract energy. Perhaps this notion held merit. This colossal tortoise, then, served as the very source of their energy extraction. In essence, this ancient creature was the manifestation of the world's will. Alternatively, it could be viewed as a fusion of the deceased primordial enlightenment tree, the perished spirit of the heavenly Dao, and the forcibly awakened will of the world, resulting in a mutated manifestation of world consciousness that embodied the world itself. The corporeal form it projected was indeed the locus of the world's essence. It was no wonder that the 5 individuals inscribed formations upon the old tortoise. They aimed to expedite their siphoning of the primal force. Excessive, Ye Suifeng remarked, shaking his head, momentarily disregarding the 5 formations as he delved deeper into the tortoise's interior. To his astonishment, within the vast expanse of the tortoise's body, he found only emptiness, that a considerable portion of its mass had been pilfered by various so-called divine and demonic entities, with the 5 factions being the most egregious of thieves. What appeared from the outside as the tortoise was merely a shell. Its consciousness still lingered, albeit ensnared in an endless slumber. "You truly suffer," he murmured. Previously, he had learned from the old sage of heaven's mechanism that it had severed its own path to ensure the survival of the world, banishing the remnants of divine and demonic forces therein. Yet, it was unfathomable that today, it was treated as a mere resource for cultivation by beings birthed from the world, ruthlessly drained to the brink of death. "Awaken first," Ye Suifeng commanded, and with a snap, he obliterated all formations surrounding it in an instant. Then, a vast consciousness shattered the seals of slumber, awakening the world's will that had lain dormant for countless years. Soon, an immense and ancient awareness opened its eyes amidst the boundless darkness. The old tortoise had awakened, but Ye Suifeng sensed an invisible gaze fixed upon him, warm and gentle. "Child, have you come to claim my life?" A frail voice resonated within Ye Suifeng's heart that he touched his nose, realizing that since arriving here, it was the first time he had been called child. "No, I am here to save you," Ye Suifeng replied. It seemed that due to its prolonged slumber, the tortoise took a considerable time to respond once more. "From you, I sense the essence of our world. But your power should not exist in our realm. It is truly becoming increasingly incomprehensible." The tortoise did not directly respond to Ye Suifeng, but instead uttered a cryptic remark that Ye Suifeng, assuming the tortoise feared for his life, reassured. "Rest assured, I am not like those who inscribed formations upon you. I do not seek to pilfer the essence of the world." A long sigh reached Ye Suifeng's ears. "Those children cannot penetrate the mists of this world. They have already sunk too deeply, becoming mere pawns in another's game." Ye Suifeng furrowed his brow, not out of the words themselves, but because the tortoise spoke them without anger or resentment, only profound sorrow. "Do you not harbor hatred for them?" Ye Suifeng inhuited. After another pause of silence, the ancient voice replied, "They are also my children." Chapter 163. Death and Rebirth. The old tortoise had awakened. However, contrary to Ye Suifeng's expectations, it bore no resentment towards those who drained its essence, bringing it to the brink of death. In fact, it even expressed concern for their future fates, akin to a mother's care for her offspring. This stirred a sense of melancholy within Ye Suifeng. "Do you know who covets this world? I have uncovered some clues from the celestial realm," Ye Suifeng stated. "Unknown, but it should not be limited to the celestial realm," the tortoise responded. Ye Suifeng frowned. "Even you do not know," the tortoise sighed. "Our world is unique, perhaps from the moment of its inception. Its fate was already predetermined." Ye Suifeng fell silent. The tortoise was the embodiment of the world itself. If it was unaware of the puppet master behind the scenes, then the situation was indeed alarming. After a lengthy pause, the tortoise suddenly spoke again. "What has transformed this void space into its current state? Even the river of time has been severed. Ye Suifeng felt a pang of embarrassment and cleared his throat, somewhat sheepishly admitting, "A few years ago, someone laid a trap in the river of time, intending to confine me here. In my struggle to escape, I inadvertently exerted too much force, resulting in the disruption of the river of time." The void space was essentially the tortoise's dwelling. It was indeed a bit awkward to have damaged its home. However, the tortoise appeared unconcerned, instead inquiring, "Was that person from the celestial realm?" "Most likely," Ye Suifeng nodded. "Have you found them?" Ye Suifeng shook his head. "No. But 5 treasures from the celestial realm have appeared simultaneously within our world. I suspect they are undoubtedly connected to the individual from the celestial realm." "Indeed," the tortoise affirmed, "that must have occurred long ago when 5 elemental origins fell from the celestial realm. Ultimately, they were acquired by those 5 children, who then inscribed similar formations upon me after some time. Those formations also originated from celestial artifacts." Ye Suifeng realized that prior to their inscribing of the formations, the tortoise must have still been awake, thus possessing knowledge of these events. "Do you know that individual's intentions?" Ye Suifeng asked. "Perhaps. They aim to refine me," the tortoise replied. "They cannot directly breach the barriers of the celestial realm to arrive here. The 5 elemental treasures serve as a sort of altar for summoning. When they mature to a certain extent, they will call him forth to complete the final act." The tortoise queried, "Is that person the one who can find you within the river of time?" Ye Suifeng frowned. "There is an 80% chance it is him." The tortoise acknowledged with a sound, then said, "If you wish to find him, I can assist you." Ye Suifeng was taken aback. Even on the verge of death, it still contemplated aiding the beings of its world. "How can you assist me?" The tortoise explained, "The condition for the growth of the 5 elemental treasures is the essence of the world. If you can locate them and bring them here, I can release the primal force and nurture them proactively, thus allowing them to meet the conditions for summoning ahead of time." Ye Suifeng was momentarily stunned. "But in doing so, wouldn't you hasten your own demise?" The tortoise smiled weakly. "I am already near death. Or rather, I ceased to exist when the divine tree toppled and the spirit of the heavenly Dao disintegrated." This statement reminded Ye Suifeng of the lotus he had discovered at the nodes of the heavenly Dao. Indeed, even without the divine and demonic remnants siphoning the essence of the world, this realm would ultimately face annihilation. However, at this moment, Ye Suifeng produced a verdant sapling. "I possess the enlightenment tree. I can save you." The old tortoise seemed momentarily taken aback, its gaze fixating on the seemingly delicate sapling. After a lengthy silence, it sighed, "I can sense that seeds have already taken root and sprouted in several locations across the world. How many saplings do you possess?" Ye Suifeng raised a finger. 10,000. It is more than sufficient to plant at all the nodes of the heavenly Dao, ensuring the revival of the world." The tortoise smiled. "It has already been revived. A new spirit of the heavenly Dao is currently gestating and will soon break forth from its shell. Our world is finally whole once more." Ye Suifeng also smiled, saying, "Thus, you must strive to live well. The world cannot exist without its own will." Yet, the old tortoise once again declined his proposal. The newly born spirit of the heavenly Dao can also become a new world will. "I can rest in peace and enter eternal slumber." "Ha ha ha," the old tortoise laughed heartily. Yet this caused a pang of discomfort in Ye Suifeng's heart, and he did not wish to witness this guardian of the world, who had devoted its life to its protection, simply perish. "Do not be troubled, child." Seemingly perceiving Ye Suifeng's emotions, the tortoise remarked, "In a certain sense, the new world will is also me. To restore light to the world is the blessing of all beings, and also my blessing. I thank you." Ye Suifeng found himself at a loss for words. The tortoise's joy was genuine. It harbored no fear of death, nor did it express dread, perhaps for it. Its own demise held less significance than that of the world's beings who had siphoned its essence. "Go, seek out the 5 elemental treasures, and allow me to perform a deed for you," the tortoise urged. Ye Suifeng remained silent for a long while, ultimately nodding. Regardless of the outcome, he must first locate those 5 thieves and acquire the celestial treasures that as for whether to sacrifice the old tortoise thereafter. That could wait. Ye Suifeng opened his palm and curled his fingers. Several auras suddenly surged from all directions, converging in his grasp. They were the energies of the 5 individuals associated with the formations he had just destroyed. They spun rapidly, before gradually separating into 5 distinct essences. Subsequently, Ye Suifeng employed the techniques of Heaven's mechanism, tracing back through these 5 auras to seek the source. They swiftly pierced through the barriers of the world. Heading northward, moments later, 5 distinct presences converged upon the same location. The farthest reaches of the northern snowfields, this moment, they found themselves united. Ye Suifeng gazed at the old turtle and said, "Consider once more whether there exists any alternative. I shall make a brief journey and return." With that, he turned and departed. The heavenly path ring emanated a hazy luminescence, enveloping Ye Suifeng within its glow. Subsequently, it breached the barriers of the world. Ye Suifeng aligned himself with the correct direction and vanished in an instant. At this juncture, an inexplicable weight settled upon his heart. His spirits were decidedly low.